Good morning and a very warm welcome to the Format 21 conference hosted by myself and Gemma Marmalade. We are both academics teaching on BA Honours Photography at the University of Derby, and we are very active in research and outward-facing events such as the one you are now part of. You will note that the conference is now live on YouTube to enable quality and engagement. This will allow a much clearer representation of visual materials that are intrinsic to the conference today.
We're thrilled to welcome over 400 delegates from all around the world in virtual attendance. It's fantastic to already see so many comments from people on the stream right now. Please do feel free to add to those comments and create a dialogue as we go throughout the day. Using these kind of virtual platforms really signals the possible future for conferences. It gives us a sense of new forms of accessibility and potential for reach for the kind of activities within research, within photography that we are so invested in. Importantly, this conference builds on Format 19, which was a physical conference and pre-COVID back in March 2019. And that was a huge event for myself and Phil, hosting that with Format International Photography Festival and all of the team. And it was a huge event that we're exceptionally proud of. And now we're able to bring it to you virtually.
Absolutely. We are proud today to offer a truly international and diverse range of speakers. We have some very impressive people here and a really interesting selection of talks as well. Hopefully you've all accessed the delegate pack. If there's an issue with the delegate pack, don't worry. We're going to introduce everyone stage by stage by stage and make it super clear who is doing what and who's going to turn up. I think you'll see some very interesting visuals as part of today, and you'll see some work that you haven't seen anywhere else. So we're really looking forward to that.
We'd like to say, of course, thanks to Format for providing the opportunity for us to do this today, and an incredibly important partnership with the University of Derby that allows us to undertake this conference. I want to let everyone know about New Art City. For those of you who celebrated the launch last night who were able to go, I hope you had a fabulous time. I hear the virtual bar was excellent. I would definitely encourage you, if you haven't seen New Art City, this is the future, an incredible display of virtual engagement with artwork. It really is something. So I would absolutely encourage your participation with all aspects of the festival. Obviously, you're here at this event, which is marvelous, but Format is so much more than what we're just doing today, and so much more than the launch last night. There is so many activities occurring over the coming weeks. Please do engage with it.
Yeah, absolutely. This conference, just like the 2019 conference, is very much a blend of practice and research. And the conference in 2019, which was a physical event, as Gemma's already said, included about 30 different speakers over 3 different streams. It was a massive event, it really was. Now, we've used that conference as the foundation for a publication. And if you go to our bios in the delegate pack, you'll see a link to Cambridge Scholars for that book. And it's also our intention to make a new publication in response to this conference as well. So we're very much looking forward to getting that together in the ensuing months to produce something that's really, really quite exciting and, again, very diverse. And we'll think about the production values and all sorts of things of that. So we'll keep you posted on the progress with that.
That's brilliant, Phil. It's a really good point. It's something was the fruit of huge amount of labour and hard work to bring that publication together, and we're going to do it again.
Good hard
so
work.
which is marvellous. Why wouldn't we celebrate it?
Yeah.
This is today, of course, a live and pretty experimental event. So we wanted to put this disclaimer out there. Anything can happen. Already, many of you this morning have been able to navigate your way to the new link, which was sent out to all delegates this morning. So if you're here, you've got that, which is good. Like Phil mentioned earlier, we have tried to optimize the experience so you can have the very best possible platform. So please do bear in mind that we are working with a very live and, sometimes, slightly kind of moving parts within the machine.
Yeah.
So thank you for your patience with that. We are, following a new frontier of how to deliver conferences, and it's just a little bit stressful. So in case that you have any technical issues with your experience, if you have any accessibility issues that is not going to plan, you can't get hold of Delegate Pack, the link isn't quite working for you, we are doing everything in our power to make sure that you have everything that you need as a very important delegate to this event. If for any reason, anything goes wrong, or anything is missed for whatever reason, all of our delegates will be able to access a recorded version. So if in parts you miss anything, if in parts you have to leave the stream, for example, there will be a recorded version that you can have access to after the event that will enable you to catch up with anything that you missed out on. Huge apologies for any of you who have had some difficulties this morning, but thank you for riding the crest of this wave with us.
Absolutely. We encourage as much interactivity as possible, which is always a bit of a challenge when you're not doing these as kind of live people-facing events. But at least these platforms actually do allow you to post questions and ask and make comments. And we welcome as many questions as possible via the chat on the YouTube link. Now, we might not be able to address all the questions in the panel session at the end of this morning, but we will address as many as possible. And if there are particular questions that are proffered by delegates, then if you like the ones that you would prefer to be posed to the panel, then please put a thumbs up on that as much as possible. And to say we'll address those in the panel at the end of the morning, which should be a really interesting event in itself.
No, absolutely. I think that's really important. So what we wanted to do now was direct you to having a look at the delegate pack, if you've hopefully managed to get that as a guide. We are going to briefly introduce the running order. And by doing so, that in case any of you who haven't got the delegate pack, you at least have a sense of the order for today. I will be introducing the running order up until lunchtime because I will be hosting the morning session. And so I'm going to start by doing that now, if that's okay with everybody. So let's just run through this very, very briefly. So very shortly, we will be handing over for our welcome address to Professor Keith Macleay. I will be giving his introduction shortly. Round about 10 o'clock, we will have our keynote speaker, Claire Strand. And then we'll be having a very short comfort break at around 10:40 to 10:50. At 10:50, we will have Sema Yesilganelli, who will be presenting a paper presentation. At 11:10 to 11:30, we have our double act for the morning. That's Max Scher and Sergei Novikov. At 11:30, we'll be welcoming my very own partner in crime, Philip Harris, for his presentation. And at 11:50 until 12:30, there will be a panel session Q&A with our esteemed guest to the panel, Melanie King. We'll then be having lunch between 12:30 to 1 o'clock. I would stress that there might be occasions that these sessions might run slightly over or slightly under. This is our attempted timeline, so please do bear with us if we kind of veer off of it just very slightly. We will intend to get back onto schedule as soon as we possibly can. So, Phil, I think you're going to now present the breakdown for the afternoon session.
Absolutely, as well. Also, in the breaks, lunch as well, when we've got some visuals that will rotate, so there'll be some visual stimulus of work as well in those sessions. Now, we've got lunch from 12:30 to 1. The afternoon session will start at 1 with a keynote, and I'm really looking forward to this. This is a conversation between Skinder Hundal and Azu Ragbogo. That's going to be really interesting. I'm very pleased to have both of them here. Very, very busy people, very, very influential in their field. That's going to be fascinating. 1:40 to 2, we are delighted to have Joy Gregory talk about her practice as well, which is wonderful to have Joy here. At 2 to 2:20, we have Mitchell Moreno, and they are going to discuss their work, which I think you're going to find fascinating. 2:20 to 2:40, we have Robert Good and our very own Gemma Marmalade in conversation, which is going to be very interesting, I'm sure. And following that, we have 2:40 to 3:30, we have the afternoon panel session with a Q&A. And so please, any questions, put on the chat, and let's see where that takes us. We've got a short break, 3:30 to 3:50. After that, with 3:50 to 4:20, we are very pleased to introduce Brigitte Lardenois, Oisin Davies, and Annabella Pollen. Unfortunately, Paul Lowe can't be with us today, but that's going to be a fascinating conversation between them. 4:20 to 4:50, we are delighted to have the very esteemed James Stanford, American artist, deliver his presentation. If you don't know James's work, I think you're going to love it. 4:50 to 5:10, we have our very own Vice Chancellor, Professor Catherine Mitchell, who will provide the closing address. And you'll see me and Gemma at the very end, just to make some final comments, say thank you to people who have made this work, who have worked really hard with us. And that will close the day's proceedings. So there's loads happening there.
Fantastic.
Great value.
We are thrilled to have every single one of our participants who have worked so hard and have overcome so many technical obstacles to be here today.
Yeah.
Oh, we hope that it all runs to plan as it should. Like I said before, please do bear with us if we have any glitches along the way. In fact, indeed, we may have had 1 or 2 glitches already. Who knows? We don't know, do we, Phil? We're just going to do this. We're just going to...
Yeah.
Keep smiling, keep smiling. Yeah. It's like the Eurovision Song Contest. If for any reason you need to leave the conference throughout the day, you can rejoin at any time via the link. And so please do keep the dialogue going, and we will do our very best to make sure that you have a comfortable and pleasant and also really entertaining and informative day.
Absolutely. We hope you really enjoy the day. We encourage you to celebrate your participation by sharing content on social media under the hashtag Format21Conference. So please use that as much as you like. And yeah, let's enjoy, learn, and have a good time.
Yeah. Let's see how many hashtags that we can get throughout the day. So to really celebrate not just everyone who's participating in the conference, but for all of you as well. Your contribution, we see you as participants and not as just passive observers for the day. So please do get involved. We'd love to have your feedback. We'd love to, for you to provide commentaries on social media, that kind of thing. Please do, in this virtual world that we now live in, the way we all communicate online, please do take full advantage of these platforms so you are able to share your experiences throughout the day. And again, use this as an opportunity to encourage all of your networks to visit New Art City, to see everything that's happening within the Format Festival itself. So many people have worked extremely hard to make all of this come off. I mean,
really
seriously,
impressive,
it's really impressive. And whilst, other people, might within the kind of in the times of pandemic that we're in, might have just put things on hold or might have waited for another day. actually, format have seen this as an opportunity to grasp, no matter how scary, no matter how huge the mountain. They've climbed it, and the view from the top is marvelous. So please do take full advantage of seeing everything that the Format Festival has to offer. And we are very proud, aren't we, Phil, to be part of it. It really is.
We couldn't wish to be part of a better organisation.
Yeah.
They really have pushed the envelope on this one.
Yeah. Not just colleagues, friends, and we have so many connections, including our own alumni from our program.
Oh yeah.
Working within the festival, and having our interns in the festival, and soldering these connections really goes to show that how important this festival is. And actually, one thing I really noticed from the wonderful Adam Buss, who yesterday in the opening launch of the Format Festival mentioned that this was about care and friendship. And we absolutely 100% echo that, that our community within the photography sector, within the wider art sector as well, the way we all work together and build these kind of foundations is so incredibly productive.
I think what Format's always been good at is doing that on a distinctly international basis.
Yeah.
I think doing this online just allows us to really push that even more. I mean, the whole thing about online might, for some people, produce an attenuated response or experience. But actually, I just think there's so many possibilities and opportunities by doing this online.
Yeah, absolutely. So as we break into this digital new age, well, that's what it feels like for me anyway. I know these digital platforms have been around a while, but they've certainly not been as used in the mainstream as they are now being used. So we are fully exploiting this, and we truly hope it all goes to plan.
Yep.
So in that, to that end, we hope that we've covered everything that you might need to know to introduce you to some of the housekeeping for the day, to introduce you to our wonderful itinerary of fantastic speakers, and that you've got everything that you need. There's already a wonderful community of dialogue that's occurring on our live stream at the moment. It's a great place for all of you to have your own conversations, to network. Please use it as a networking opportunity.
Yeah, definitely.
Please use it as a way to reach out to people.
Make friends.
Yeah, definitely. And that's the beauty of this platform. Using social media, using the dialogue conversations. And of course, if any of you are having any technical problems at all, then we also, our team, have sight of some of the comments coming through, and we will do our very best to try and diagnose issues and fix issues in case you're experiencing them. So it's now my pleasure to move on to the next phase of the day. Really, it is the welcome that we've been waiting for. It is my pleasure to introduce the wonderful Professor Keith Macleay, Pro Vice-Chancellor and Dean to the College of Arts, Humanities and Education at the University of Derby. Now, I have to say, we love Keith, don't we, Phil?
Oh, yes. For good reason, for very good reason.
Absolutely. Sincerely, Keith has been a champion, and from a very personal point of view, actually, of both mine and Phil's, efforts. He's a champion to everyone in the university. But having that very sincere and authentic support for activities like this, having an understanding of how hard this has been to do, on top of running a program and delivering, a brilliant BA honours in photography at the University of Derby. Keith has really allowed us the room to play. He's allowed us the room to engage and supported the possibilities of art-based research within our school and, of course, within the college. We have done so many things just like this, really kind of ambitious stuff. He has wholly supported us in all kinds of external collaborations with organisations such as format. So that is really a huge accolade to Keith. We cannot underestimate. Keith. Thank you, Keith. We love you, Keith. We'll buy you a coffee when we're on campus next. So without further ado, now we have graced Keith with all of our wishes,
platitudes.
Absolutely, but it's all true. It's it, isn't it? It's totally.
We don't need to say this. We wouldn't say it if it wasn't the case.
No. We would just very politely segue and just say all the stuff we're supposed to say. But it really is true. You know, without our wonderful colleagues, without our wonderful management executive, who are always happy to listen to us when we've got some madcap idea, and support it and fund it and advocate for it and tweet about it, you know, and sing it from the rooftops. It really means a lot to us. And again, it's about that care. It's about friendship. It's about us all being, you know, doing this together. So I am now going to segue. Now I've probably made you feel terribly awkward now, Keith. But now over to you, Professor Keith Macleay.
Thanks, Gemma and Phil. I mean, that's a tremendously kind intro to my intro. I think I might seek to employ you both on many occasions in the future. So thank you for that. Colleagues, as Gemma and Phil said, my name is Professor Keith Macleay, and I'm the Pro Vice Chancellor and Dean of the College of Arts, Humanities and Education here at the University of Derby. And it's my real delight on behalf of the Vice Chancellor, Professor Catherine Mitchell, and the University Executive to welcome conference delegates to this virtual format 21 conference. Now, when Phil and Gemma extended me the invitation, kindly extended me the invitation to offer some words of welcome to the conference, they mentioned that the theme of this year's format was control. And that prompted me to think back to William Boyd, the novelist William Boyd's 2004 introduction to Robert Flynn Johnston's book, Anonymous: Enigmatic Images from Unknown Photographers. Now, Boyd, in framing his introduction to that work, took his cue from a poem by Wallace Stevens. And this poem was entitled 13 Ways of Looking at a Blackbird. And Boyd crafted his title of the introduction as 13 Ways of Looking at a Photograph. And it struck me in reading that then back in 2004 and rereading it for this conference that what Boyd was trying to do was actually seeking to control our interpretation of photography in this instance. But I thought that can't be right for a university research conference. It is inimical to the notion of control, a university research conference. As researchers, as academics, as creative artists, we are about pushing the boundaries of control. We are about the preference for unbounded critical thinking. Our appetite is to engage and celebrate robust debate without parameters. And so that made me a little bit uneasy. But knowing that it was Phil and Gemma that had offered the invitation, I thought this can't be about control. That's absolutely not going to be the case. So I reviewed the conference delegates, I reviewed the speakers, had a look at the titles, the panel sessions, and immediately appreciated that what we have today over the course of the following conference is a celebration, a glorious subversion of control, the counterintuitive of control, an unpacking of control through the photographic lens and image. It's a really packed agenda that you have today. It's going to be a thoroughly enjoyable conference of that, I absolutely have no doubt. Just at this stage, I would like also to offer my thanks to Phil and Gemma. They were very modest in their welcome, thanking rightly other people behind the scenes. But of course, this conference would not have taken place without their energies and efforts to put it on, which have been all the more pronounced, given that it's on this virtual platform. Many of us know how hard it is to organise a physical, in-person conference, but that's just doubled down when we consider the platform and the virtual environment. So very much thanks to Gemma and Phil for their efforts. And also I'd like to extend my own thanks, and thanks on behalf of the Vice-Chancellor of the University Executive, the university's events team and the tech team, who are, as Gemma and Phil rightly said, behind the scenes making this happen today. Conference delegates, you're going to have a wonderful day. I'm hoping to be able to dip in and out myself. It's on the theme of control, but it's not about control. I wish you all the very best. Thank you very much.
That's fantastic, Keith. Thank you so much for sharing that with everybody. We're incredibly grateful again for your being here and taking the time to welcome everybody as you have, and to celebrate all of our efforts, and noting our modesty too. You know, it's what we love to do, and why wouldn't we? Why wouldn't we? It's such a fantastic event. So thank you, Keith, and we look forward to seeing you as a viewer throughout the day. I know you're very busy, so thank you so much for making the time to do that. So that means that we are now due to move on and really begin the first of our speakers, which is absolutely marvellous. So what I'd like to do is now introduce to you the very wonderful keynote for this morning. We have Claire Strand, who is an artist who, well, Claire describes herself as working with and against the photographic medium, which is something I particularly enjoy. Claire has been working prolifically over the last 2 decades, working with everything from found imagery, kinetic imagery, web programs, even to fairground attractions, and even large-scale paintings more recently. Claire hit the photography and art headlines just a few months ago with a nomination for the Deutsche Borsch Prize 2020. I was rooting. I was hashtag Team Claire throughout all of that. But Claire's work is absolutely phenomenal. Totally deserved that accolade. So her work is in the collection amongst others, including MoMA, V&A, and the Centre Pompidou. So Claire has had this prolific career exhibiting in all kinds of work, really experimental work, and is also featured within the Format 21 festival as well. So whilst Claire is presenting about her practice and talking to us about the nature in which she works, please do take the opportunity to go over to New Art City and see exactly how Claire has been, exhibiting her work and working with the Format team. So without further ado, I am very proud, privileged, both Phil and I are, to introduce Claire, our keynote speaker for this morning. Good morning, Claire.
Morning. Can you hear me?
I can hear you, Claire. Yeah, that's no problem.
Can you see me?
I can see you. I'm hoping other people can see you as well. So I think we've just got to take a little minute just to prepare something, I think. I think we're just sorting a few technical things out. So
is my can you see my presentation?
I think we're just going to wait for some confirmation that we can see everything okay. So we'll be with everyone just very shortly, I think. So, and this is one of the joys of it, isn't it? This is one of the wonders of technology. We really are.
I think I have. Hold on a second.
So I think we're making a little bit of progress now.
Okay, how's that?
So that's good. Thank you so much for that, and our technical team are working, but in the wings, just making sure this is all go. I mean, first of all, I have to say, Claire, just the title of this presentation.
Yes. Thank you very much.
It's awesome.
It should become clear
somewhere along the presentation. Anyway, sorry for the false start. Good morning to you all, and thank you, Gemma and Phil, for inviting me to join you for the Format Talks today. It's quite a big day today because both my daughters are now back at school. It's been a long haul, and so for all other parents that are going through a similar thing, I congratulate you that we have a chance to be a little bit more free. I also think it's Gemma's son's birthday today, so happy birthday. What a day. Okay, so let's push on. As some of you may know, I've been working for the last 3 decades, and during this time my approaches have changed, never sticking with one particular aesthetic approach or style. Nonetheless, the core of my inquiry has been to tackle the photographic medium and comment on where it's been, what it can and can't do, and how it operates in the world, and where it might be headed. It's important for me to think about the photographic medium in an expansive way and adapt and respond to its shifts and flux. I've long appreciated the absurdist view that to try and control a world that won't be controlled is futile. The more you try and control something, the more uncontrollable it can get. Never has there been a more pertinent time to acknowledge that the universe is not governed by clear and unambiguous rules. We live in a world where anything can happen at any time, and it usually does, particularly on presentations. In the non-rational, absurdist universe, there is no pessimism, no optimism, just a marveling at events. Now, reading from my extract, I'm going to extract from my extract. So it's a common notion that artwork is under the control of the artist. Today, I shall attempt to promote the creative potential of chance, flukes and accidents, resulting in undreamt and unexpected consequences. My background is not academically related. I do not come from a family of artists, and visiting art exhibitions wasn't a pastime. My interest in imagery started around 13, when I used to collect and scrapbook images. My main themes were crime, the paranormal, magic, mechanics, and basically anything that I thought was interesting. Here's some of the covers of the scrapbooks. This scene of crime photograph was one of my favourites. The murderer William George Herons has scored this message on a wall using lipstick, hence his name, the Lipstick Killer. As a teenager and adult, I read this image as reading, "For God's sakes, eateth me before I kill again." Only recently, I found out I had for years understood it incorrectly. It reads catch, not eateth. Part of me felt really daft, and part of me felt annoyed at this realization, as I preferred my reading. The image had lost its air. This small realization in some ways underpins my practice. Images and their context are in flux and meanings change. To try and pin down photography is perhaps fruitless. Allowing them to breathe is perhaps more fruitful. In 2011, I made the show Slight, which was exhibited in London. This was formed of past and recent work that dealt with photography and its relationship with magic, belief, and illusion. This exhibition is interesting to me as it marks a fork in my practice. Skirts was the last photographic series that I made, which you can see on this long line of images of table skirts. And the 10 least most wanted cabinet marks a departure and is actually one of my favourite works, as for me it is a perfect example to discuss chance, luck and happenstance as a creative act. Just after my birth of my second daughter, I was asked to make a work for a Spanish academic site. With only a small window of artistic opportunity, for the first time in years, I went to my teenage scrapbooks. Looking through them, I set myself the unambitious challenge to select 10 images. 10 images that were my 10 most wanted at that time. I laid them out on a table and they made sense and looked good together. I then happened to turn one over, and what was on the underside immediately took my interest. I turned over the rest, and it's these unchosen images or parts of images were better than the ones I had chosen. These then became my 10 least most wanted. In a flick of a wrist, the work had created itself. No choice or taste on my own part. So to explain this a little bit, so the 10 least most wanted images are given priority within this museum cabinet. And as you can see, they've been mounted inside acrylic, and they're then exhibited at a gradient within the cabinet. So you can view the 10 least most wanted, but you can go round the back and you can peep and see the most wanted. And this is when they're exhibited at the Pompidou. And that's me and Clement. That's nice, isn't it? We're having a good old look at it. But for me, the 10 least most highlights that unconscious moment in between intention and realization. Duchamp would call this the art coefficient, the difference and or gap between the artist's attention and realization, which is created. Another Duchamp term could also be useful. This is the infrathin, the operation of two things which cannot be defined, only examples given. So let's see some of Duchamp's examples. The warmth of a seat which has just been left is infrathin. Forms cast in the same mould differ from each other by an infrathin separative amount. In the case of 10 least most, perhaps the flick of the wrist to reveal the unseen is infrathin. Or even perhaps the absurd transportation of low art scraps of paper from a teenage scrapbook to a high art museum work at the Pompidou might also have an infrathin quality to it. Poet and artist Kenneth Goldsmith made a list of 1,000 infrathins with a group of students. Some examples: the imprint of a sock around an ankle after the sock is removed. Tipsy, infrathin between sobriety and drunkenness. And of course, my all-time favourite, and which I've dedicated this talk to, jeggings, an infrathin marriage of jeans and leggings. If I'd come up with that, I would happily give up. I've always had a thing for images of elastic waists, so here's a small selection, though sadly no jeggings. Since 10 least most wanted, I've revisited my scrapbooks quite a bit, and I've used my collections in a number of works. So we've got the Rag Pickers Tower here, Research in Motion, the Rag Vitrine, Men Only Tower, and the Happenstance Generator, all of which could be considered art-based research or perhaps research-based art. The next piece of work I'm going to talk about was made in 2011 also, and is titled Flatland, Spaceland. Here's another Duchamp quote. You know exactly how I feel about photography. I would like to see it make people despise painting until someone else will make photography unbearable. Arguably, the event of the internet has done just this. Edwin Abbott's Flatland was written in 1884, which is a story narrated by a square who becomes a cube and then a square again. The story is about dimensional travel as well as the Victorian class system and complacency of the status quo. This story seemed appropriate to my thoughts about photography. And now you're going to have to bear with me because I'm going to take you through a little bit of the story in a very basic way. So flatland is a place where all shapes are flat. And so you have triangles and you have squares and you have circles, and they all operate on a flatland in 2 dimensions. So the story is narrated by the square. And then what happens one day, and they know nothing else other than flatland. And what happens one day is that the square gets visited by a sphere from Spaceland and another planet, another place. And the square and the sphere comes into flatland and becomes obviously flat. And the circle says to the square, come on, there's something else out there. Come with me. There's another dimension. There's another world. And so the circle and the square go to Spaceland. And of course, the square becomes a cube and the circle goes back into being a sphere. And then whilst the square is a cube, all of a sudden, he is amazed by the fact that there's something other than what he's been used to, something outside of his world. And then he starts thinking, well, hold on a second. If there is a 3rd dimension, there's a 4th dimension, there's a 5th dimension, there's more. But the sphere can only see within their land. And the sphere says, no. 3 dimensions is all we have. But anyway, the cube goes back to flatland and starts telling people about the fact that there's another dimension, another world. And of course, instantly he's told, shut up, and he ends up in jail. So it's about this kind of dimensional travel. And my Flatland, Spaceland work kind of addresses this, because you have the 2-dimensional version of the shape and then you have the 3-dimensional version of the shape. Abbott's story has the ring of Plato's cave, where bound prisoners mistake shadows for reality. This functions as a caution against denying the possible existence of higher dimensions. Each geometric shape is made out of laser-cut photographic paper. Only until I embarked on making the shapes did I realise that the 2-dimensional template byproduct could be used in the work. The byproduct could be explained as the arc coefficient or the infrathin, but also it could be explained as entropy. We tend to think of entropy as the negative of the message and the intention, but entropy is information in itself. The discussion of dimensional travel higher than the 3rd dimension has been widely engaged with both scientifically, spiritually and artistically as a sign of possibly seeing more and to fully understand the future. At a time of radio waves, spirit photography, gamma rays and X-rays, Charles Hinton in 1904 used his tesseract to aid people in a trance-like way to visualize the 4th dimension, which he called cube learning. This inspired many artists and movements, including Futurism and Surrealism, Picasso, Duchamp, Dali, Mondrian. And in the 50s, William Burroughs and Geising practiced cube learning, helped along with a shitload of drugs. Unfortunately, I can't give you drugs, but I can show you Michael Knowles' 1963 Hypercube, which is the first computerized stereoscopic visualization of a 4-dimensional hypercube. The computer screen, now the portal into new worlds and higher dimensions, though still delivered through a flatland screen. In 2015, I made a show entitled Getting Better and Worse at the Same Time, which incorporated 3 machines. Claude Shannon, the father of information theory, wrote the Mathematical Theory of Information in 1947. It's an intense mathematical essay which for the first time discussed information as a unit of energy, a bit. Shannon's theory was to understand how a message could travel through the most direct channel with a minimal amount of entropy and noise. This is the entropy pendulum. So every day of the exhibition, which was 36 days, 36 images individually got put through the entropy pendulum. The 36 images were found in a tabloid archive that I used, and I delivered the images to the gallery assistants. And then every day they chose what image went under the pendulum and for how long. So the exhibition started with 36 empty frames. And by the end of the exhibition, the 36 frames were full. So to give you an example of the entropy pendulum. It was quite a noisy exhibition. So the entropy pendulum was made to consider the journey of images and information within our telematic systems. Images and data ricocheting around our networks, losing and gaining information for better or for worse. The happenstance machine is a machine where images get pushed around by fans, spitting out an image, then they return back into the well of imagery, meaning something and nothing. I'll give you another go at that. Better and Worse at the Same Time is an exhibition where the machines were set, the stabilizers came off, and the work was left to its own entropic fate. In 1905, an ESP experiment took place between Harmony Ramsden and Clarissa Miles. Miss Ramsden from the UK would telepathically send messages to Miss Miles in Paris, who would then jot down what she had thought she was receiving. In 2005, just after my first daughter was born, I took part in an experiment based on this study, which asked, are artistic populations anomaly prone? I was given a Palm Pilot. Some of our younger audience will have to look up what that is, and was sent telepathic messages by Professor Nicola Holt. She would think of film clips during the day, and I would write them down. Here's one example. So this is the film that she sent, which I think is called Clockwise, and this was my response to that, which she telepathically sent. I've always intended to extend upon this experience, but one never knows when something comes into play. 2018, I undertook my first residency in Paris since my daughter was born. The first time I'd spent away from my family for any good amount of time. With Claude Shannon's information theory in mind, along with the 2005 ESP experiment, and George Akehart's 1937 proposition of how one might share an image from sender to receiver, I made the work the discrete channel with noise. So this is a illustration from George Akehart's book, where he talks about, as I say, in 1937, so kind of pre-internet, obviously, where he talks about how a sender could send an image to its receiver and get a good likeness. And what he proposed is that you would take an image, you would grid it up into picture elements, which of course what we call pixels now. And then you would code them with a tone number between 1 and 10, from black to white or from white to black. And then you would then over telephone, you would tell your receiver the number to paint on a very large piece of paper, and that they would then individually paint each picture element until the picture was received. So this is something that I did with my husband. So I asked my husband to choose 10 images from the pendulum work from the archive of the Tabloid Archive. And then I gave him an acetate grid to lay over the photograph and number each picture element in tone from 1 to 10. He then told me the numbers by phone, and I painted them onto a large piece of gridded paper. So I was painting and he was saying 1, 3, 3, 6, 7, 2, 9, etc. And I used the same paint code tool system as George Akehart recommended, which is 1 to 10. So those are my paint pots and those are my paint brushes, which get exhibited along with the piece of work, because they're as important as the paintings and the photographs, because it's the process. I painted the numbers blind, not knowing what the image was. We made a human machine across the channel at the time of Brexit and the Cambridge Analytica scandal. When you experience the painting in real time, you see very tangibly the noise. The paintings are far from perfect. The control has gone, information has been lost or diverted, or perhaps even misused. Perhaps like Plato's Cave or Flatland, the paintings might offer a cautionary tale. It is interesting for me, as the paintings will be majoritively experienced through photographic and screen representation. As you will see, photography flattens, cleans the surface, makes things tidy. The paintings in reality are messy, full of mistakes and fingerprints. As soon as they are photographed, they enter a new context. And like Mike TV, who gets transmitted through Wonka Vision in Charlie and the Chocolate Factory and becomes 1/10 of his size, my paintings to photograph ratio does also. But here I am to give you some idea of size. Though of course I too have gone through the same compression. So there is the painting, which is the artifact, and then there is its reproduction, which enters into the networks and has a life of its own, of which I cannot control. I was asked the other day which I preferred, and I couldn't decide. Perhaps the artifact and its reproduction is infrathin. Thank you. That's the end.
Thank you so much, Claire.
You're welcome. I don't know how long that was. It seemed quite quick.
It was absolutely wonderful to see all of these, wonderful visuals coming through. That was absolutely wonderful to share with everybody. So intriguing, I have to say. I find your practice so incredibly evocative, and there's these styles that are coming through in your work, and the concepts and the way that you blend it all together really is something quite special. So it's been a pleasure to have you here and join us today, Claire. It will be wonderful too, because we're already getting questions come in from the chat within the live stream of people who would like to ask you questions. So if you are able to join us for the panel discussion, Claire, that would be absolutely fantastic to do that. So, and to have you answer and expand upon some of the questions that are coming in, that would be really, really fantastic. So we have finished a little under time, which is no worry at all, as we've gone through this morning and dealing with technical glitches along the way and getting everyone up to speed, making everyone feel comfortable. So, of course, that's incredibly important as well. So we are scheduled to have a break now at the end of your presentation, Claire, to allow everyone to take a breath and grab a cup of tea from wherever you are joining us from today. And then we will actually reconvene at 10:50 a.m. So a little longer break, but that's absolutely fine. It gives everyone the opportunity just to grab a snack or breakfast, or depending where you're joining us in the world, it might be a midnight treat. Who knows? So I just wanted to thank Keith and Claire so much for their presentations and welcoming us and starting off the day as we have been. We will rejoin you at 10:50 a.m. Where I will welcome you back, and we shall carry on the rest of this morning's proceedings. See you all in a short while. Hello, everyone. Welcome back. I hope you've had a pleasant break, grabbed some snacks and a cup of tea, made yourself comfortable for the rest of the morning session. It is my absolute pleasure to introduce to you Sema Yesil, a very esteemed guest for us here today for the Format 21 conference. I'd like to just give you a little background about Sema, if that's okay. Sema is a Turkish photographer living in Istanbul. Her work has been exhibited and published internationally in very many highly esteemed organizations, publications, and so on. She is an academic teaching within photography at some different organizations, including Falmouth University and within Istanbul as well. Sema has some wonderful exhibitions and is also featuring within Format 21 also. So I will allow Sema to do all of the talking about her wonderful practice, and we'll pass over now to you, Sema. We are absolutely thrilled to have you and see your wonderful presentation. That's going to be about 20 minutes long, I think.
Yeah, thank you very much. Hello, everyone. I'm Cemre Yeşilgönenli from Istanbul, just as I said. And I want to thank everyone who's a listener here today. And thank you for being here instead of anywhere else. And also to Format Festival for this chance and this great conference. So Gemma gave a little bit of background, but maybe a little bit of further reflection. I'm a photographer, a visual storyteller, and a bookmaker. And my photographic practice and text-based works generally can be considered as an effort to see things that I cannot see with the naked eye, I guess. And so for me, the practice is a chance to look at things from a closer distance. Generally, the things that I have trouble understanding by experiencing turn into potential projects for me. So what I aim to deliver with my work is generally what I try to understand through my work. So I see it as a process of sharing, really. And I must also say that history of photography or the ontology of photography is generally a great inspiration as well. So today I will speak about my work Hayal and Hakikat, which translates to English as dream and fact. It is also exhibited in Formats this year edition. I think the work refers to the theme of control in many different aspects, and I'm very happy to rethink about the work in relation to the theme of control together with you. I prefer to speak about basically the story of this research and how it came into being. So the journey of Hayal Hakikat actually starts from an historical encyclopedia called the Encyclopedia of Istanbul, where I live. By Reşat Ekrem Koçu, who is a very important novelist and historian. He was born in 1905 and died in 1975. And Salt Beyoğlu, who is one of the leading art and research centers in Istanbul, gathered all the research material he collected over the course of maybe 40 years to produce this encyclopedia. And they also did some side events. And luckily they invited me as one of the three artists to produce a body of work that departs from one of the entries that exist in the encyclopedia. And it's a huge collection, as you might see here. And basically what we did, we went through everything, and we had to depart from one of the entries. And this is, although it's an encyclopedia, I must say that it doesn't function like one because it is written in a very subjective manner. It's also very visual. And sometimes as a reader, you would think whether it's documentation or fiction. So it has this weird narrative, I would say, but it's a very rich source. So, I was lost for some time, but then what I did was I went for the entry photography. That in Turkish it's fotoğraf, starts with F, the letter F, which was in the latest zine that was published. So here at first it gives a little bit of background information about the status of photography back in the day and also the photography studios. But then comes the very exciting information, I mean for me it was, that he speaks about Abdülhamit II. He is the 34th Sultan of Ottoman Empire. And then Reşat Ekrem Koçu speaks about the fact that he planned an amnesty for his 25th anniversary of his crown, and that he ordered convicts to be photographed, and that he would choose who to free from by looking at the photographs. So this information for me, like the moment I read the sentence, I was like very, very curious about these images. And I was like, I knew I was going to hunt them without knowing whether they would still exist or not. And luckily they did. So I kind of went into this rare items library in Istanbul and luckily found a collection. And here you would see the group of prisoners photographed together. So this was also super interesting for me, but for some reason I went to study the details in the images. I was suddenly very much interested in how the prisoners' bodies were talking really, rather than their faces. But then something appeared which became even more interesting for me. I found this individual portraits of the prisoners. And then after studying them closely, I immediately understand that there was something going on with their hands, that you would easily recognize that they were posing in an unnatural way. I mean, nobody would, obviously you would kind of, feel that this was a direction given by the photographer. Nobody would pose like this, like it's not relaxed, it's like they are too much exposed, if you like. And for some reason, I always had this interest in the photographs of hands, a very subjective interest. And for me, this turned into a great question, like why, what was going on with their hands? So this question haunted me, and I went back home with the scans of these photographs, with this question in my head, and obviously got into some historical research. And then I found an historian who focused on, who was an expert on Abdülhamit II, and she solved the mystery for me. So basically, she told me that he had been moved by a pseudoscientific information he had from somewhere, we don't know the source, and that any criminal with a thumb joint being longer than the index finger joint is inclined to murder. So he was judging both the faces of the prisoners, but also the hands. And for me, this was like very interesting. And having said that, I also found another mini collection in the same collection, which again portrayed prisoners individually, but we knew that through the writings, we can understand that they were actually prisoners that were life sentenced. So these had nothing to do with the amnesty that was in question. So for me, looking closer to these images, there was suddenly a great contrast in between forgiveness and punishment to be found in the closer look at their hands and legs and their body language and the way they were photographed. So when you would put them all together, they would suddenly, made me think about forgiveness and punishment in an absurd way, I guess. But then this was the way I presented these photographs, and basically what I did was, as if I was killing them with a guillotine, I cropped their heads. But I positioned this decision almost as a gesture to save them, not to re-record their identities as criminals again, so discarding their crimes, or whatever they were, or perhaps give them a second life, a second chance in life, or to give back them their freedom. And this is where I want to pick up on the political realm of the work, which connects with today, actually. I don't know if any of you knows about the protests that happened in Gezi Park in Istanbul in 2013, but basically the government wanted to build a shopping mall in the park that it's in the city center, the very important city center of Istanbul. And that it turned into a huge event, event saying protest, and a lot of people really suffered out of what happened there. And I think we as a generation, we were heartbroken after what happened there. Although, you wouldn't perhaps see yourself as a highly politically active person, this affected a lot of people. And then out of what happened here, I think I personally lost the point of protesting in the streets, because this is a force you can't fight individually. And then it just felt like punching a ghost for me. So out of this experience, I think I approached this archive with some sort of an empathy, as if the prisoners were people I know, or, I related with them somehow, perhaps wanted to save them. And this has to do with the current political climate in Turkey. Like during the making of this book, Hayal Hakikat, also a friend of mine, who's a very great man, teaches in the same university that I teach, a very successful NGO worker, was suddenly put in jail without any justification. We wouldn't know what was he being accused of. And of course, he wasn't the only one. He was the one that I was very close with, that I knew. But there were many other artists, journalists, minority politicians that were just put in jail physically or mentally. Or they had to depart from, emigrate, because otherwise they would be end up in jail. But, the will for change and the freedom, of course, stays. And in a way, I think this work became my silent protest. And it kind of built a bridge in between the past and the current political realm in the context of control. Because I believe the absurdity that laid in the way the Sultan forgave or punished prisoners, in a way, it resonated a lot with what's going on in today's Turkey. I wouldn't say it's less absurd than judging the size of your fingers. It's just almost the same. So, I saw a similarity in between these prisoners and the people who find themselves in a similar situation today, some sort of a coincidental freedom, if you like, out of the government, out of how the governments and authorities want to have an endless and brutal control on the society that they're supposed to take care of. So again, cropping their heads as a photographer, I guess, was my way of controlling them metaphorically, in order to save them from a more brutal control system. And that's the reason why the book starts with a dedication page that follows this. This book is dedicated to bright people who are arbitrarily convicted or had to depart from this beautiful land in these difficult times that Turkey is going through. I also want to reflect a little bit on the making of the book. We had such a limited time to complete this body of work, during 3 weeks. So, I remember I woke up one night from bed to come, and I just started folding papers to come up with this idea of a zigzag bound for the book, because I wanted the reader, I wanted to give a free space to the reader first, that they would go through the pages without knowing who these people are or why they were photographed. And then I had to find a way to hide the text within a structure of a book, but still kind of hidden, because I wanted the hayal and hakikat part, so the dream and the fact, to make some sort of a visual clash. So yeah, and first it was I made it as 40 copies, and for me this is the dummy of the book that were printed for 40 copies, and it was important that this work was a book, because out of those 40 copies, they were signed and numbered, and I sent the first copy to this friend who was in prison. So for me, in a way, the cycle of the work was completed after the first copy was sent to him, to this friend. And to be honest, for me, this book then was published by my own publisher, Field Books, in collaboration with this great British publisher, Ghost Books. And I must also say that for me, it was such an important thing that a British publisher was interested in publishing this, because, as you might be aware, in Turkey, there are not too many platforms to share such a content. And also, since we don't have a very free web media, for me, it was very important, to get this kind of a response from Europe or other places in the world. And then I also wanted to kind of reflect a little bit about how the work resolved for me through one single image, which is this one, which is a very brutal image. So basically, I mean, you see this executed man in the center, you see the soldiers in the both ends, and then at the very back, I don't know if you can see it from your screens, but a very ghostly man like behind the window. So for me, this image was filled with questions like why this image was taken, who is it, who, like, what, that's even in the context of the symposium, what is it controlling, how, and you see the chained prisoners chained to each other. So it's like, for me, it was a very brutal image, and every time I look at it, even now, it brings new questions for me. So I wanted to put it in the book too, in order to kind of evoke similar questions for the reader. And I also felt like this brutality should also be in the book. And, you know, besides from all these social and political aspects in my head, I was also trying to, I guess, forgive someone that I cared about, but who broke me. So in a way, you know, making this work also made me think about forgiveness and punishment in an abstract way. And that little text piece that was hidden underneath that photograph that comes as a print in the book that goes, "Would you be upset if he dies so much? Then forgive." So this came out in a natural conversation between me and my husband when I was speaking about this person that I'm trying to forgive but can't. So basically it had to do with, I think, what I want the reader to get out of this book, which was, you know, to invite the reader to give a second chance to those prisoners, but also, you know, help me in my own way of setting them free and perhaps learn to forgive if possible. And finally, due to the timing of this conference, I needed to make a little bit of self-promotion in front of such a nice crowd that is interested in the medium of photography, because I'm kind of launching this new body of work as an exhibition and as a new book next week. So I thought it would be relevant to speak about it very shortly. Basically, it departs from this 19th century photographic tradition called hidden mothers that you might be aware of. Many artists also produce very beautiful works departing from the same tradition. But for me, basically, it had to do with this idea of mothers had to kind of, you know, disguise themselves as curtains, couches, chairs, or even absence itself, in order to hold the baby still for the correct exposure time back in 19th century. However, the mothers were not absent from these portraits. On the contrary, I think they, you know, the hidden with the photographs makes us find the mothers hiding deep, even in a deeper place. So basically, by using hidden mothers as an historical and conceptual framework, I would say that double portrait is a reverie in the form of images and words, and it is about remembering what it means to be held and experiencing what it means to hold regardless of cultural norms relating to gender. So it's a process which records 9 years of research into a real-time system observation on the mother and child relationship through different lenses. I would also say that double portrait is a cartography towards the complex relationship between the mother and child, and also the unfolding process of motherhood. And I also see it as a visual response to the unimaginable death of everyone's mother. Or if I need to reframe it in relation to our theme today, it is also about something we all know about emotionally, but cannot articulate or control all that easily, neither as adults or even as newborn babies. This is it from me. Thank you very much for listening. I hope you enjoyed it. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Sema. That was absolutely beautiful, and your timing was also perfect. So well done for doing that so well and so articulately in such a short space of time as well. And I'm so glad you got the opportunity for that self-promotion in there. That is what we are absolutely here to do. It's not just hear you talk about your wonderful work, but also share it with everybody and let them know where they can find it and where they can see it. So, I mean, wow, what a fantastic way to frame up the thoughts for this morning. And as we move into our next segment, we will be saying goodbye to Sema. And I have the absolute pleasure to welcome two speakers who will be joining us in conversation today, all the way from Russia. Live from Russia. I love the way that we are coming in from all around the world during today's conference. So I would like to introduce you to the wonderful Max Scher and Sergei Novikov. I'm going to just go through a little bit of biography for Max and Sergei, just to give you some initial context. And I'm sure that Max and Sergei will be able to elaborate on their own experiences. But Max is a photographic artist who is interested in the representation of Soviet cultural landscapes and the local problematic histories of which they contain. Max works in photography, installation and video, and also produces books and zines. Max's work has been exhibited as part of solo and group shows in very many highly esteemed locations. He's been published in publications and has worked as a photographer on various other assignments from New York Times, The Guardian, Bloomberg Business Week, and so on. So moving over a little to Sergei. Sergei is a visual artist, and his work centers on the economy and culture of territory societies and the mechanisms by which they function. So it already sounds to me as though Max and Sergei are going to be having a lightning conversation with us this morning. Sergei's practice includes interventions in urban landscape, staging, reenactments. It's something I really enjoy, reenacted work, to do with modernity. Again, an illustrious list of accolades from prizes from the Photo Book Fest Moscow Dummy Award, the Lucy Scholarship. Just, again, wonderful accolades. And as well, just like Max, so many works published in various publications, the Moscow Times, the Atlantic Cities, BuzzFeed, Dazed and Confused, the list goes on. So I will hand over now to Max and Sergei. It's so wonderful to have you, and we can't wait to experience your conversation. I've already got some insights from having been behind the scenes to know what you're going to be talking about, and I can't wait for everyone to really enjoy. So I'll hand over to you now.
Thank you so much, Gemma, for this very flattering presentation of us both. We didn't actually expect it. And because there's no such a culture in our country of like presenting artists in this way. Thank you so much. So we are a small artist duo and visual artists and photographers, and we since a couple of years we run our own small publishing brand called Recurrent Books, under which our book, which is now being shown, has been published a couple of years ago. And to begin, right to the topic that we wanted to discuss, there existed and still exists a widespread illusion, or rather even a well-concealed cynical self-licensing, both in the West and in the East, in the 80s and 90s, when we were young teenagers, that market economy in its neoliberal variety per se would sooner or later democratize the communist nations, the so-called communist nations, which embraced it back then, China, Russia, and Eastern Europe. And now, 30 years later, we see that, with a few happy exceptions, neoliberal capitalism has nothing to do with democracy, human rights, or political freedom. On the contrary, it feels much better without them. When you prioritize greed, self-interest, and maximizing profits over common good, care for the environment and human development, you will one day end up where we are now, actually, at least in our country, in Russia. What we have is a neoliberal capitalist economy in perfect sync with the mafia-style police dictatorship. That's even worse than the late Soviet regime when we were growing up. That being said, the gatekeepers of the Western visual and photographic system, as I can call it, that is the mass media, visual arts, etc., seem to continue to rely on a very limited set of simplistic, orientalist and exoticizing visual tropes when portraying the post-Soviet world, as though it's still something radically different from the democratic West. These tropes include endless statues of Lenin, marching soldiers, the omnipresent Putin, the Kremlin, the Trans-Siberian, a remote snowy village, and lately Soviet modernism, often accompanied with such adjectives as weird, strange, or mystic, but rarely referring to the everyday experiences, power relations, inequalities, institutions, etc., existing in that vast territory that we have to deal with in our everyday lives. Doing so would mean to reflect on similar dynamics and issues in Western societies themselves, which could turn out not to be so different, all differences that do exist notwithstanding. But it's easier to point fingers and to focus on what's different. For any post-Soviet photographer, a dilemma then arises. Pack one's photography into a palatable, commodified product and succeed in the present-day division of photographic labor, adapting his or her ideas accordingly, or try to carve out a critical path of his or her own, trying to dissect how things work and why. And the latter is exactly the way we wanted our project and photo book titled Infrastructures to be. It doesn't in any way mean that we want to add more ammunition to the Kremlin's hysterical anti-Western propaganda. We just want to maintain our independent perspective, taking a critical stance towards and dissecting systems from the position of pot and kettle.
Yeah, so Infrastructures is a research-based photo project and photo book about the post-Soviet political economy created in 2016-2019. Using documentary and staged photography, as well as our own writing, we look at and reflect on the political and cultural significance of both the physical infrastructure, such as roads, bridges, pipelines, etc., and infrastructure of thinking and discourse that historically underpins the functioning of the state and power. The project is deliberately holistic, that is based on the idea that everything is interconnected in a system which in turn is greater than the sum of its parts. Instead of focusing on just one theme, we make an overview of 50 themes, each of them pointing to how rich, complex, and deep the depiction and exploration of post-Soviet experience and power structures can be. Almost any of these 50 themes could serve a jumping-off point for a project in its own right, ranging from Soviet geographical imagination, conspiracy theories, divide and rule politics, and public space, to contraband, modernization, or psychiatry. For motto, we picked a great phrase by little-known Soviet-era dissident, historian, and political theorist Mikhail Gefter: "Some incredible adventures can happen to a country whose artistic image is so alien to its real material movements." It doesn't only refer to the Western perceptions of it, but even more so to our own deeply rooted mythologies and die-hard ideas about the area where we live. Hence our desire to opt for complexity and nuance instead of recognizable cliché or tropes. That's why we also refused to make a traditional photo project or photo essay, and followed the example of Alan Sikula's Fish Story by combining images and our own texts, both essays and occasional captions for pictures, making them equal in interacting in conveying our ideas. As an example of our project, we would like to talk about 3 chapters from our book: two deal with various aspects of conspiracy theories and how they are used as a political tool. The third is about constructed threats that the security apparatus sells to the powers that be in order to justify their existence.
So yeah, conspiracy theories, the hot topic everywhere. One of the chapters in our book is titled Psychotronic War as Social Anesthesia. The latter term was coined by culture historian Ilya Kukulin, who studied Soviet science periodicals printed in the millions back in the 60s and 80s and intended for Soviet engineers and technology scientists, a rather influential class created after World War II by Soviet government to compete in the Cold War arms race with the West. Kukulin proposes a convincing theory on how these periodicals called, for example, Knowledge is Power, Chemistry and Life, etc., along with the overall political climate and repressive practices of late Soviet regime, created a conspiracy-prone worldview by replacing any debate on history, politics, social sciences with science fictions, esoteric theories, and ready-made ideological cliches, relegating everything related to politics or knowledge of society to the sphere of the unknowable. For this chapter, we photographed the disabled former Soviet over-the-horizon radar, 500-meter long and 150-meter tall, built near Chernobyl power plant shortly before the disaster. It's now one of the main characters, so-called, of conspiracy theories. During Soviet and early post-Soviet years, it was believed that it was a tool to irradiate the people and thus influence them. Now it's the West which allegedly operates it. When it needs, it switches it on, and the Ukrainians take to the streets to protest, switch off, and they go back home. The group of people is in the picture is a reenactment of a regular meeting assembling members of the oldest conspiracy organization created when the Soviet Union still existed. It's called Moscow Committee for Housing Ecology. When we were young, that is in the 90s, conspiracy theorists in Russia were a tiny and marginal group who disseminated lengthy pseudo-scientific articles on psychotronic weapons, including this Chernobyl radar, and occasionally rallied with science against world conspiracies and psychotronic war. Reactions from the general public were mostly that they were like peaceful and funny town fools. Today, conspiracy theories is the fundamental ideology of the late Putinism, a system of government combining neoliberal economic policies with mafia-style dictatorial practices in politics and public life. Conspiracy theories are a convenient nearly universal tool of manipulation. Something is happening. Sorry, in the former group. On the one hand, they seem to insinuate that everything is already decided for us, and that political resistance is therefore meaningless. On the other hand, conspiracy theories can be used to flood the media landscape with trash or distract attention, demoralize, break trust, prevent any meaningful debate, and to politically immobilize the people and legitimize the ruling clique, while releasing them from any responsibility. Another chapter in our book that deals with conspiracies from another practical political economic angle is titled Eternal Call and Separation of Powers. Eternal Call was the title of a 1970s Soviet propaganda novel that there existed a whole industry producing tons of trash propaganda fiction by writers who were also party officials back then. And in early 90s, it became a literary source for one of the most popular and most cited conspiracy theory today, the so-called Dulles Plan, named so after the early Cold War era CIA chief Allen Dulles, and eclipsing in popularity even the Protocols of the Elders of Zion. The photograph depicts the pages in the novel from where the Dulles Plan was directly borrowed by a church right-winger who authored it. It's rather a regular conspiracy theory alleging that the immoral United States has long been plotting to destroy Russia by undermining its values. it rationalizes the reasons behind the fall of the USSR for conservative-minded Soviet citizens who were shocked by this turn of events. After all, such a powerful nation couldn't just fall apart by itself. It was ruined by a conspiring enemy who outsmarted us, the trusting and faithful. But what's more interesting is how these theories actually circulate in the public sphere today. On the one hand, mainstream bureaucrats, regional governors, and security hawks often refer to the Dulles Plan as a justification for their incompetence or new drastic measures against the civil society. On the other hand, a court in a small Russian town banned the text of the Dulles Plan as extremist. What happened? The practice of pronouncing random works of fiction, journalistic stories, songs, and essays as extremist has become a full-fledged tool of political censorship in recent years, in defiance of a constitutional ban on such. What's more, this censorship primarily helps the power apparatus cobble together a neat report and justify their existence. The ideological content or authorship of these texts doesn't matter as a rule. They're chosen at random based on key words, songs by contemporary musicians, 19th century satire, memes, cartoons, and even patriotic conspiracy theories such as this Dulles Plan can be banned as extremist. Court decisions like the one mentioned above are often delivered based on cases by prosecutors in small towns and don't have much impact on the distribution of the banned works or ideas. And why small towns is actually because courts, police, and other security officials are often friends between themselves there, and who just help each other, actually acting as one and only punitive agency. If today a judge helps his prosecutor friend by rubber stamping the decision he needs, then the prosecutor might help the judge take control of someone's business or fix up the fence at his country house tomorrow. For that matter, the Kremlin neither formulates nor dictates any centralized policy. Local bureaucrats and strongmen must catch the signals in political speeches, for example, and act on them until they hear from the powers that be. If they don't hear anything, that means they can keep cobbling together sham cases against the extremists, so-called. In this cunning scheme that seemingly leaves no legal traces, the central authorities give themselves a kind of alibi, a possibility for plausible deniability. They can always cite an excessive act or overzealousness. That's the separation of powers for you, at least how it operates in our place.
The last chapter we want to talk about is titled Trading in Threats as a form of extracting rent. Using this staged photograph of non-existent Siberian separatists, we wanted to discuss the constructed nature of one of the basic principles underpinning the workings of Putin's security apparatus. Some funny background for the photograph. During the 2014 Putin's aggression against Ukraine, which incited its Russian-speaking minority to secede or at least to federalize, someone posted a video on YouTube, most likely the Russian secret police FSB, depicting three armed men in camouflage with a white-green Siberian flag, appealing to citizens of the Siberian capital Novosibirsk to follow the Ukrainian example and demand federalization of Siberia. They literally called for people to take to the streets the next day, apparently to bring out the potential Siberian separatists and neutralize them, a very simple provocation. Nobody came out because Siberian separatism doesn't exist, just an overall animosity towards central government for treating Siberia as a colony. So the photograph basically reenacts that video in one frame. A prominent contemporary Russian sociologist named Simon Kardonsky formulates the difference between class in the West and estates, as he calls them, in the post-Soviet world. If classes are groups that appear on the capitalist market as a result of one party getting lucky and another not, then a Russian estate, Soslovia, something akin to the Western medieval estate of the realm or caste, is a group that is created by the state, mainly to neutralize a threat. The security apparatus, Kardonsky argues, is an estate or caste of its own, enjoying enormous power and privilege in exchange for being required to protect the ruling group from threats. If there are no real threats or enemies, they must be invented, and the impression must be created that they are fighting them. Otherwise, the power structures themselves will be under threat of reorganization. The more meaningful the threat, the more resources can be appropriated. In construction threats, the ruling clique deeply ingrained complexes, myths, and phobias. Some come into play no matter how superstitious and illusory they might seem. The only limit here is the imagination and the can-do spirit of the security apparatus. Such was already the case during the Stalin's Great Terror in the 30s, when the Soviet secret police, NKVD, acquired enormous, even total power over society on the wave of uncontrollable expansion of power. Their hold weakened only after it was brought to heel from above. But if during the Soviet period the KGB were at least controlled by the Soviet Communist parties, then today there is no control whatsoever. In this way, there is a constant stream of laws on extremism, terrorism, foreign agents, and separatism. The repressive tool set is extensive and constantly expanding. The rent-seeking and the illegal principle who can do what and who can't is enforced, for example, in the interpretation of the concept of separatism. The criminal code defines it as public calls for action directed towards the violation of the territorial integrity of the Russian Federation. Even for talking about separatism, citizens can get prison terms. Some have already gotten one, but the ruling group themselves consider it their right to incite separatism abroad and seize territories of neighboring countries while doing out Russian territories, if it is in the interests of someone in power. Over the last decade, China received islands on the Amur River. Norway received about 200,000 square kilometers of the continental shelf, and Azerbaijan got 3 villages along with their residents. There is a lobbyist battle for articles of the criminal code that permit the construction of threats, as this, above all, is an economic resource and a tool for expanding power. If you put an extremist or a separatist away, you get a bonus, a promotion, or social capital. Both the powers that be and the security apparatus are aware of the fact that the reality of their successes in the fight against threats is completely fabricated. But the former buy them, especially in crisis situations, because they themselves are dependent on the loyalty and decisiveness of the latter. Hence the insistence that the security apparatus never makes mistakes, a mantra that the power hawks would like to make a part of the law. However, even that this division between powers and powers that be and security apparatus is potentially out of date. Scholars and commentators have been already calling the Russian regime a dictatorship of the secret police for some time now. They, the strong men, are the ones who have full political power. And here we are back to conspiracy theories. According to historian and scholar of conspiracy Eyal Yablokov, who recently authored a book titled The Russian Conspiracy Culture, Putin's security apparatus today, from top brass to rank and file, share this conspiracies-based worldview, which is rapidly transforming into a quasi-ideology. So, in a way, we live in a dictatorship of conspiracy theories now.
And yeah, as a conclusion, what we can say is that new generations in Russia, Belarus, and Kazakhstan and other post-Soviet dictatorships want to take part in debating and solving global issues, and are prepared for it both in terms of their theoretical skills and experience, but they are both contained and pushed back both by the repressive regimes at home and by the Orientalist ghosting reception outside. That's it for today.
That's absolutely wonderful. Thank you so much, Max, Sergey. What compelling visuals you've shared with us today, and incredibly oh wow, the images are so evocative, and the background that you've shared with us of the idea of the conspiracy theory, which you're quite right is so insidious within all aspects of our lives nowadays, globally and through the channels of communication. So thank you so much for such a wonderful presentation, and so lovely of you as well to say that we're welcome to have you, and we genuinely are. You know, this is utterly sincere, and I'm so sorry you're not getting that reception elsewhere. You totally deserve it. So thank you so much. So we will now be moving on to a bit of a character, I'd say. You know, someone who has a little bit of a reputation from what I'm aware of. I'm allowed to say that because Phil is my very important working colleague. We work together on BA Honours Photography, so it really is it's a delight to be able to platform Phil and for him to talk to us about his work, which is and even though we work very closely together as a team, it really is something to behold. And one of the wonders of having these events is that we're able to share our own research with you too. So I'm going to give you a little background on Phil. So Phil has a wardrobe of very excellent shirts, is how I'd always like to start off by describing Phil. But Dr. Philip Harris is a researcher, image maker and program leader for BA Honours Photography at the University of Derby, and I am very proud to work alongside such a crazy and brilliant and exciting and fun and only very occasionally slightly angry person. He was awarded a PhD by Birmingham City University in 2012. He's part of the Martin Heidegger fan club, probably a very well signed up member, although does like to critique quite a bit of Martin at the same time. But ultimately, Phil's practice explores what he describes as the misuse of analog cinemedia as a vehicle to engage with politics, representation and social concerns. He too has exhibited in very many locations, from being involved with Format historically, but also with Exposure Festival in Calgary, and has made some wonderful work, which of course is also on display within Format 21. And as well as Phil and I working together on the conference, he is also the co-editor along with me for the publication for Format 19. I think even Phil is going to probably start throwing a book in your direction.
Absolutely.
To demonstrate it. So without further ado, Phil, I shall pass over to you, and we're really looking forward to hearing your presentation.
Thank you, Gemma. That's really kind of you. Brilliant. Hello, everybody. Thank you for attending today. It's really good to see the attendance in this event. It's great. So thank you very much indeed. For this presentation, I am going to discuss a work that I undertook in response to the lockdown and mass isolation that's occurred due to the spread of COVID-19. I will read over two film works, both of which I am delighted to say are exhibited in Format 21. The first is a work called Stay at Home, which I use here largely as a background for social context. The other, a film called Lockdown Apple Blossom, is really the main focus of the presentation, during which I will discuss ideas about nature and the problematic values of this widely used term. As I'm sure will be acknowledged by everyone at this conference, the impact of COVID-19, the threat to health, resulting lockdown, restrictions on movement, mass isolation, is an unprecedented event in modern history. The global impact of this virus has tested the capacities of national infrastructures beyond any other event since perhaps the Second World War, as well as it having a massive effect on individuals. Like many artists, I sought out ways to respond to this momentous and unpredictable event. Lockdown Apple Blossom was initiated during the early stages of the impact of COVID-19 on the UK, but actually it was started prior to the UK Prime Minister's edict on the 23rd of March 2020 that we were required to stay at home. This work was an initial response to a number of themes and issues which became more apparent after the lockdown and the ensuing impact of COVID-19. And an initial impetus for the work was on the human perception of time and duration against that of the life cycle of plants and the passage of the seasons, and that these continued regardless of any impact on our lives by external forces and influences. The experience of time, though, became of much greater significance due to the lockdown that followed. The second theme, and very much pivotal to the work, is what I regard as a problematic attitude towards what we call nature. That is, our celebration of it, our misuse of it, and also its impact upon us. and also our belief in the robustness of our social structures. These are already sorely tested in this country by Brexit, and have been even more sorely tested, I think, in America by the likes of Donald Trump, and also with Max and Sergei by the Putin administration. At the outset, the project was speculative, like many other projects that the audience will be aware of with their own practice. So its relevance to the wider state of affairs was not really known at the time. My interest in the apple blossom was to somehow record or describe the gradual process of the unconcealing, to borrow a phrase from Heidegger, of the apple blossom from the closed bud, and possibly to film all the way through to the production of an apple. It would then take 7 to 8 months. Didn't happen, but there you go. The production of blossom is fleeting, an event we regard as beautiful and a signifier of new life. It is also repetitive, happens every year, and it somehow represents the stubbornness of this living thing to persist and proceed with its processes, regardless of any events and impacts upon our own lives or that of the wider world. As I saw it, the apple blossom was a counterpoint to the ceasing of the normal functions of the Western consumer society due to the spread, I might say, by human beings of a natural organism, that is the COVID-19 virus itself. You might regard it as a very different flourishing, at least from the point of view of Western societies. The cessation of normal functions caused some remarkable outcomes. Due to the lack of air and road traffic, the air became clearer. The sun became brighter with a contrast I can only describe as, on some days, as looking through a polarizing filter. The absence of customary ambient sounds of traffic allowed a stillness and quiet to pervade, allowing the behavior of birds to change and become more vocal and articulate in their song due to a lack of oral competition. I could now see clearly the hills of Cannock Chase many miles away, where before they would be lost in the midst of pollution. And also there are accounts of air clarity worldwide. For example, the Himalayas being visible from the Punjab for the first time in 30 years. So what was a speculative project seemed rather more prescient than at first thought. So let me go back. Let me just see where I am with stuff. Yeah, great. So let me go back to describe something about processing media. And you've seen a couple of slides of an ancient camera and also projection in projection in my garden. Filming was undertaken with a clockwork 60mm camera. The use of a physical medium and a device powered only by mechanical kinetic energy being used as a counterpoint to our dependence on digital media, something we've become very much used to over lockdown and also dependent upon. Now, this is not a criticism, it's more of making a point of difference. The kinetic qualities of the spring-driven camera require it to be wound with a physical action rather than battery power. There's no computer, no circuit board, no automation whatsoever. Essentially, it's a lens attached to a box containing lots of springs, wheels, cogs, and it's controlled by friction. There is something about the technical redundancy and obsolescence of such a device that seemed to speak of the drastic change to our lives during lockdown, that many of the things we took for granted were brought into question, including our relationship with non-human living beings and the condition of the wider environment. An edit of the footage, there are about 15 rolls of film for this. An edit of the footage was projected and videoed in the early stage of the second lockdown this year. The projection is staged in the garden of my home to situate the film within the domestic environment, and also think of the garden as a site of human control and also manipulation of natural things. And of course, the domestic environment became so significant during the periods of lockdown because we spent so much time in them. Indeed, a narrative has emerged that the impact of COVID-19 offers an opportunity, even more a need, to do things differently, to alter our register with the earth, within, and I say within rather than upon, which we live. I think there is a distinction to be made between the world upon which we live and one within. What I'm trying to suggest here is that we share this rock with other things. This is a narrative explored very thoroughly by the likes of Donna Haraway and others. And the idea of the term upon suggests a central authority and the world regarded as a resource. And it seems to suggest that we have other options, as if we can jump off to somewhere else when we need to. To live within suggests a kinship, see Haraway again, and the responsibilities of stewardship. It suggests a staying with. The footage was made using a combination of continuous filming, but also using single frames in succession with breaks to disrupt the temporal flow of continuous filming. And this is a way of reflecting upon the disruption to our lives and an intention to suggest a discontinuity of time and temporal experience. However, what also occurred was a rendering of the blossom that, with the active wind, had a kind of violent quality to it, suggests trauma, as if the tree was shaking the blossom loose, trying to rid itself of what it had produced. Filming continued from the evolution of the bud into the blossom. Filming stopped when the ovaries dropped off one day in May, all of a sudden, offering no further opportunity to film the production of an apple. So it just, yeah, and these things happen. Project ended. Now, nature has become a prominent feature of COVID-19, but in ways that vary greatly depending on the purpose and scope of how it is conceived. Engagement with nature has been celebrated as a boost to our well-being, as in going for a walk in the countryside, and you can see any number of guides on the values of nature to our well-being. But there are some serious contradictions between what is essentially a populist view and a more specialized scientific approach that explains that the reason for the spread of COVID-19 is due to the encroachment of human beings on the habitats of other living things. I'm not criticizing anyone going for a walk in the country. It's very enjoyable. We all like to do it. But the reasons why diseases and viruses jump between species and sometimes between animals and people on a local as well as a global level is due to wild animals being forced to live in increasingly smaller areas due to encroachment by human activities, or that these animals enter into areas habitated by human beings for that same reason. My point is that we apply the same term nature to both circumstances, but where one idea of nature is based around the well-proven therapeutic experience of leisure and well-being, the other is concerned with the event of the cross-species contamination due to human encroachment into the spaces inhabited by wild animals. This does not just take place in the outer reach. Sorry, this is not just take place globally in the outer reaches of the globe. It takes place here in the UK. Think of badgers and TB. And let's not forget, COVID is natural. It's not out to get us, even though we tend to personalize these things. It is doing what a pathogen does. Nature, rather than being this benign entity, is very much a contested term. And in the world in which we live, it is very much a contest. And I think a lot of that is down to us and our behaviors. So there was a sense of urgency to these ideas and these issues. And there has been for many years prior to the impact of COVID-19. And this sense was expressed very publicly recently by both the UN and the World Health Organization that COVID was a warning. We need to do things differently afterwards. In doing so, it raises concerns not just with our treatment of other living things and our environment, but how we conceive of it in the first place, because it is the act of conception that determines how we treat whatever we conceive of. Nature, as Raymond Williams described it, is a highly complex term. It means different things in different contexts. Even when referring to non-human things, it belies a complexity that largely passes by our very general use of the term. It is, in the first instance, a word, a signifier, a concept, or collection of concepts that often compete and contradict. As a noun, it refers to a category that encompasses an immense range of things, processes, and events. And I think in doing so, it runs the risk of becoming rather meaningless. To some extent, we can also we can think of the allocation of the term nature in terms of what Heidegger wrote in in his theory of enframing, in cracking little essay called The Question Concerning Technology. What he meant by this, in the sense that human beings are challenged by the conditions of being, and in reaction have tended to classify and allocate concepts and terms for things as a way to control them and cope with them due to being thrown into this condition of being. Whilst I'm cautious to rely too much on Heidegger, especially in light of Donna Haraway's criticism that his texts concentrate wholly on the human experience and include any sense of the other things we live with, there is a sense in which language as a coping mechanism allows us to categorize things out of convenience due to the exigencies of everyday living, essentially finding food and shelter amongst the world we sometimes find hostile. But if we stop to consider that meaning of the term nature, I wonder if we find it adequate to conceive of the complexity, sophistication, and also the inconsistencies of what it refers to. However, despite what I think is a really valid riposte by Haraway towards Heidegger, what he is clear about in The Question Concerning Technology, and this is an essay that was written in 1953, delivered to an audience in 1953 actually, what he is clear about is that unless we change the ways in which we conceive of the environment in which we live, we will face an inevitable and irretrievable fall from grace. Haraway's dismissal of Heidegger is due to his complete concentration on human experience, with no reference to the non-human lives we share this earth with. In his superb and immense Traces on the Rhodian Shore, Clarence J. Glacken embarks on the conception of nature from ancient times to the 19th century. This work is huge, it's amazing. But it is significant that Glacken stopped short of progressing further than the turn of the 19th century due to the period between then and now, requiring the life's work of another scholar. It was just too much work to do that as well. However, the theme of Glacken's volume is not so much the concept of nature or the value of nature, but the study of the beliefs and concepts that support our ideas and concepts of the earth as a suitable habitat for human dwelling. Hence, he argues that three themes have persisted since ancient times. The first being the idea of a designed earth, an earth designed by some kind of deity. The second is the factor of environmental influence on human beings, the way that the environment actually changes us. And also the idea of man as a geographic agent. While nature as a personified thing, i.e. we refer to nature as Mother Nature, and also an abstract idea has been subject of extended discussion in Western thought, a consideration for the products of that nature, i.e. animals, has received scant positive attention. Let me see where I am. Terrific. Lovely. Yes. This is borne out, I think, really neatly by a small volume by Gilbert Simondon, titled Two Lessons on Animals and Man. This is written in 1967, I think it is. Now, Simondon is more well known for his studies on technology. However, in this small volume, he presents a picture in which the tradition of Western philosophy has largely dismissed animals as having nothing more than a practical purpose for human beings. This is largely born out of a study of the ancients, e.g. Aristotle, but more severely, 2,000 years later, by the likes of Descartes, who regarded animals as little more than organic automatons without soul or consciousness, and certainly without agency. There are glimmers of a more positive, attitude in the work of La Fontaine, who remains unique at the time in his defense on animals, almost unique anyway. If we bear in mind that let me move the page up a little bit. Go. If we bear in mind that the philosophers Simondon discusses are also the foundations of Western thought, it places the value of non-human species, flora and fauna, in sharp relief that perhaps our view of non-human species, ostensibly things we refer to as natural, also include non-human species we have domesticated, and gardens are a good example. This is the result of a catastrophically deep-seated and tacit belief that all non-human things are are subservient to our needs. This theme is superbly extended and delineated in Raymond Williams' short essays, Idea of Nature, The Ideas of Nature, 1973, in which he critically and theoretically examines the means and methods by which the concepts and values of nature have changed according to human needs and desires. However, to my mind, it is the work of feminist environmental ecologists who have made the most significant contributions to address these problems. André Collard's Rape of the Wild of 1989 re-evaluates the gendered origins of God myths and presents an argument for an alternative to a male-orientated attitude to nature, our environment, and how it originated. Val Plumwood's really impressive Feminism and the Mastery of Nature of 1993 explores the history of a male-orientated Western philosophic tradition, i.e. Plato, in light of its dismissal of nature, where the sphere of cosmic order and reason regarded as male is contrasted against nature and instinct characterized as feminine. She writes very powerfully at the close of the book, the reason-nature story, that's reason-stroke-nature, this kind of philosophic entity. The reason-nature story has been the master story of Western culture. It is a story that has spoken mainly of conquest and control, of capture and use, of destruction and incorporation. This story is now a disabling story. Much inspiration for new, less destructive guiding stories can be drawn from sources other than the master, from subordinated and ignored parts of Western culture, such as women's stories of care. I'm not claiming, an example of other such stories is embodied in the work of Donna Haraway, and the scope is much wider than Western culture. The ideas of kinship argued by Haraway and an urgent need to rectify our relationships with non-human species is brilliantly exercised in her Staying with the Trouble. A key theme for Haraway is the need to develop new terms, stories and methods that allow us to rethink and reconceive of our kinship with non-human species. This is not simply just the casual use of words, but previously ignored methods that allow revised attitudes towards the non-human intelligences that we share the world with. I'm not claiming that this work contains these narratives as direct content, but more that the ideas discussed here are the background and sometimes the foreground to the work. And these things oscillate, they change. It is a point of crisis that the wider environment and non-human species have been indelibly marked and affected by the impact of human beings. It will be truly interesting to see how our post-COVID lives can address these critically sharp issues of our stewardship and care for our world. Thanks.
That's marvellous, Phil. Thank you so much for a wonderful presentation, so poignant to our times right now. Yeah, what wonderful research, and again the intertwining between the ideas of Donna Haraway and going from Heidegger to the beautiful and very evocative work that you've shown is really something.
Thank you.
It really is. No, my absolute pleasure.
I need a drink now. I need something stronger than this, but never mind. That's great.
Oh, girl, you me both. Definitely, we shall be celebrating later on.
That, unfortunately, is just water and lemon.
No, absolutely. Well, okay, so thank you so much. It's funny you were talking about domesticated animals as well. My cat was just 1 second ago was flouncing around me, so we might. Yeah,
might have been scratching the door this morning trying to come in, but they've been barred from this room.
we did say that anything could happen, that this is what happens when you go live. So I had a fire alarm a little while ago as well. So, you know, it's all ready today. We're just such a slick kind of operation here. So it's all
with animals, children and academics.
Exactly. So now we have the opportunity to move into our panel discussion. We have our technical team who are ferociously trying to get everyone in
they have
at the right
really
time.
very good.
and they have been marvelous. Honestly, but what is going on behind the scenes here really is incredible. So we're going to work very hard to get everyone on the panel. So we've had some fantastic questions that have come through from the chat. Thank you so much to everyone who is contributing, making these kind of offerings, asking questions. That is so vital for us, and of course all of our panelists who have participated in their presentations here this morning really appreciate that very much as well. But what I wanted to do now was introduce a very special guest to our panel, and that is the wonderful Melanie King. Now, Melanie hasn't presented with us this morning, but Melanie has some fantastic thinking in her own practice and research that I'm hoping really does chime with the presentations that we've had this morning. There are certainly, I feel anyway, some links between Melanie's own very exciting research and practice that really pick up on some of the threads that are flowing through this morning. So I'd like to take the opportunity just to give a little bit of background on Melanie, and then before I then introduce everybody onto the panel.
Yay,
so look at that, so slick. Melanie is an artist and curator from Manchester with a specific focus on astronomy. And Melanie is based in Kent, but she is also the co-director of Super Collider, Lumen Studios, and the founder of the London Alternative Photography Collective, as well as being an academic and a lecturer on various programs around the capital. Melanie is also a PhD candidate at the Royal College of Arts. So a comrade in arms, Melanie. We're both kind of riding the final stretch of our own PhDs, and has had some wonderful solo shows, with one coming up in Argentia Gallery in Birmingham in 2022, which is fantastic, and of course so many other fantastic shows around not just the UK but around the world, including Amsterdam, Los Angeles, Japan, the list goes on. So we have all of our panel here, which is absolutely wonderful. But I'm going to put you on the spot, Melanie, if that's okay. I seem to have the habit of putting you on the spot recently. But I'm hoping that we could start really with, I would love your thoughts based on the presentations from this morning. If we could spotlight you. If we could take a moment to kind of press you on your own practice and how you feel that your own practice and research might chime or resonate with the presentations from this morning. I'd just like to frame your own work, and then we can expand this out into questions that we've had coming in from our wonderful delegates. So over to you, Melanie.
Thank you so much, Gemma, for introducing me. I hope you can all see me okay and hear me okay.
Yes.
Brilliant.
Yes.
So yeah, I was really fascinated to hear about all of your different practices today, and to hear about how you approach research and making within that area. And I was particularly interested in how you approach kind of narrative within your project. I'm doing a kind of research degree, so I'm currently trying to do lots of different research into different areas, and to try and formulate all of my ideas and thoughts together. And quite a few of you have made a photo book, so Semre, for example. I was just wondering how you control the narrative of your project, and how research has an impact on your work.
Yeah, okay. Well, I must say I dropped out from my PhD after suffering for 6 years, so I'm not sure how to answer it. But I think I have a love and hate relationship with academia, I must admit. I mean, I don't know if it's okay to say it in a conference, but in a way,
definitely,
for
definitely.
For me, I think photo books kind of provided a freer space than because after really trying to kind of take the path of a PhD degree, I really felt that after a while that I wasn't really speaking from my heart. And then that put a great pressure on me. And it was the hardest decisions that I ever had to kind of give. But yeah, and when it comes to photo books, I just feel they're much more intimate and much more closer and more accessible. So yeah, I think it for me, the narrative that I try to come up with in photo books that I make, they all have their own nature in a way, and I think thinking through the process, trying to really focus on the story that I deliver kind of defines how I should control the narrative in the books, if that's okay. But the second book I mentioned, which I'm about to launch, is actually me reworking on my PhD work. So it's like a great liberation for me. I mean, without having the title, the doctor title, I managed to finish it, and I think this is what really mattered for me in the end.
Wow, that's really cool. Thank you for sharing that. And just another question, actually. So you work a lot with archival material, and I wondered what it is about the archive and working with archival material that really excites you. Is there something about discovery that you find interesting?
I think it has to do with my interest in the photographic medium, not only as a photographer, but also as a viewer. I mean, I was always interested in looking at family albums too, for example. So I really like to think with photography, whether I make the images myself or I find some images somewhere. But the work I shared, Hayal Hakikat, was actually the first work that I did by using archival material and kind of presented it appropriated the images, whereas the other one in the double portrait work, I think I just use archival photography as a conceptual framework that kind of provided different routes for me to think in different terms. But Hayal Hakikat was actually my very, very first work that I used archival photography, I must say, but I liked it.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
I have a question for Claire. Claire, I love your approach to photography and how you use lots of different experimental interdisciplinary mediums. And I wondered if you could say something about the element of chance within your work. We can't hear you, sorry.
You're muted. Yeah, you're muted, Claire.
Oh, it was bound to happen, wasn't it?
What? Well done.
Yeah. Yeah, chance is very much the basis of my work, really, in most things that I do. So I think the thing is, I guess you have to invite it in a way. So I think what I do as a practitioner is I kind of set up the parameters, as I was trying to explain with the machines. The machines are set up, the idea is set up, the plans are made, and then the stabilizers come off, and what happens. And that's the chance element, and the happenstance element of it is because the control gets taken away. So I think largely that's the main part. But in terms of just listening, you asking about research processes and stuff, and research for me is again very much about chance and luck, and sort of just taking note of things that kind of come your way rather than having to go to them. So I always say, I bore myself with it, but research is like rolling down a hill and picking up what comes off on your jumper, so I think sometimes we have this academic idea of research, particularly perhaps in the PhD environment. I'm not sure, but not having done one, but I think sometimes instead of reading all of a book, you can open a middle page of a book and point to a sentence, and that could have more relevance than reading it all. So that's kind of where I come from in regard to research, chance and luck in making.
Thank you, that's absolutely fascinating, and I love the idea of research as rolling down a hill and seeing what you pick up.
Yeah,
that's amazing. I have another question for Sergey and Max. So we talked a lot about conspiracy theories and obscuring and flooding media with kind of trash. And I wondered, how do you remain critical when you're thinking through your different research projects?
Basically, it's I would say it's a basic skill to have a critical thinking. Without it, you can't you won't be able to do anything. And especially when you are in an environment like ours now, when you are flooded with these conspiracy theories from all sides, and even parts of your family actually become infected with this. So yeah, and but you have to like stand in the wind and like withstand it. So it's an effort, and it's part of the work, I would say, and to read critical thinking and to talk to like-minded people, or even not even like-minded people, but to actually opposite-minded people as well, to broaden your understanding of what's going on. And it's for some paradoxical reasons, it may even help to. And you hear people saying like crazy things like that autism is provoked by vaccines. That's what my New York aunt is now saying. So, and yeah, it helps you like realize that it's not like some distant crazy people who think it, but also those in your immediate environment.
Agree with this. I mean, can you hear me, right? I'm still unmuting. Yeah, I totally agree with Max. Too many conspiracy theories around us, you know, from the vaccines of Sputnik to some great influence of the like you know, the countries from abroad in our political life. So on, a lot of. So if you're talking more about the art or photography, you know, too many cliche, and we need to look critically at them, of course. How our society, how something that around us is appear on the everywhere, from newspapers to TV channels to photo books, everywhere. So yeah, this is a basic tool, yeah, actually.
And in relation to that, can you talk about your experience of producing a photo book as well, and how you construct the kind of narrative and control your kind of research and ideas, and how that is portrayed to other people?
Yeah, I could say that we were lucky to secure funding from. It's a very strange thing, photo books, because they are, on the one hand, they are being called democratic means of expression, but on the other hand, they cost really a lot of money to produce a good photo book. But we were lucky to have a friend with a German environmental organization based here in Russia. So she gave us money to produce that book, and this is the basic thing actually, because without it we wouldn't be able to do it. And on the other hand, we were given total freedom, and we wanted to. Since we realized that we have our total freedom and we don't have to collate any sponsor, any how it will be received, and think about how it will be received because there was no how to say, there was no pressure in terms of any market or whatever. So we did exactly what we wanted to, which means combining texts and images the way we wanted, which is, for example, adding captions for some pictures, and leaving other pictures without captions. Then writing essays which could be longer or shorter, or without respecting any set size requirements. So it's a kind of a unique experience, actually, and yeah.
I need to add here that the photo book, in our case, in case of that project, it's actually, this is a primal, like our task. It was our primal task just because of the text, of the huge amount of text. Yeah, it's very complicated to exhibit such work just because people don't want to hang just the text in a frame. You know, it's the same important as a photograph in the. So the book is democratic at first, and then we can spread this out, the books. So as well as through our website, a specific website for such project. Yeah, and regarding narrative, you know, in that case, we just have 50 topics, and actually you can read from any point. You know, it's kind of collection.
And yeah, and that's also important that we opted for this kind of a holistic collection of absolutely different themes, which were actually based on just one but very important point for us. We didn't want to follow any cliches, because we both worked as photographers for Russian media and for the Western media, and we know how what should be the type of photography that is coming out of this post-Soviet area where we live. So we wanted to resist this. We wanted to even, I can say, protest against this, because against this simplicity and Orientalism. We wanted to go deep into our own experience, but do it in a way that it is interesting even for us, because this country is so huge that even people living here don't know exactly how it works in different parts, and the different parts are so different and so varied and so diverse that we were able to actually do research and make pictures and travel to places where we haven't been, and where we wouldn't be able to travel without that support. I mean, not even by terms of remoteness, but by terms of that these places never make headlines. They are left in obscurity, but at the same time they they have such rich histories and such rich interesting structures in terms of how power operates in there. This is what we wanted to focus on, exactly because all of the things that are there in the book, most of the time they are left outside of not only the Western representation, but even inside this country too. And at the same time, it's very, I mean, everything that is there is very easy to understand. There is nothing too exotic. There is nothing exotic at all. It's just about power and how it was exerted over the time.
I'd like to take this opportunity, if I might, to open up some of the conversations we've got coming in from delegates who are kind of, it's coming thick and fast, which is fantastic. So it was great to make some time to be able to platform those. You can see my cat joining in as well. So just going on from what you were saying, Max and Sergey, great question, which I think cues up from what you've just said that came a little while ago. And that was the question asking, do you feel what is currently going on in the United States mirrors the old Soviet methods of control? I wondered if you could take a very short response to that, if you can, of just maybe like 1 or 2 minutes to expand on the idea of that correlation between your location and what is happening within the United States of America?
I can only judge by reading the media and by hearing what my aunt and my cousins are saying, who are based in New York, and they are pro-Trump, and they voted for Trump. And one of my cousins now wants to leave New York because it's too democratic for her. She wants to move to. Yeah, I'm not kidding. I mean, it's after 20 years. After 20 years of living there, they want to move out to Florida or somewhere else because they're fed up with democratic.
Wow.
So, yeah, and on the other hand, during the Trump reign, everything. I mean, many of the things were all too familiar for us, for me at least. To see all those manipulative lies and everything that were flowing out of his administration, and yeah, I mean, we even mentioned this in our book because it was out while Trump was still president, saying that some of the things that the Americans actually just began to experience, we've been living through it for at least the last 18-20 years, or maybe a bit less, but still manipulation, coercion, voter suppression. It's the techniques that more or less the same everywhere, and pressure on like censorship or whatever, and it has nothing to do with how to say. This is the thing that we actually began our presentation with: is that capitalism can feel fine without any civil rights or without democracy. This is what we see in China or in Russia now. And yeah, that's the difference, is that there are still, I can feel that there are still remnants of civil society and democracy in the West, but which resist the encroachment of capitalism. But here it's almost destroyed. There is no checks and balances, no containment, no constraints on and the government is the government, the state corporations, the government, they are all together. They are the owners of the economy, basically.
No, thank you so much for that answer. That's really, really useful, really expands upon the questions raised. We are rapidly running out of time, but we still do have time to reflect back some more questions. I have to say there's lots of love for everyone on the panel within all of the questions being asked. So I'm hoping that if anyone doesn't have their question asked, they can always reach out to our participants independently to pose questions. I just want to move on to you, Phil, please, and then back to Claire, if that's okay, for our last sort of two
Sure.
questions. So everyone loves a bit of cine, Phil, here on the chat. A question from one of our delegates. Did you edit the cine film clips together, or is this a natural projection of how the scenes were filmed at the time?
No, the footage was shot over about 12 different rolls of film. And then I had the arduous process of actually winding around, cutting bits out. Yeah, and it's filming is great. Editing takes forever. I mean, it's a huge job. So, and I was very conscious that this thing couldn't be too long. You know, people are going to sit in front of this thing, and it didn't want to be hours. And some of the footage was good, some of it wasn't. So the idea really was to develop a sequence from the bud through to the things dropping off. Some of it was repetitive, some of it actually, whatever, it just happens. So no, it was very much an edit of a much larger mass of film.
Great. Could you just very quickly just picking up from another very similar question that's been fielded to you. Could you tell us a little bit more about your thinking behind choosing the analog system? I'm going to quote the person who wrote this as saying a superior analog system over a digital way with filters in post-production.
I saw the question. The question refers to 60 millimeter film. It's 16, 16. Quite small, much smaller than, I mean, 60 millimeter, blimey, you'd be filming with a camera the size of a small truck. So no, it was 16 millimeter. And I wouldn't say it's, and I don't really have much truck for this idea that analog is somehow superior than digital, whatever. I don't even go there, to be honest with you. What I wanted to use was a medium that had some kind of sense of physicality to it, because we're dealing with physical things. And I wanted that sense of the film as substance, and it would scratch, it would mark, it'd have the traces of making. I also noticed one of the comments as well about black and white. The thing is about cine is that you're kind of limited what you can do now. A lot of color film, negative film, is produced so people can digitize it. I'm not interested in digitizing it. What I'm interested in is the performative act of projecting it and then actually refilming it in the situation. So often it's the situation in which the film is projected, its context, that actually contributes to the meaning as much as the footage itself. So I don't think the projection is ever a neutral thing. It has that kind of inflection on the way that the work is understood and regarded and received.
Fantastic. Thank you, Phil. I think that really helps elaborate on some of the more practical areas of your practice. In the last few minutes that we've got, I'd like to come back to Claire, if I may. We have a wonderful question that's come in for you, Claire. I'm going to read it to you. It's sort of in two parts. So this delegate says, I'm a big fan of old technical illustrations.
You're a fan of me then.
Well, hang on, it's coming. It's coming.
Okay.
Yeah, a big fan of old technical illustrations, which is not describing you, by the way. Like the ones that you're using to illustrate the psychic and the pixel painting processes. So the first part of the question is, did anything compel you to use those images specifically? And then second to that, if we can squeeze it in, how much does your work, you're working on your art, how does it alter your everyday way of seeing things in relation to entropy and infrathin? This must pop up in your mind almost always when taking on the world. So I know that's a big chunk. If you need me to revisit that, just shout. But in terms of the technical illustrations, what compelled you?
The technical illustrations, I'm just trying to think of what they were. There were the illustrations of the sender receiver that I used. That's actually from George Akert's book. So this came with his premonition of how we would send and receive images. So that's an actual illustration from the book. So that to use that is really important because it in some ways explains everything because you have the illustration there. So I use that a lot. And I cannot remember what else I put in that was but whatever I have put in is relevant, if you see what I mean. It is a very important part of the work, so that's why it would have gone in. It's not kind of random. And then in terms of when we're thinking about the infrathin, I mean, now that I've brought it up, now we've been talking about it perhaps today, I think probably a lot of people will start thinking that way, because actually it's kind of a really good kind of test or something to do during your day to work out what an infrathin is. You can apply it to just about everything, so it's quite so it is something that sticks, and of course art does respond to your everyday. So I was talking about flatland space and talking about the small constructions of the shapes that I made. At the same time, my daughter was learning platonics at school. It had exactly the same templates. So everything comes in, everyday life as well as research, as well as thinking about the infrathin. it's a life, isn't it?
It's pervasive, isn't it? It's just it, and I think that's one of the takeaways I think out of all of this morning's presentations is that relationship between our kind of life's experiences, our cultural pools, the influences, no matter where we are, just are insidious and pervasive into the practical values of the work. That all of those elements in everyone's work describe something of the autobiography or of the experience or of the wider influences that happen within your work, which is absolutely wonderful. And of course, for you, Melanie, you're looking out into space, in your work. So, really and I would encourage all of our delegates today to please check the biographies of everyone here today. Visit everyone's websites, have a look at the wonderful work that everyone's doing. Melanie, especially, because we've not had the opportunity to be able to sing that from the rooftops, but it's absolutely worth your while visiting Melanie's website to do so. So it is my pleasure to thank all of our panelists for talking with us this afternoon. I will be closing the panel now and saying to all of our delegates that we are now ready for lunch. So I think my cat is ready for lunch by all accounts, because I've had my notice for that. So I want to wish everyone very well. Thank you for being here.
Thanks, Gemma.
We welcome all of our delegates back at when we return. Let me just make sure I've got the right time before I tell you what time we return. So we will return at 1 o'clock, because it's now 12:30. We have 30 minutes lunch, and I will be passing the hosting over to Phil as he will be hosting this afternoon's session. So thank you, one and all. And we'll look forward to seeing you.
Thanks,
at 1
Gemma.
o'clock.
Thanks
so much.
Bye, everyone.
Thank you.
Bye all. Good afternoon, everyone, and a very warm welcome to the afternoon session for the Format 21 conference hosted by the University of Derby in partnership with Format. I am delighted to be the host this afternoon, and even more delighted to introduce you to the second keynote presentation by two esteemed personalities in the international art world, Skinder Hundael and Azu Nwagbogo. Skinder Hundael recently joined as the art director at British Council, the United Kingdom's international organisation for the cultural relations and education opportunities. Skinder was previously director at the superb gallery New Art Exchange in Nottingham, an award-winning contemporary art space representing diaspora and international contemporary art in the UK. And you might well remember Skinder's brilliant conversation with Echo Eschen in the 2019 conference, which was really a fascinating conversation. It's brilliant. We are delighted to have Azu Nwagbogo with us. Azu is the founder and director of the African Artists Foundation, a non-profit organisation based in Lagos, Nigeria. Azu was elected as the interim director, head curator of the Zeitz Museum of Contemporary Art in South Africa from June 2018 to August 2019. He also serves as founder and director of Lagos Photo Festival, an annual international arts festival of photography held in Lagos. So over to you guys, and I'm really looking forward to this. Thank you very much.
Well, thanks, Phil, for that introduction, and a massive thanks to also Gemma from the University of Derby, Louise Bryan-Adam from Quad for inviting me to say a few words with the brilliant Azu. So I'm really excited to be here. And I'd like to also give a big shout out also to the New Art City and the Quad teams in constructing and launching the new Format festival venue site last night, which was such a surreal, weird, yet enjoyable evening with a vibrant array of contemporary photography themed on control. Let me ask you something first, though. When was the last time you laughed uncontrollably? The kind of laugh where your stomach muscles ache? Or when was the last time you relaxed on your terms, unaware of the industrial tick-tock of time? Letting go with no inhibition can be extremely liberating. But to let go, one has to feel secure. To feel secure, we must have trust. To have trust, we must build it on mutual and multi-mutual intersecting terms. We live in an age where our oxygen is as pure as the air on Mars. That means our brains feel starved of wisdom, overloaded with information, adverts, deadlines, new rules, and increasingly are imprisoned and seduced by sugar-coated robotic limbs. Our minds subdued into systemic routine, desires, helped along with our watchful artificial intelligence companions, keeping us and our echo-chambered buddies all in check. 1/5 into the new century, you have to ask what has happened and is happening right now. Many times it feels like we are beyond the tipping point of sanity and goodness, each decade creating a new code that we need to crack. Major issues are increasingly complex and connected, be that health, well-being, poverty and equality, environmental racism, climate and economic crisis in the United Kingdoms, multilateral failures, political leaders wobbling in post-factual democracies as autocracies and dictators begin to dominate, and our vast histories and heritage are being tweaked, deleted from record, so future generations may glitch and align according to a new doctrine. We have also seen increasing mass protests, Black Lives Matter, farmers of India, students in Hong Kong, publics in Myanmar, fighting armies, yeah. How do we make sense of this as image makers, as artists, as curators, policymakers, strategists? And what role can art play in shaping and transforming what we really crave? And that is, you know, we want peace, we want shared prosperity, happiness, good health, and respectful reimagination of the 21st century identity. And central to making change are the people who initiate and instigate, surely. But to do this, we must have trust. And when we have trust, we have something to share, especially ideas, knowledge, and the change we all need to see and want to be. The art sector plays a huge role, yet it can be misunderstood. And those of us who work within the arts, we all know that it can be entertaining, but its key purpose is actually, in my opinion, is to provoke change that really matters. In the UK, we are fortunate to have an infrastructure funded by Arts Council England, but also some really imaginary cultural entrepreneurs. And of course, we have institutions like British Council, who I now work for, who support that international exchange in arts, culture, enterprise and heritage. Today, I'm at British Council as the Director of Arts, as you mentioned, and it's a huge institution. It operates in over 100 countries, reaching hundreds of millions of people, making positive exchanges through art and culture. And it is a huge tanker. And at British Council, we are building connections, understanding, trust between people in the UK and other countries through the arts. And as I said before, if there is no trust, there is nothing to share, let alone co-create. So I wanted to share with you guys some of the things we're doing right now to give you an idea of our design thinking, the intent that goes behind the program. So if you don't mind, could somebody put the slides up right now? And let's click on to slide 1. And maybe, yeah, so let's slide 2 actually. Yeah, so this is well, we could stay on the same slide if possible. I don't know if you can see. Yeah, so I wanted to give you an example of things we're actually doing right now. So it gives you an understanding of the kind of psychology, but also the strategy. And I think it's important because, you know, all of you out there right now are trying to do things. And, you know, British Council is an important institution for the art sector. So sometimes understanding some of the kind of programs will give you also an idea as to what we're doing. So if we click to the next slide, we head to this COP26 open call. So this is an interesting project. So here we are looking at a program that sort of connects artists, locations across the world who are facing climate, or geographies in the world which are facing difficulties with regards to the current scenario with regards to climate, and seeing how artists work with scientists, technologists to create collaborations which are going to make an impact. And the work is trying to coincide with the 21st of November, which is the COP26 conference happening in Glasgow. And it's something that we are, at UK that is, chairing alongside Italy. So watch out for that. If we just jump to the next slide, thanks. 5 Films for Freedom. So the issues around LGBTQI+ are really, really, really significant across the world. This is a program that will be mid to, I think it's 17th of March this year. It's ongoing, but it's really looking at short films that create provocations around the issues of LGBTQI+. So let's move on. Do tune in. It's coming soon. And here, you know, again, these are sort of liberating spaces whereby We work with young women or women who are looking to get into technology, augmented realities, virtual realities, and seeing how they then work with UK-based arts firms who can then, create and co-create and really create, I guess, a space for women within the music industry. So Amplify DAI is one of those programs. It's about empowering, it's about building new leaders, taking, I guess, a new kind of control and frequency of sound. That is a perspective that comes from a whole range of different kind of perspectives. If we jump to the next, please. So it gives you another idea of something else we do. The Unlimited Festival is very much about the voice of disabled communities in the UK who are working within the arts, but also how it then sits within the kind of international sphere. So how does something that's worked really well in the UK can combine and sort of connect in other spaces around the world? So this is a really good venture, and I think Southbank were the pioneers behind it originally. But let's move on. Heritage of Future Past. I mentioned earlier that heritage was one of those things that can get deleted, it can be ruptured, it can be destroyed, bombed. And so this summit, or this event over 3 days at the end of March, is actually part of this program called Cultural Protection Fund, where it protects heritage sites across the world, working with various governments, various cities, in order to enliven, I suppose, the history that creates our identity, that actually, again, TikToks with the kind of contemporary future that the contemporary artist brings. And so Heritage of Future Past is really a huge art summit, which will feature exhibitions. Not sure the exhibitions will be as clever as New Art City, but in terms of its format, but let's have a go. So let's move on. Thank you. Garden of Privatized Delights. Love this project. It's going to Venice. It looks at the kind of collision of the private-public space, particularly in the scenario we're in, and it kind of looks at the lens of the pub, the garden, the public garden, the public square, and how our kind of public spaces are increasingly becoming privatized, and what does that mean then as citizens? So watch out for that. Although it's very difficult to launch anything at the moment, this will be in Venice from May, June onwards, with, of course, all the COVID restrictions. So let's move on. Next slide. Thank you very much. So Sonia Voice, curated by Emma Ridgway from Modern Art Oxford. Sonia, as you might well know, is one of the pioneering artists from the Black Art movement in the UK. Work is increasingly around collaboration. So the kind of control processes here are interesting, that she's sharing the kind of platform in a sense with her collaborators in terms of what she does. And this is being, Sonia's recent practice. And, the first Black woman coming to Venice, hundreds of years on from when Venice started at the British Pavilion is a great achievement. Some may argue, well, why is it taking so long? But we are where we are. Let's deal with it and get on with such a wonderful moment for Sonia. So if we can jump to the next slide, please. I need a remote control out here, don't I? Digital Collaboration Fund. This is very much an invention this year. It looks at how we've had to respond to COVID and ensure that our collaborations continue in the future between different communities of interest. Again, this is about showcasing art, it's showcasing ideas, it's also looking at nurturing new generation thinking, so using technology at the heart of it. So pretty much what you're doing at Format Festival this year is this on an expansive level across the world. This is really worldwide. It's really one of my favorite projects right now. So let's move on. Conscious that I don't want to take up Azu's time. So London Book Fair, going to Sharjah, interpreting 47 books that are written in Arabic. Again, sharing and exchanging new knowledge that hasn't been seen in Anglo-spheric language sort of locations. This is really special, and it is my background, as you can see right behind me. And when you've got some princes behind you, you can get some good funding, I guess. So this is one of those spaces which has got that funding, and investment for the future is something that really does liberate. Not that investment alone is the liberation. Of course, the drive comes from something from within, an urgency and agency that we create. But this is a lovely example of something that feels that it's, you know, in the outer space or the outer stratosphere. Let's move on. I think we're almost there. Selector Radio worldwide. Here's Jazz Supernova, championing and positioning UK musicians so that we're collaborating across the world and finding out who else is out there. This is a very successful project. It's going to be leading on to some really good big things really soon. Can't say what it is right now, but just watch this space. So let's move on. Transforming narratives and UK City of Culture. We all know that Coventry, the centre of the world right now in 21 and 22, is looking to transform its narratives, but Transforming Narratives is also a program that does city-to-city exchange. So that city-to-city exchange is really about how do art ecologies combine to create something substantially different. And there's a strong sense around the diaspora voice that is often, you know, a complex scenario at play, and an identity that's often shifting between Western, Eastern and Global South within the UK. And so this programme tries to capture that. Of course, the UK City of Culture, Coventry, is very much about, you know, a site, and it's about animating and creating legacies. And the legacies that we want to bring to Coventry are those international dialogues which we feel are really important in order to, in a sense, liberate new ideas. So let's move on. Women of the World, Istanbul, first time it's gone there, which is amazing. I think Turkey are really pioneering some really interesting work right now. So Women of the World started with Jude Kelly in Southbank. It's now its foundation itself. What we do here with this is to give it some space to enter new territories across the world that we work with, and, you know, to unlock in against a new empowering space and networks that have their kind of self-fulfilling prophecies, their own kind of longevity. So really pleased. This has just happened on International Women's Day on the 8th of March. So if we just shift forward a bit. Next slide. Museums Without Walls is animating the British Council collection. You know, what we want is, you know, artwork that is stored, you know, not collecting dust, but being animated in a time where there are many restrictions. So Museums Without Walls, another invention that came from Istanbul, Turkey, has combined two curators, Ritika Biswas and Rita Akte. They will combine to create an interpretation, and they're looking at the collaboration of women in this particular edition. I think that's the last slide, if I'm not wrong. Next slide. That's my promotion. Check me out on Twitter. Check out British Council on Instagram and Twitter as well. So I'll leave it there for now because I know we've got a lot to get through and time is ticking. So over to you, Azu.
Oh, thank you. Thank you, Skender, for that cosmic futuristic presentation. That's amazing, superb. Thank you. Thank you, Philip. Thank you, Louise. Thank you, former team. Thank you, University of Derby, for having me on this platform. It's really great to be here. My polemic is really a reaction to my work over the last 6 months, especially during the COVID pandemic, where I've done a lot of portfolio reviews, meeting with artists, meeting with photographers, and getting this frequent feedback where people say to me, well, I stopped or I postponed the project because of COVID-19, or I'm waiting for the pandemic to end and for things to return to normal, to get back into the project. So my sort of reaction, my polemic is really as a curator to spark another logic with artists, with creators, where they begin to think about the moment. Photography and the visual arts really is really a constant process of archiving the moment that we live in. And so the artifacts of the current situation that we find ourselves in are really important for the moment and also for the future. If we can start with the slide, please, that'd be great. And so I'd like to just give 3 examples of work that have been made during the current pandemic situation that I think really exemplify how we should resist this waiting, this dithering, and just really get with it and find a way to be creative. Over the best work in the 19th century in literature was produced in Russia under censorship, the most extreme form of censorship. And we had Dostoevsky, we had Tolstoy, we had later on in the 19th century, we had Master Margarita. And so I think the best work can actually be made during difficult conditions. And Julia Fullerton Batten has produced this beautiful body of work called Looking Out From Within. Please just proceed with the slides. Continue. And I think it's a fantastic way to really create an artifact of the moment. Continue with the slides. Do not stop, please. Just keep it going. Keep it going, yeah. And then you can stop right here. And this is another body of work that I'd really like to highlight as the work of Mark Hamilton Grote. It's also another way to imagine dealing with the most important and the most urgent topics of our time. And Mark's work is really an ecological, futuristic representation of the future. So, I mean, the space race is seen to be the arbiter or the signifier of progress. Please, next slide. Well, what Mark has done, next slide, has been able to transpose this logic with our ecological situations. Virologists and scientists today have been able to establish a direct correlation or a direct impact of colonialism, of displacement of peoples, to the HIV epidemic and and also our current situation in terms of the COVID pandemic is also related to these ecological problems. And I think it's really important for us to begin to think about how we can make work that really speaks to ecology, because as we are all syncopated and flattened in under this current pandemic condition, I think it's really important for us to begin to imagine a new timeline. And how do we imagine a new timeline when we come out of COVID? It's about collaboration. It's about working with archives. And what Mark has done here is really quite a beautiful body of work without actually leaving his room. Working with archives and creatively collaging images to make us all think about our space and our contribution to nature. Next slide, please. Andrea Saber's body of work is straight documentary. Please keep it going with this one. For those who are interested in photo essays and they want to sort of straight documentary photographers rather, who want to sort of present a documentation of our time. Andrew's able to do this. He's gone out and documented the frontline workers and really made beautiful portraits of them. But I think we constantly have to be thinking about, if people were to come back in time and to say, how did we live through these pandemic conditions? Can you imagine the feedback would be, well, I was waiting around until the pandemic ended to make work? No, we want, as curators, we expect you, artists, poets, writers, filmmakers, VR producers, to be able to find a way to create artifacts of this moment, so that when we go into the future, we are better informed about our current situation and our past. And so my polemic really is to spark those photographers, those artists, those thinkers who are here with us to think about ways to stay busy, ways to capture the moment, ways to collaborate, ways to think about imagining another way outside of the current pandemic, outside of the idea of we're going to go back to the past, or outside of the previous normal, because we're never going to go back to that previous normal. It's done. Next slide, please. Yes, please keep it going. Yeah, keep it going. And as a curator, I'm also going to throw out a little bit of a polemic to other curators out there. Last year, when the pandemic really hit, a lot of festivals, a lot of art, a lot of photo exhibitions were postponed. And we also had that choice with Lagos Photo. We could have easily said, well, we can't have people flying into the country. We can have our usual international guests and our parties and our events. And I think these event-based economies have done incredibly well for the art world. But as creative people, we have to really find a way to connect with our community. And our communities are available online. We're constantly able to connect with the creative community. Skinder has just shown how by thinking outside the box, you can really push the envelope. And so we came up with the idea for the Home Museum. And the Home Museum is really about imagining your cosmology in your own home. We are all hybrid and diasporic people. We're constantly migrating. And the basic premise of the Home Museum was to look within our immediate environment and to think, what are the 6 to 12 objects that define our sense of well-being, our sense of home, And if you were to travel, if I said to you, Skinder or Phil, we're going to move to Japan right now, you have your clothes taken care of, you have money, you have everything taken care of. What 6 to 12 objects in your home would you take with you? And these objects are what we call the objects of virtue. And those objects are the things that give you a sense of home. And we really invited the general public, we invited contributors from all over the world to send in 6 to 12 images of these objects. And we got incredible feedback. And we're able to build the Home Museum online as a sort of platform where we can begin to engage with this imaginary. We translated the open call into German, French, native, local Nigerian languages, Chinese, Portuguese, because we really wanted it to be something that was democratic and something for the citizen. The idea of a museum, traditionally, the received knowledge is something that is really hierarchical. And you need to go in and you need to whisper. But that's not really the logic of a museum. The logic of a museum is a place for citizens to get a sense of their heritage and to be educated. You can get in there without having a degree. You can get in there without having GCSEs or O levels or A levels. And that's what museums should be, a humble space for learning. And so the idea of the Home Museum really was to spark the citizen's interest in visual culture. And you cannot create that interest in abstraction. And so while we're all in our homes, we hope that people will be able to look in their homes and think about their museums and their homes as museums. And to use your iPhone, use your smartphone, use whatever phone you have, use whatever object or camera you have, make photographs of these objects, send it through to us, and we can begin to build a common intellect through this very humble, simple intervention. And so these two, I've come in with a polemic from the curator, and I've come with a polemic for artists and photographers to not wait. The waiting frustrates. The waiting is not creative. The waiting is not what society expects of us. We are required and expected to find ways to bridge or to create and to communicate and to bring the community together, regardless of whatever condition we find ourselves in. Thank you, and I hope we have a great discussion and questions during the Q&A later on.
That was Phil. Do you want to come in here, or do you want?
Absolutely, that was superb. That was really interesting approach to the museum and cultural activities. I think there'll be a flurry of questions about all that we can actually start to address in the Q&A session later on. So all delegates, please actually put your questions in the YouTube chat, because I think we'll generate a really interesting debate about some of those ideas and practices that have been raised. So thank you very much, both of you. That was superb. So now, are there any questions, ideas that you want to raise before you go, before we split?
Sure. I was really listening with intent as you spoke, and one of his first things he said was sparking another logic.
Yeah.
I really liked that idea that we're sparking another logic, and I was thinking about the images of the moon and the kind of, encroachment of different species on it, using the kind of past images. And I wanted to ask Azu a question around, what does he see as a curator within the zeitgeist of image making and, contemporary art? What is the new race? And what is the new race that we're dealing with right now, considering what's all happened? What is it that makes it urgent, where you want to create a new agency that sparks this kind of another logic? The home example is so cool. Love it.
Thank you. The immediate path logic was the archive. I think that was the archive became the cliche for the rebuttal or the refusal of the overproduction of images or the overconsumption of images. And I think what the idea of photography itself, or image making, is constantly creating an archive. You're constantly deciding what to produce or what to show or what to discard. And I think that logic of creating, of rejecting the archive and working with the archive, I mean, you see it all the time in open calls, people constantly trying to work with archives and trying to show you another way of looking at. But I think that also needs to evolve. That needs to, for that to really get to the next, to the next creative timeline, it means that we need to involve a lot more people than our sort of narrow sphere. We need to involve, I think, lawyers, we need to involve scientists, we need to involve historians. It needs to be a more collaborative way of dealing with the archive, rather than just saying, oh, well, I'm going to make something quite nice and pretty or something different. It's not enough to be different. It needs to have a thorough research logic to it. And I think, like I said, because we sort of become all flatlined and all decelerated in our frenetic activity, it means that gives us more chance to reflect. And that reflection means we can invite others who have different competences, who help us understand things better. And that always helps the creative process. When I talk about the censorship period in the 19th century, or when France Paris was the capital of the creative industry, it was because indeed you meet musicians, you meet writers, you meet scientists, they all hung out in the same places, and they all met at the same time. And that process of engaging with people with different ability creates a dialogical response. And we haven't done that. We've been in several echo chambers, especially in the art world. And that has really created this sort of like destiny of ideas.
Yeah, I think this kind of idea of creating a common intimate was really interesting too. The idea that, we're looking at a more co-collaborative space. If you look at the last 20 years or 21 years or 20 years of the turn of this century, it feels like a lot's not happened as we might have wanted it to. That's putting it politely.
Yeah.
And I think the arts itself, the arts and cultural space itself, how it's unfolded in a new way, a new dynamic in 2020 because of the situation of having to reinvent, has led to, this kind of space where there is a new democracy at play within the kind of art scene. But there's also this kind of feeling that, did we do enough in the 20 years prior to here? Did we challenge enough? Because we were doing it. All the writing was on the wall. If you look at most of the biennials we travel to or curate, they feature these dystopian topics, whether we believe they will happen, and they are happening, they are unfolding right now, in terrible ways, So, the question to ask, I guess, is around control, because a lot of what you're talking about here is kind of letting go of control as much as it is about creating a new control, i.e. a control reference. So the reference of the archive is kind of, in this case, there's a rejection in terms of rejecting, the kind of the construct of what is seen as the established, sources of information. So this kind of new age of, control, the control reference is shifting, because you talk about the kind of foundation of, objects at home creating a sense of security. And I think we are in a sense of displaced reality. A lot of people are confused about the work they're going to do in the future. Some people don't have work right now. They've lost jobs. We're trying to recreate a new economy coming out of it. What does that mean for artists or creatives or thinkers? So my question, very long question, is around control. From your point of view, when you hear the word control, what does it send to you, the signal of your kind of thinking around the change you want to see in this kind of new race beyond, the pandemic, beyond, all of these kind of post-colonial spaces of decolonizing, as much as the kind of refreshed third space of invention or third eye that's now creating a new consciousness within society. What is the word control mean to you?
Great, it's a great question, and I took it all in. Your astute comments were really well. They really mean a lot to me right now, because the idea of control and the idea that artists are so important in giving us the parameters, if you like, of what is possible. That's what artists are able to really do. They give us the scope, and they create sort of boundaries and expand our imagination to what we think we can achieve within a certain, in reality. And over the last 20 years, I think, as you rightly pointed out, artists have been predicting this sort of dystopian or utopian reality that we're living through right now. And we are now in that situation. We're now caught up in that situation. So we're no longer concerned with this futurism. We're in it. We're right there. So how do we find the logic and the control of the ability to create something, to create a new timeline out of this situation? And that really comes back to the point that I was making earlier. It means the humility to learn to listen, to understand who our constituencies are. Are we really here for ourselves? Are we here for the community? How do we connect with the community? It's no longer about, we photographers need to hang out or the curators need to hang out. No, we need to be able to get out there and invite the kids, the scientists, the ecologists. I was just talking about the virologists who have made this leap, this logic. I mean, this is typically what artists do. We make the story and we create the narrative between the war, the displacement, and a viral leap from animals to humans. But these are virologists doing that. Now imagine artists collaborating with virologists to create a visual diary or a visual narrative that makes it possible for students to understand the problems of colonization, the problems of displacement, and then we begin to think about the logic of rejecting the archive, or being very dubious about the archive, because the archive was a selection or a choice to create a certain hierarchy. And so these are some of the incredible ideas that we can tweak from control. And whoever came up with the idea for control for the theme at this particular time.
Yeah.
Because
as you're speaking, I know we've got to finish, but just as you, I'm going to just say a little kind of couplet of kind of a strategic poetry of control, in a sense. It's almost like not to take control, not to lose control, but to be in control in order to let go of control in a collaborative, conscious community.
Wow, I love it.
Sense of what I'm sensing here.
I love it. It's great. It's good. Really
that's a really interesting place to.
Written.
Yeah.
Thank you, Azu.
That's a really good place to actually halt this part of this conversation. I think you're really starting off some very interesting themes. So please hold these thoughts for the panel a little bit later on this afternoon. And I think you're going to get some really interesting responses to this in the delegate comments. So yeah, superb work, Azu and Skinder. Thank you very much for a very enlightening presentation and really presenting some diverse attitudes towards curation and that sense of authority of curation in light of the comments you've just said about being in control and that very sensitive use of one's authority to actually not impose one's own views, but actually to involve other people's, I think is absolutely key. So thank you for that. That's superb. We will catch you a little bit later. Okay, excellent. Thank you very much. We now have Joy Gregory, who's going to talk to us. Joy is a graduate of Manchester Polytechnic and the Royal College of Art. She has developed a practice which is concerned with social and political issues with particular reference to history and cultural differences in contemporary society. Born in the UK to Jamaican parents, she has also been fascinated by the impact of European history and colonisation on global perceptions of identity, memory, folk, and traditional knowledge. As a photographer, she makes full use of the media from video, digital, and analogue photography to Victorian print processes. In 2002, Joy received the Nestor Fellowship, which enabled her the time and freedom to search for a major piece around language endangerment. The first of this series was the video piece Gomorrah, which premiered at the Sydney Biennale in May 2010. Joy has worked in art education for almost 3 decades, was an honorary research associate at Slade School of Art, UCL, where she developed new work for the Diaspora Pavilion at the 57th Venice Biennale in 2017. She is the recipient of numerous awards and has exhibited all over the world, showing in many festivals and biennales. Her work is in many collections, including the UK Arts Council Collection, Victoria and Albert Museum, Institute of Modern Art, Brisbane, Australia, and Yale British Art Collection. She lives and works in London, where she teaches fine art photography at Camberwell School of Art, University of London. So it is with enormous pleasure that I can introduce Joy Gregory to you. Thank you, Joy.
Thank you, Phil. Thank you for such a grand introduction.
well deserved, I think.
Thank you. I'm going to talk a little bit about, I suppose, my own experience during the last year, and sort of like reflect upon it with other experiences that I've had that sort of made it a bit more manageable, I think, for me. So for much of us over the last few years, our experiences have been in relation to limitations and most of those limitations being invisible, but concerned with our movement, family, personal relationships, education, work, dress and appearance, travel, touch, commerce, as you know, everything, social, cultural events, just everything about it. And I suppose for myself, and I suppose for people around me, it's been about not just the physical and psychological, but sort of like all sorts of well-being. And I was talking to, because I've been doing online workshops, which I have never done ever before in my life, of course. I remember one person talking to me saying, well, now we've been locked up for so long, they're not quite sure they really want to come out of this lockdown. And what will they say to people, and how will they be around people, and what is it like to be around people again? Anyway, so I'm going to start off. I'm going to show some slides, I think. I'm going to attempt to show some slides. Yes, myself. And my world in March last year, it's almost exactly a year, actually, that we all disappeared into our own homes. But my hanging on to some form of sanity was about going to my park, which is actually opposite. And so I had this routine, and I think that was, for me, the main key to survival was around a routine. And my routine was my daily walk, which was very early in the morning, which took place in Burgess Park. And when I look back at the photographs, I took photographs on my phone. I don't normally ever take my phone out with me when I go out and about, but I did on those particular occasions. And the park became sort of like this place of safety, and it was so alien because it wasn't somewhere I used to go to very much, but it became very alien because it was so silent. So I would go out probably about, I don't know, 6:30, 7 o'clock in the morning, and it would be just getting light, and I would walk the same route every single day, and see the same people. And I'd really noticed that, you know, like the weather, the sound, and sort of like, and any small changes, it would sort of like be almost exciting. But it was almost like I was taking note of all of these things because this was my world. And at one stage, the camera on the glass on the camera broke, and so I obviously couldn't think of where I could go and get it mended. And I thought about sellotape and all sorts of things. And didn't manage to do that, but it was just sort of like this routine, which was so really important for me in terms of this expansive space for reflection, but also around restraint and the routine. And I thought it just like the things like the trees, the people that I met, some of whom I started to have conversations with. So I'd stop and talk to some people. It took a while, you know, sort of like first you walk past, you'd smile, and then, you know, after like 3 weeks, you might say hello or nod, to actually sitting down on a bench and illegally having a conversation. But my complete conversation that year was with a tree. And so it was to do with my own sense of control, was that so on every single walk I would pass this tree, and so this tree became my tree. And so I saw it when it was not yet in bud, I saw it when it was blossoming, I saw it when the leaves came out, I saw it when the leaves changed colour, and I saw it when the leaves completely disappeared, because I mean, like we had like 3 lockdowns altogether during the life of the tree and myself. And during this last lockdown, I haven't been able to go anywhere at all because I managed to break my leg, so I've been sort of like a bit locked up. But it did make me think about I don't know, sort of like the space, and also I started, and the weather. So the weather, during certain parts of the weather, when it became really windy, I'd drag back bits of nature with me and make these big cyanotype prints. And I wasn't really thinking about making prints for anything except sort of like as something to do. And so sometimes I'd leave them in the water for too long, and so they would go a strange colour, because it wasn't like I was even thinking about catching them. Keeping them, but it was like the other thing. Oh, you can see the hole in my camera there. Is the other thing I started doing was, so like on each day I would do a different thing. So on Mondays I would walk my normal route around the park, which would take an hour and a half. On Tuesdays I would go the hill route, so I'd go up and down the hills, and then back round the other way. On Wednesdays I used to run, and so when I ran, I used to put on this music that I really liked. It's sort of like a collection of music I really liked. And then it reminded me that it was exactly the same music I used to listen to when I was in Saudi Arabia. And many of the things I experienced last year, I suppose for me, it wasn't as scary as it should have been, because I'd been there before. I'd been in this place where everything was mediated, and it was either mediated through glass or through other people. It's that sense of reality that I'm experiencing now is sort of like if I want to go for a coffee, which I do now and again. I'll go and buy coffee from across the road. And I think, oh, I'm going to go to a coffee and then I'm going to sit in a bench and I'm going to chat to people. And of course, none of that actually happens. It's sort of like, it's not like doing that before. It's sort of like, so you go out and you have to remember to take your mask with you, keep away from people. So it's a different form of behavior. And it reminds me of behavior I adopted when I went to work in Saudi for a year, whereas I didn't really understand the rules, and I was so anxious about transgressing anything. But everything I did was with the same group of people, sort of like seeing the same things every day. So we used to travel to work in a bus with the same people and travel back every day on the bus. The whole of my experience of Jeddah, almost all my experience of Jeddah, was actually through the glass windows. Because it was, I mean, like some of it was to do with the weather because it was incredibly hot, but a lot of it had to do with like not knowing where you were and where you could be, and because you were responsible for your own safety. And so if you were walking and anything happened to you, then that would be your own fault, because, you know, as a woman, you're not supposed to go and travel around on your own without sort of like your eldest male relative supervising you. And so it's like being in some form of a cage, a gilded cage. I mean, because it was you know, like, 'cause I stayed on a compound and I had like a very nice flat. I mean, all the flats were exactly the same, but depending on your status within that situation, then you might have an extra room. So I had a spare room, so I could maybe have a guest come to stay. But I mean, like you know, like everything around that was controlled. It wasn't within my control. I mean, like it was really in, like, we had our own pool, so I could go swimming any time of the day. But I mean, like, you could really only go swimming in the morning because it was too cold, too hot to go in the daytime or certain times of the day. When events happened, it was very difficult to find out what things were. So, like, I remember at the beginning of the pandemic here, I used to wait every single day for the 3 o'clock thing to come on with, you know, the Prime Minister or one of the ministers to come and give you an update of what was happening around coronavirus. And when I was in Saudi, we had a big storm, and the city filled up with water because there were no drains. And so I didn't know what this storm was. I didn't know. There were rumours about people who died. There were rumours about everything, but there was nowhere to actually get any real news. In travel, I mean, like, one of the good things we could do was like travel to places. I went to a place called Medin Salah, which is sort of supposed to be a cursed city in the northwest of Saudi Arabia, but it's also a World Heritage Site. And so it was, you know, somewhere you couldn't actually go unless you were living there, because they don't really have there's no tourism there as such. But like traveling there, we had to travel along a road which is not on the road to Mecca, which would have been the quickest road because we were not Muslims, so we had to go in a particular way. So even everything to do with being there was about a form of control. And so having lived through that, you know, sort of like it felt like I'd entered something very familiar. I mean, this is that place, which was incredibly beautiful. And I think for some people said outside the city, you didn't have to wear your abaya, and so some people chose to take theirs off. But sometimes you would keep those on because, like, you know, it's about comfort, familiarity, and also, I suppose, convenience as well. And I mean, like, it was for me, it was a big experience being in this space. And every time I went on a trip somewhere, it was always with the same people. So this idea of being in a bubble is sort of like, I've been there before. Some great friends, and there I am in my abaya, which I think I turned into a Christmas card one year. But also this invisibility. So as a woman in that place, you had to make yourself invisible. And so I felt here with this thing about not about being invisible here, but sort of like, you know, only doing particular things at particular times. And I was trying to think about making work. I mean, that was part of around making work about the experience. But I still think even now, like 10 years later, I really cannot imagine to make it. I mean, like, I can't I find it hard to think about being in that space. And while I was there, I mean, like I felt like I was like this thing floating above. So I started to make these prints about floating in the city. So, but a city that wasn't really recognizable, because it wasn't somewhere. I mean, I couldn't really ask anybody what it was like to be there before I went, or what the rules were, because I didn't, there was no way really finding that out. And so it was like all the time gliding through glass. And I think one of the things I entertained myself with when I was out there was making clothes. And so I suppose that's why I started making these pictures with dresses on top of the buildings, because that's all I did was make clothes, or work with a tailor to make clothes, because that was my biggest form of entertainment. But it also, that thing about control and being bounded by particular things, so other people's rules or bounded by a situation, made me think about the other way in which I grew up sort of bounded, and that high idea of like hypervigilance. When I made autoportraits, it was like like a lot within each of the images. I mean, like I was hidden and yet present. And I remember at the time I was making it, I was very anxious about my presence within not just the image, but just always being very quiet, not making very much noise about anything. And I think that hypervigilance was very much about surveilling myself, that thing about sort of like growing up minority, and being black in a place where there weren't that very many black people. So you're always different. So you had to watch what you said, watch what you did. And I realized it's something that I actually kept proving. So that doing that over the last year has also been something that was really familiar, sort of trying not to catch the virus. And every time, I had a cough, or every time I felt hot, it was like I definitely was going there. And then it made me think of, I've been like reflecting on that situation and sort of like the different experiences that I've had in terms of making work and also just being, not as an artist, just as a person. And one of my projects that Phil referred to was like the language project in the Kalahari, which I'm still trying to do. But my vigilance around that is not wanting to represent the people that I've been working with in a way that repeats the harm and the misrepresentation that has been done to them over the past. So I've been working with a community of people up in the Kalahari who have always been watched, who've always been controlled, who've always been seen through other people's eyes. And central to their identity has been their language, and their language has also been taken away. So at one stage they were they were a part of a fair, the Johannesburg fair, where they were sort of exhibited as people, and so this is from some interviews about the loss of the language, of which there are only now 2 speakers. So these are quotes from the people that I interviewed at the time when they were alive, and this is the other reason I feel I must finish that work is. I really would like to do a service, not to do a disservice to them, but also to say thank you for the time that they spent talking to me, and the fact that their families still live on, but they don't actually speak the language anymore, is a sadness. But Uma Catarina, who is sort of, I suppose, the queen of their community, is still running a language school and trying to keep the language going. And then that brought me back to my own world, about why people are where they are, and what I was doing around my observations and the way in which I was using my time when we could do nothing, was this bringing plants back and thinking about plants in terms of where they were and why they were where they were, but also my observing of plants and their response to photographic paper and looking at the effect of them on paper while thinking about sort of like their use as medicine and their use as food, and how our relationship with plants and nature is completely we are totally reliant on nature, more so than nature is reliant on us. But with plants, it's sort of like a symbiosis. So they breathe out carbon, breathe out oxygen, and we breathe that in. I mean, that sort of exchange. So if there are no more, if we kill off nature, there's no more us either. And I suppose I reflected on that hugely last year because of spending so much time listening to birds, noticing things about the changing seasons, which I would never notice before. And the other thing I noticed was, like, when you put plants on photographic paper, and leave them in the sun for a long time, they breathe, and their breath is recorded on the paper, and that became like the basis for a work and an exhibition and a workshop. And then I suppose it made me think about colour as well. So one of the big things for me is we've been observing the change in that colour, and how it sort of like becomes something every minute that it's in the sun. So changing from this blue through to like a grey, lilac sort of colour to a brown, and then when you take the leaf off, sort of like a light tan. And for me, it was not only just about the colour, but it's also about a volatility and the volatile nature of silver gelatin. And for me, that became like photography is unbounded. So it, like nature, is unbounded. And that's where I'd like to leave it for now, if that's okay.
Yeah, that's a really good place to leave it, actually. I think there's an absolutely fascinating confluence of language and nature at work there. And the way you're working between those two fields, that's brilliant. And I haven't seen that work before at all. So that's brilliant to see that. I know that this work isn't on your website, is it, Joy?
Hardly any of my work is on my website.
Oh.
But there's so much. I've got to try and reorganize my website because because I'm so old now and I have been working for so many years that because I work all the time, it's sort of like, well, and where do I put it? How do I organize it all? So that's my next new project, is to work with someone to organize the website.
We all really appreciate that, but please let us know when you do. Okay. Thank you, Joy. That was superb. Again, I think there's going to be a whole raft of questions in the panel that'll be addressed to you. So thank you so much. That was an absolute delight.
Thank you so much for your invitation. Thank you.
See you very soon.
Okay. Bye.
Okay. Thank you. Bye now. Okay, guys, we have a minor shift to the running order. So we're going to put Mitchell Moreno after Gemma and Robert Good. I think there's a minor technical problem at play. So I'll introduce Gemma and Robert now. Now, you might have gathered that me and Gemma work together, so we know each other's work very well. We know each other's characters very well. I was going to mention something about mischief, but I won't. Okay, let me just tell you a little bit about Gemma anyway. So Gemma Marmalade is a British artist and senior academic in photography at the University of Derby. She is finalising her doctoral research in 2021, titled "In a Manner of Speaking: The Subversive Voice in Performative Art" at the Cambridge School of Art, Anglia Ruskin University. Gemma's diverse practice is exhibited widely, including the Kunsthal, Charlottenburg, Copenhagen, the Photographers Gallery, London, Marjorie Barrack Museum, Las Vegas, the Apulia Film Commission, Bari, and the State Museum of Gulag, Moscow. Her work specializes in experimental approaches in photography, video, and performance, which playfully negotiate the authenticity and conventions of speech acts, history, and science with queer politics. Her most recent work, Dream Operator, was made during her 2020 US residency in a real-time response to the last days of voting in the presidential election. It is currently exhibited in format 21. Please go and see it, because it is a stunning piece of work. It really is. Yeah, do yourselves a favor and check that one out. Now, Gemma's going to be in conversation with Robert Good. Robert wrestles with words to consider the frailties of language and the problems of knowledge. He uses texts like tubes of paint as material to be squeezed out and worked with. He is currently working with content from Google News and other online sources for forthcoming events with Saturation Point, Project Space, and Science Gallery, Bangalore. Robert has previously worked with over 2,400 Geordie dialect words, 500 Northumberland place names, and a large-scale text installation at Skinning Grove Mining Museum. His book, A New Dictionary of Art, has been stocked at Tate Modern, Kettle's Yard, and galleries across the UK. Robert hosts a podcast called Something to Do with Art, which explores the creative process and asks experimental artists what they do and why. Robert holds an MFA with distinction from Cambridge School of Art, Anglia Ruskin University, winning the Searle Award for Creativity. He is the founder of Art Language Location, an artist-run organisation working at the intersection between art, text, and place. He is based in Cambridge in the United Kingdom. So, Robert and Gemma, I'm very much looking forward to this. So, over to you.
Thank you, Phil. That's wonderful. It's always great to, it's quite funny actually having a colleague, present you. But yeah, you did a good job. Well done.
Thank you so much. Likewise.
I'll buy you a coffee later.
You did okay.
Anyway, wonderful. Okay, so Robert, I know we said that I'd sort of kick off with something that I wanted to say, because one of the privileges of being an organizer of conferences such as this is that I get to participate in them. And it's a wonderful advantage, and I really want to use it productively. So I wanted to use this platform today, not just for you and I to have a conversation about our research interests, our practice, but also to make a formal and very public apology. Because during last format's conference, which was a physical conference held at the University of Derby for Format 19, I did a little as I'm doing today. I presented research which corresponded with work which was generously selected by Louise Clements to exhibit in the wider festival. But the only trouble is that I took rather advantage of this opportunity to demonstrate some of my more performative turns, shall we say. So for anyone who wasn't there, I hired a lookalike, doppelganger of myself, to present my paper as though she were me, whilst I planted myself in disguise in the audience, only to heckle myself, or should I say my lookalike. So this got a bit turbulent, and I was removed from the building by security. Now, I know this ruffled a few feathers, and therefore, I am using this opportunity to try and make some reparations. As many may know, it's a bit of an open secret but my work is very much about lies. It's about the fictional, made-up stories, which is presented in modes of convincing authenticity, which I very much, in all of my presentations, claim to be true. So actually, this is the first time ever that I am fessing up to this so publicly. So this really is a moment for me. And that's why I want to discuss my work Dream Operator on show in New Art City in room 19 right now, which really shows my new pursuit of work towards an ultimate truth. So for me today, I wanted to show how can I be truly contrite and achieve some kind of absolution. So it made sense to invite you, Robert. I mean, not
how
only
come?
I know, because you're a brilliant artist, a creative and everything else, but for someone who is in every way the bastion of truth and decency. I mean, you're literally Mr. Good. I mean,
well, I am that. Well, yes.
Yeah. So this is so this is my confessional. So I'm seeking your validation in front of hundreds of witnesses today. And I'd love you to tell us a bit about your work and why, because you know why I see you as I do.
Well, it's very kind of you to invite me along and to have me perform this duty of absolution. I'm not sure if I'm qualified to do it, but I'd certainly say that from my point of view, I'm interested in your work and your kind of history of problematics, shall we say, with truth telling, because from my point of view, I'm really interested in truth. You know, I'd kill to get some answers to the big questions, some of the fundamental questions, but I know I'm never going to. So in my work, I'm interested in that kind of fault line between what we can know and what we can't know. And also the migration of knowledge, the mechanics of knowledge as it moves or has moved from the analog, from the paper-based, from the library, from the very slow knowledge to the internet, to digital, and to the fast-moving world of Google News, fake news, social media that we all know about. So in my own work, I'm really fascinated with truth, but because I want to get to the bottom of it. So I'm really interested in your almost converse position and the fact that now you're maybe coming over to my side of the fence. I don't know, but we shall see as the conversation develops. I thought maybe I could share with our listeners and viewers a little bit about one of my works, because I was telling you that. So how does my work operate? Well, online, I'm interested in Google News, and I automate scripts to download things like Google News and to create digital presentations of that material. That's my online material. But in the physical world, I use books. So one example, I'm building a library of truth. And my library of truth contains all and only those books that have got the title of The Truth About. So at the end of that, I will know everything, of course, and I'll have everything. And it'll be there.
Well, this is why, you know, this library of truth just, you are in every way. And this is why, for me to in order to make these reparations, who else am I going to go to but someone who's got a library of truth, who's literally the collector of all of these books. So tell me more. I want tell me more about these books that you've got. I want to see some.
I would just this morning. Would you like to see the latest? Just this morning, hot off the press, 2 hours ago. The latest.
Oh, really? A delivery.
The latest delivery. The truth about vitamin C, vitamin E rather.
Yeah.
The secret to thriving with Annatto Tocriotonelis. So there you go. So but the thing about them is that there's everything that you could possibly wish for, and some of them are bonkers. Well, are they? I don't know. The truth about. I mean, I will. Where are the lies in the truth about this?
Well, I mean, to be fair, cottages are pretty.
Well, they are
slippery, problematic things.
They are problematic. I will give you that. But
yeah. No, exactly. No, I think that's brilliant. That's
the truth
brilliant.
about trout fishing, in case you. But also, and here is one for you, Gemma.
Okay.
And maybe I'll have to send you a copy of it.
Okay. Go on, show me. The truth about lying. Well, yeah, exactly. So how long have you been collecting these books for, and how big is this library, Robert?
I've got about 100 or 150 or so, and it's been going for a little while now, and I'm not quite sure how far to take it, or how well, it'll be ever expanding. I mean, as long as but the serious point behind it is that we kind of think in terms of books as somehow being authorial and purveyors of knowledge, but of course it is problematic, and truth and the problems of meaning kind of go whichever medium you use, you're going to have some problems with it potentially. But I was thinking maybe of at some point kind of booking them out to turn it into a proper library where I can dispense Gemma, I think this is the one for you, and then provide you with something accordingly.
So you're kind of almost looking to create, not just a library, but to be able to sort of diagnose, what book would suit that particular kind of, library visitor.
And that's what, in a way, was so interesting about your Dream Operator project, because we had a chat about that for my podcast a little while ago, something to do with art. And you were telling me about that and how you were dispensing pearls of wisdom. Do you want to say a little bit more about that and how that in relation to truth and the dynamics of truth?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, much of my earlier practice has really been about the idea of these fictional stories that I am playing out. And like I say, I'm using this opportunity to just go public with that, and even my students say to me, "We can't trust anything you say. Everything is a story." I still haven't forgiven you. Anyway. This is why I'm seeking absolution.
Call gullible.
Yeah, but the point is that so many people are saying to me, "Come on, Gemma, are you one trick pony? Are you just going to do the same old shtick?" So. And that's fair criticism, because my work really was about, and in Format 19 really up until very recently has been about exploring these fictional stories, but using authorial methods. Now, you talked about books earlier and how they have that sense of authority, because of course books are physical, they're tangible, you can smell them, it's been printed, the literal print is on the paper, and of course we assume, or at least perhaps we might used to have assumed, that in order to have a book published, that it had to go to a publisher, it had to be selected, it might need to be peer reviewed, it would certainly need to be proofed, because it would have to have some kind of value or contribution, as the word is, within research. So I've always played around with telling absolute stinking fibs whilst using authorial modes or anything that's kind of tangible. So what Dream Operator really was about me coming to terms with some of those lies and looking elsewhere, more outwardly about where lies, where misinformation, fake news, things that you're interested in align. So my eye immediately went to the United States of America, the country that has been held to account, during the Trump administration, for certainly the notion of fake news was coined, and used a lot by Donald Trump. So to work in America on the run up to the presidential election, I really wanted to try and find peace with the idea of lies by looking at the ultimate mistruths, the ultimate misinformation. Look how that rhetoric is being contextualized. So what I wanted to do was provide a platform, which was a telephone call center to the entirety of the United States of America in the last 12 hours of the presidential election. Was I trying to swing the vote? Maybe that might have had something to do with it, but I was trying to use truth, authenticity as a means of doing so. So I trained 8 telephone operators who manned a telephone line and received calls from the public, which was fascinating. So it wasn't me talking to them, it was the operators that I trained. And I trained them how to recontextualize language from speech acts, from historic speech acts, because those historic speech acts that were related to American democracy are, of course, part of the American dream, and they are attributed and associated with having this validity. The lens of history allows it to feel like these were good and decent people with a good and decent kind of intention towards a better civilization, a better world. So really what I was trying to do was provide a platform for people to communicate as a cathartic process, but also to hear back from history that sense of truth and authenticity and decency, to find a new truth. To find
and what was interesting, I thought, was in the context of truth, is that you weren't, I don't think, you were falling short of telling people either how to vote or this is right and this is wrong, but reflecting back through previous speeches and through previous people's discussions around a subject to try and enable them to find their own awareness around what's going on. Maybe truth is too problematic to kind of be didactic over and say this is it and this is not it, but more, look, you need to kind of be thinking through these and come to your own realities. Maybe truth is much more kind of hard won than that in some ways.
Well, yeah, I completely agree, and it is rather nebulous, and as it is personal, as it is, you know, subjective, objective, depends on your position on it, really, I suppose. But yeah, I think ultimately, for me, what I'm trying to do with Dream Operator, and what I'm looking to do in current work that I'm making, where I'm developing an AI version of myself, which is, you know, like you do at the weekend.
Why not?
At the
Why
weekend,
not?
why not?
We've all done that.
Yeah. But again, using this method that I've sort of developed, which is recontextualizing language in a way to kind of, you know, bring about a new form where I'm having less control over and less authority over what is being said and how it's being received. But I think for me, what really is a way to find truth, if you like, and that's what I'm trying to do in Dream Operator, and why I am now this changed person, is because I think it's through really knowing your enemy. It's knowing how lies function. It's through deconstructing lies, deconstructing an understanding and getting under the skin and the mechanisms of how these kind of, you know, sometimes, you know, very dangerous forms of communication are formed. And if you can understand that and you can grapple with that, then through that, there might be some kind of hyper authenticity, you know, that breaks through actually engaging with those lies, will help create a new form of truth through it.
And here we are in a photography conference and talking about truth. I think there are parallels, are there not, between kind of analog and digital, obviously, and but in terms of what photography, some people set it up to achieve or to try, and its relationship to truth. How do you think in terms of photography and truth?
Well, it's interesting because my entire background comes from photography. You know, as we know, I teach on a photography program involved with the photography conference. It's everything to do with photography, yet my practice, and in fact the work I'm showing in format, doesn't really involve any visual at all. In fact, the visual is almost completely redacted to default to appreciating the sound. So I do feel sometimes a bit of an imposter when it comes to photography, but I very much believe that my practice is born of photography, and it's to do with the image as evidence. It's to do with the idea of the document, you know, more broadly, that something that stands as witness to an event. And of course, that can be very many things. But I absolutely think that photography is integral to a sense of authenticity. It's always been held up. It's used within, you know, within evidential-based, legal-based things as a way of proving and evidencing that something has happened. So that there is absolutely a connection there for sure.
Yeah, and yet I think the mechanics of truth and doubt and the mechanics of knowledge apply probably to photography in a very similar way to kind of paper and the internet in many ways, and that's maybe something to you know, in the future is definitely, you know, more food for thought, and the parallels there.
Absolutely.
So can we say that maybe that you're a convert now to the whole, you know, welcome aboard, you have the zeal of the convert. From now on in, you are going to be this perfectly, I can see the halo just starting to appear above
just
Lindsay in the background, or is that the window behind you?
It might be. Am I a convert? Well, I'm looking for your absolution, Robert. I mean, I like to think I have. Can I? Okay, let me ask you this. Do you believe me? Can I have your absolution?
I think, Gemma, I think, Gemma, that I can absolve you of your previous errors, your errors of your ways, and how
Unforgiven.
I can welcome you to the fold of truth seekers everywhere. So,
But seriously, I mean, genuinely, I really wanted to fully understand, how, and really reflect back on my own practice and look at these tools that I was using, really to separate myself from a distance, and then undertake this kind of new work that I'm doing, which is genuinely looking to seek out a form of truth through lies, and I think hopefully Dream Operator represents something of authenticity, something that was incredibly important. And when you look at the landscape of America and what they have experienced in this unique piece of time, this 12 hours is such a unique piece of time that the whole world was pivoting on. It was so important for me to know that I was kind of contributing something of real meaning. So I'm hoping then that I am a convert, and that it's something that's really important, and I am changed. I hope so.
Well, that's fantastic. And I look forward to seeing where that takes you in the future.
Yeah, exactly. Thank you, Robert. This has been brilliant, and what a great opportunity to have a chat.
Thanks, Gemma. Appreciate that.
Thank you.
Right, very good work, you two. That's absolutely fascinating. I don't know whether to believe either one of you, actually, but never mind, that's my problem. We are going to have a slight change to the schedule now. We're going to go to a 20-minute break in order to sort out a couple of minor techie issues with a couple of presentations. So the time now is 2:25. If we could actually reconvene for further presentations at 2:45, that would do us just fine. So many thanks to Gemma and Robert. That was terrific. And let's meet back at 2:45 and proceed with the rest of the day. So excellent, guys. Thank you very much indeed. And hi, everyone. Thank you very much for coming back to us. Apologies for the rescheduling of the break. Just to outline a couple of minor alterations, we're going to have the panel discussion now, and the panel discussion will involve Skinder Hunda, Azu Nwagbogo, Joy Gregory, Robert Wood, and Gemma Marmalade. And we're going to have Marino's presentation on at 3:15, so this panel will be half an hour. So minor alteration, but really nothing to worry about at all. Now, I would like to start the questions with the beginning of the afternoon session with Skinder and Azu. And I thought the discussion at the end on rejecting the archive, or possibly rejecting conventional ideas of a singular curator of an archive, was a really interesting conversation. And I think what would be good is to return to that. And it kind of reminds me of Jack Mackay's aesthetic anthropology, where he pretty much effectively says that two ways that an artifact enters the museum. It does through the authority of an individual curator, or it does through the wider consent of the culture to which that museum or gallery belongs. But I think you're developing a third way, and I think that way very much changes the nature and responsibilities of a curator. And I'd just like to pose a question that came up in the panel, because I think this has got something to do with it. I haven't got a name for this question, so I do apologise, but someone asked, for those fortunate enough to be in academic or artistic world, what can individuals do to help open the gates for those on the other side of the fence? So I think, Azu, would you like to start us off on that?
Thank you very much. It's a really good question, and I think I touched on it a little bit with the idea of the home museum, where the spirit of it, or the sensibility of it, was to spark the visual intellect. That is to say, you don't need to have a degree, or you don't need to have your GCSEs or whatever to begin to have a visual way of reading images or reading objects, or creating associations from your own sort of space, from your own cosmology. And we all have those objects and those things that have a virtue, a virtuosity about them. And then if you use that as a starting point, you begin to understand why heritage matters, why your history matters, why how you begin to shape your own sort of collective history. We all have sort of like an idea of what home is. I curated an exhibition during the first wave of the pandemic called Home as a Parish. And a parish is, the idea of a parish is sort of in the sort of 14th or 12th century was, well, the parish wasn't this religious idea. It was sort of a place where you had your guidance, moral and spiritual and intellectual guidance, where you sort of gathered together the community. And so if we begin to go back to these notions of the local, the parochial, the things that happen in our immediate environment, the butcher down the street, the bookshop in the corner, sort of begin to tune out from the bigger macro spaces and begin to look a little bit more narrow in every aspect of our life. And then we begin to factor into like the sort of intelligence that comes with being a little bit more accelerated with the way we look at the world. And that's really my sort of immediate reaction to that question.
Okay, thank you very much indeed. Skinder, how would you like to respond to that?
Yes, it is a good question. It's at the heart of many things that I'm engaged in. I think it's some habits of nature and language. So if you think about the language and the kind of terminology, an interesting story is that I shared the live link to my nephew, who's in his 20s, brought up on kind of comics and superhero culture, on kind of Western film mainly. And it's interesting, he said, I tuned in, I watched it all, didn't understand a word of it. And I thought, come on, can't be that complicated. But I think it's relativity, isn't it? So it's this idea that maybe, our states of mind are different, and it's understanding what the habits of nature are and where our states of mind are and where that continuum sits. So here's an example. So in the UK, is it the habit of nature to be at the museum regularly, or in a contemporary art space, or studying image? And we're all image driven, there's no doubt about it. There's the millions of videos that are uploaded on YouTube, or the images that you take and share on Instagram. What does it all mean? And I suppose we're in this kind of age that we have to understand that there are different timelines at play, within certain cultures, subcultures, and good old echo chambers. So once we start to deconstruct that, we begin to determine who's in the room or not in the room, and what the elephant might be, and that we kind of not tackling. And as institutions, I think, we have to take on a bit of responsibility that if we are, truthful about why we exist, and that is to engage and share and expand our knowledge base and its exchange, then surely we need to rethink the kind of contribution we make in terms of creating systems outside of the norm. Obviously, that's an obvious thing. So how you do it is on many levels. It starts with policy. It's about people. It's about representation.
Yeah, sure.
It's about location. Where are you? What are you sharing and when? What are the entry points? What are the kind of how does it progress further and further, deeper and deeper and deeper? And it's really kind of unlocking that relative continuum between us. And I hope if my nephew is watching, hello Sergeant, I'd just like to say that I hope you understand what I'm talking about right now.
Yeah. And so the question posed had an interesting caveat, because they're not actually asking what can you do as, for want of a better word, the gatekeepers to these facilities, but what can the individual who feels themselves to be outside of those institutions, what should they be doing?
I mean, it's hard to know what you know and what you like without being experimental sometimes. And if say somebody's got an interest in photography and they want to get in to the professional network in a sense, I mean, with anything, it's about taking time and making time to be in the space regularly enough to create your own distinct interpretation.
Sure.
So this kind of distinct interpretation, where does that come from? Well, it comes from this bricolage of experiences and ideas. Then the more you see, the more you realize what it is. And I always remember, Louise Clements used to take me on her travels all over the world.
Lucky you.
Never took me on it. I mean, I paid for it, but it wasn't that. It was. I was just observing the kind of things that, because I wasn't necessarily into photography in that sense. I was into art. I was into kind of ideas. But not specifically about photography. But there's one thing about the lens space and all of that I was drawn to, and that was the kind of how open it was, and how it had a camaraderie, and how it had this kind of spirit of inclusion, and wherever you went, you could engage in those dialogues. So, but by seeing more, hearing more, I began to form an opinion, and it's about being clear about, I always call it the Bruce Lee six-pack. If you know what your six-pack, if you have the six-pack, you have a strong core. Yeah, there you go, Gemma. I haven't got one yet. I was just saying to us, I've just gained so much weight in this lockdown, just sitting around in this leather chair over here. I just stand up today and deliver.
I've just got really tight pants on, so it's holding it all in really nice. So I thought I'd demo it for you.
The whole thing about the Bruce Lee six-pack is to create a core foundation. Whether it's, I mean, a hot pants are obviously cheating, but but sometimes you need a few cheats in order to gain the ground.
Apparently.
And I suppose what I'm saying is that kind of six-pack of thought is about the experiences you have, the knowledge you gain, and the interests that come out of it. And I think there's something about, homing in on something that you are particularly sensitive and urgent about.
Sure.
So whatever it might be. So for me, it was always about the expression of diaspora, the margins, the periphery. And I saw things from that lens, but I also started to open up my landscape with the lens, in a sense, and start to venture and explore. So my whole thing is about be adventurous, explore. You can be extrovert, you can be introvert. You can always explore in this age. So keep exploring, but be part of things and seek things, but don't overseek things, and don't wait. Find what's within you.
Yeah.
Anyway, I sound like a preacher now.
Okay, well, that's fine. Azu, have you got any comment on that?
Just one. Based on, I think the presentation by Joy and Robert really gives a bit of a hint for anyone who's interested in sparking this intellect. And I think it starts with curiosity, and it starts with whatever it is that makes you curious at that very moment. Use that as a point of engagement, then really try and tunnel into it. We're in an age where people are constantly darting around ideas. Really try and find that thing that makes you curious and stick with it. And one of the things that when I give these lectures or I teach curatorial workshops is to say, whatever your background is, bring it into the space, because that makes it unique. Don't hide it. And so, you might have lived on a farm, or you haven't. You might have lived in a desert area. Whatever it is that really is unique to your background, or unique to your upbringing, or unique to your education, is really interesting to other people. Because we can find ourselves within that uniqueness, and that is really my sort of, like, in my own experience, really helps us to find that point of engagement. Because I think that this tendency to continue to look at heroes, or this famous photographer, this famous artist, or this famous curator, I think we're in an age where we're beginning to lose that sheen. The heroes are beginning to lose their shine, and that's a good thing. And I think the more we democratize the creative aspects of our existence, we find that we can really come in and contribute to this big visual language.
Right. Okay. I think that's a really interesting point, actually. It also brings me on to, and I think this actually applies, this question applies to all of us. In your talk, Skinder, or in the conversation between you both, Skinder, you mentioned about a new economy as a result of COVID-19. What I'm really interested in is what you think a new cultural economy might look like.
Very true. I mean, a very, very apt moment to think about this. A new cultural economy. Well, when we think about the world we're in, the sites we're in, and we think about how the economy works, there's an exchange, there's a hierarchy, somebody makes some money, somebody helps somebody make that money, and there's winners and losers. So I think this kind of new economy has to be what Azu was referring to, and that was the kind of collaborative consciousness, in a sense, that where we come together on points of action, and those points of action enable us to create a creative and cultural series of cultural creative episodes that then have a kind of sustainable, self-fulfilling prophecy. But it comes back down to, what is critical right now, and how do we cluster and collaborate, but beyond the kind of usual suspect too. I mean, it sounds like an obvious thing to say, but if we are to grow or learn in our new growth, then I think that kind of collaboration has to step into new echo chambers with a multitude of different kind of experiences that then define the kind of new spaces of invention that then allow for these kind of cultural economies to form. There's a program that we do at British Council that was really interesting, that brought social enterprise and creative enterprise together in locations where there was a need for, a geographical, shift, or a site that needed a geographical site that needed a particular change, and whether it's food, whether it's water, and whether it's farming. How do these kind of cultural and creative economies work in that sense? And I think the relative sites are very different. So what happens in, say, Derby or Hyson Green, there are similarities, but there are something that's very bespoke and nuanced. And it comes back down to what Azu, my new spiritual and curatorial guide, Azu, is telling me, is this thing about self, determination, this curiosity. So what is it that, don't hide your background was a beautiful thing to say. So, we're always protective of something, or, there's a feeling of imposter syndrome. We need to lose these inhibitions. So this is why I say, let go of control a little bit, let go of control and create then this kind of open space and forum for this kind of intersectional dynamic.
I think that's a good point. I mean, one of the things as well is having faith to actually apply an initiative. Because if you think about Format, we're all here because Format was formed in, I think it was 2005, but it was formed out of nothing. It was Mike Brown and Louise Clements, those two actually saying, why don't we do this? It wasn't built on some massive established precedent. It was built from those guys recognizing a need, looking at an opportunity, and actually just amazingly getting it together. And look where it's come.
Phil, on that note, this is really important, because it's about kind of, that spirit, that kind of state of mind again, having that kind of creative, conscious confidence, but within the kind of spirit of collaboration. That is what this is right now. And there's this thing about the kind of the speed of the root at which the root can enter and absorb the nutrients of soil, water, etc., and move and flourish. But there's a deal to be done here. There's a deal to be struck, and that is those that make the decisions need to be traveling at the speed of the root, in a sense, because what happens is that institutions invariably are slow because they have processes and decision making. So, but the root is moving much quicker, and it's actually disrupting the fabric and foundation of these kind of buildings and spaces, by just seeping through, bursting a few pipes here and there. And I think you've got to do a bit of that. You've got to burst a few pipes, not in a kind of way that's anarchist, but
your metaphors are glorious.
Well, I hope you all understand what I'm talking about here. But it is that kind of idea that seeing how the deal can be struck with those that have the decision-making power and authority, and those that are kind of evolving the revolution on the ground. And I think the crunch is when the gatekeepers in the middle control the space and don't allow that dialogue to happen. So it's about circumventing systems, circumventing layers that block progress. And if you think about what Louise Mike did, they circumvented all expectation.
Definitely.
Who's gonna support at that moment? But they've researched, they worked hard, they believed something, they found something distinct from within that they both unified and collaborated and defined and redefined, and so much so they led to the space of reincarnation in that process of redefinition. And then that's why Azu's here, and that's why Robert's here, Joy's here, because we believe in what was initially started.
I mean, it's one of the comments has just come in. Actually, I say it's a shame not to be able to credit people with really good comments and questions. It's important for institutions to become more interactive and collaborative. I think universities. I mean, Habermas was famous for saying that universities should contribute to the practice of everyday life, and one of the reasons why they fail is because they don't. That knowledge kind of gets retained by the university, and actually it needs to go out there. And I think sometimes universities, we're often bad at actually taking ourselves out and doing stuff. But it's also quite difficult to find the time and energy to do so. But we can use that excuse as long as we want. But these are the things I really like doing, right? When we have an audience, when we have people asking really insightful questions who are actually beginning to be part of the conversation.
If you don't mind me saying so, Phil, just on that, and I think this links to probably what you're about to say, Skinder, is that institutions have a responsibility to allow for the space and time and investment to allow these collaborations to happen. Certainly institutionally it can feel quite restricting, when you've got a heavy workload. How do you make the time to create these opportunities? And I do think it's worth saying that institutions have a responsibility to reach out and create those connections in order to facilitate and fan the flame of all of this wonderful activity. I mean, and that's the message that's coming from you, Skinder and Azu, that's the key, the urgency of doing it now, not waiting, not, just having those conversations.
Being brave, audacious and bold, that's really important. I think that I always remember when I first started at New Art Exchange, I was talking to Echo Eshin about this, and he said to me, you need to do the things that really matter. And it always stayed with me in the sense that you can spend so much time designing a governance structure. Okay? We spend so much time about terms of references, what my role is, what your role is. But you know what? At the end of the day, what really matters, that does matter, but it's not a good use of my time, actually, all the time of certain people. So it's about finding what really matters and getting on with it, and making it happen, and not overthinking it. But in order to think and deliver something new, you've got to have an element of, sustained, substantial experience to be in the instinctive space. So this idea of creating an instinctive response is something that's not something, it's like a jazz musician. They improvise, but they improvise because they have a very, very strong foundation. So it's building that foundation that's key. And that's why leadership and these kind of curatorial roles that we play have to be lived experiences. Because without the lived experience, you can't experience the scent and change.
But I also think it's the shift maybe from the curator's authority to the curator as facilitator. But Joy, you're the most established artist here. You've been doing this for quite a while. You've exhibited all over the world. What's your take on this? Because you must have an enormous insight into the way in which the art world has changed.
Oh, the way that it's changed.
Possibly.
I suppose the thing that I've observed that it has changed most is like there are many more international exhibitions, many more curators. I mean, like curating is now like a career, whereas previous to that, artists and just individuals used to curate shows or just put on a show because that's what you do, to have the energy, and that you just do it and it wasn't because you're going to be paid or it's going to get you somewhere in the world. You just do that. They're much more, I mean, like art has become much more of a commodity than it had been, and I suppose in the early 80s, maybe in the 90s as well. I mean, it's radically changed, and I think there are more gatekeepers. That's how and there's sort of and I think there's a stifling in some ways of showing in physical spaces, but then there's also a complete uncovering and I don't know, sort of like a relief that people can people have more control in many respects. So people, with their own Instagram and their own, so whether or not you're an institution or an individual, you too can have, a say in those social spaces or those cultural spaces. But there's lots of different audiences now. So yeah, I mean, like I think things have radically changed. Yeah, and I think we're about to enter a new sort of cultural way of being, and maybe the gatekeepers of old won't have the same power because it's not having access to those new platforms.
How do you think, or how would you like the kind of culture economy or aspects of the art world to change post-COVID? And I don't know whether that's at all realistic, but do you think there are certain things that might alter, might change? There might be a shift of register somehow. I
think it already has changed. I mean, like us here, sat talking in our own living rooms.
Yeah. Is that your living room?
It's a big change. I mean, I did an event last night, and yes, I am in my living room. I
thought so.
Because I'm on
in your tiny London pad. Yeah.
And because you know, like I did this event last night, and they were like, I mean, like normally there'd probably be like, I don't know, 20 people, 25 people if you were lucky, and like 148 people signed up for it. And you just think, well, that's a big shift. And also the access is massively different. So I can be sat either in London or in Amsterdam or in Melbourne, and I can take part in the same event. I mean, like, I think, and that's not going to go backwards. I don't think it's going to go back. So I think you know, the revolution has already happened. It's like, when's the revolution going to happen? It happened yesterday.
Yeah, I think it's a good point. I mean, I'm not, you know what? I'm not necessarily missing doing this on site. I'm actually really enjoying doing this here because people can actually attend from all over the place. And I just think that really adds a richness to what we're doing and what we're about. In terms of initiatives, though, as well, I mean, Robert, your art language location sprung up entirely of your own initiative, didn't it? In a pub conversation. I mean, it wasn't as if you had some grand funding or anything like that. You just went ahead and did it. Do you want to tell us a little bit more about that?
Well, that arose out of a lack of any. Cambridge, where I am, is a great place, but it's very poor in terms of what I think of as like porous spaces, big cities with kind of empty places. Cambridge is so precious in terms of its spaces, so we didn't have anywhere to show. We didn't have any money to show with. So I just put a little note on Facebook, I think at the time, saying I've been saying about doing an exhibition. Who's up for it? And I think I had about 3 likes, and I said, okay, we better do it then. So it kind of it really grew from that kind of making something happen and doing it yourself. And in the terms of this conversation, I think it's been really interesting about institutions and gatekeepers. And I'm also interested in this shift from analog to digital. And I think the parallels apply all over the place. So the very word institution suggests institutionalize, which is kind of static. And the old library system, it's very slow, it's very static, it's very authorial, and it's difficult to get into. If you wanted to get your version of the truth into the library, you know, you couldn't. It was very difficult to get your book in there. Whereas now, everybody's a publisher, everybody's an author, everybody's online. And we shouldn't underestimate how powerful that is. I know it's problematic, but it does also provide, and we were talking about speed, agility and freedoms for people to express themselves as well. So the institutional model, I think there's a realignment to do with some of these different creative practices, and maybe art language it was our attempt to make something happen. And I think a lot of people are doing that in all sorts of different creative spheres and different, which is sometimes overlooked in all the kind of doom and gloom, that the amazing possibilities that the internet does, like bringing us all together now, you know. So things are moving very fast. I agree with Joy. I think things are moving quickly, and you know, it's still happening.
Okay, that's really good. I mean, I'm really impressed with people who actually just make things happen like that. I think these are the initiatives that change the way we think about things, and they change our landscape. But the idea of imposter syndrome has kind of come up in the discussion, and also one of the kind of questions that's come in is about plausibility. And I'm just thinking in terms of your presentation, and Gemma, your practice of playing with the idea of authority and the imposter. Because actually, who's to say that I've got any authority to start an arts festival off wherever? You just got to do it. Can you tell us a little bit more about that sense of the imposter syndrome and plausibility and making it up?
Well, yeah, it's fascinating because that whole idea of imposterhood and who says who can do what and where really does chime with what you were saying, particularly Skinder and Azu, about the urgency of doing something.
Sure.
Breaking the rules, and I think we've established I'm a little bit of a rule breaker, but having that sort of intrinsic desire to just do it, don't double think it, just kind of do it. And certainly my practice is born out of my own experiences, and as you were saying, Azu, it's very much about using those motivations that are attracted to you, that you respond to, those kind of rhythms and vibrations that you have with the world around you, and just using them and just going with it. I mean, Claire mentioned in her talk this morning about that research for her was like rolling down a hill and picking up stuff on your jumper as you go. I really like totally using that forever, because I think I am a big old lump with a really sticky jumper rolling down my own hill, and just what the stuff that I get along the way, I'm just, well, let's just do it. For me, in my practice, actually, everything is about a test. I refer to it as a test. In fact, in my PhD thesis, I'm referring to not as an artwork and this monolithic mega thing. Everything is just a kind of a reaction. It's like a knee jerk. It's an expression, and I'm really not uptight about that. I'm not onerous about that. It's about that kind of expression, and really for me, breaking outside of in fact, I play within the institutions. In fact, I'm the Tasmanian devil trapped within the walls of the institution, busting out. Yeah, absolutely. So, but and I think I'm playing with the idea of the authority again. As Robert and I discussed earlier, and using those traditional and conventional boundaries, and within them cause a ruckus. And what's been fab, actually, I have to say. And one of the things the University of Derby are very good at doing, as much as being the institutional, the educational, and to some extent the corporate. Yeah. I am employed by a university who allows me to do this. And I have the support of people in lovely seats who say it's okay. So there is room here within institutions to flex and to bend. And so actually maybe there is a happy marriage between these things as well, maybe.
Well, I think the will is there at the top. I mean, we have a very supportive VC, we have a very supportive dean, head of school. When you've got that kind of support, it's kind of up to us to actually make use of that and actually put it into effect. And also, apart from that, it's really good fun. Yeah. It's exhausting, right? Okay, and it's a bit of a jogging act, but it is good fun. And why not make changes? Why not do things that are new? It's 19 minutes past 3. That's been a really interesting conversation, and I think it's gone in some quite unpredictable directions, which has really raised some good issues that I hope we can actually take further out of this conference today and actually make more of. So thank you very much, Gemma, Skinder, Joy, Robert and Azu. That's been a terrific conversation. It'd be better if we could have a couple more hours on it, really, but there are limitations to the schedule. But thank you so much for your contributions and your presentations and for what's been a really good discussion just now. So thank you very much, and I'll get on and do my job and introduce Moreno. Okay, so I'll see you soon.
Thank you.
Thanks. Bye.
Cheers. Bye. Right, terrific. Okay, everyone. I am delighted to introduce the photographer Mitchell Moreno. Moreno is a genderqueer artist from Leicester, UK. After studying at Cambridge University and the Royal Academy of Music, they worked for over a decade in theatre, opera and the circus as a performer and director before shifting their practice towards photography. Their work has been exhibited and published internationally, including at Singapore International Photography Festival, Copenhagen Photo Festival, Entrecross de Imagem, Portugal, Photo LA, and the National Portrait Gallery. Their new series, Pandemaniac, is on show at Format 21. This is an absolute visual treat. It really is. You're going to really enjoy this. And I, for one, am really looking forward to what Moreno has to say about their work. So, Moreno, I'll leave it with you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. What a lovely introduction. Hello, everyone. Thanks for sticking around. I'm sorry I'm not on at the time that I should have been. We've had some technical problems. We do have a workaround, which is that I'm going to speak, and Alex, who you can't see, but he's from the tech team, is going to run my slides. So if there are moments where you're looking at something very different from what I'm talking about, please bear with us. We will try and sync as best we can. So I've been invited to talk about my series Pandemaniac. Pandemaniac was made over a period of 2 months last year during the first lockdown. There are 24 photographs in the series. I appear in each of them. All of the photos were made in my flat using a camera on a tripod with a timer or shutter release. Most of the images make reference to common motifs of the COVID-19 pandemic. All of the images are square. The colours used are red, black and gold. These things I can say for certain. From here on in, I'm on less solid ground. Being an artist asked to write a paper on your own work is like being a thief asked to rob your own house. It feels wrong, but you accept the job because you think it'll be straightforward. After all, you have the keys, you installed the alarm, and you know where the jewels are hidden. Once inside, however, things don't go as planned. The layout of the house isn't how you remember it. Things you always thought were precious now appear worthless, and the walls are scrawled with admonishments: vanity, post-rationalization, self-delusion. If this sounds at all like a dream, well, it's because it is. I dreamt a less coherent version of this same scenario soon after I was invited to give this paper. Sigmund Freud argued that our fears and desires are manifest to us in dreams, distorted and disguised. They must be decoded in order to yield up their latent meaning. The psychoanalytical tools involved in this process have long been applied not only to people, but also to texts. While Freud was referring to the literary text when he described it as a symptom of the artist, the definition of text has since been expanded to mean any coherent sign set that can be read. This includes photography. I'd like to draw on psychoanalysis along with cultural materialism to sketch out a tentative reading of my series Pandemaniac. I'll start by placing it within its productive process, and then I'll outline some of the theoretical, thematic and aesthetic interests at play. Since functional intent is pertinent to meaning, I want to explain some of my motivations for making the series. The first was financial. I started these photos as part of an application for a paid commission to make a lockdown project, and when I didn't get it, I carried on nonetheless. My second motivation was therapeutic. I have a history of mental illness. Neuroscience has shown us how making art helps with the healthy regulation of affect, which is at the core of mood disorders such as depression and anxiety. My third motivation was diaristic. I had time on my hands, and following Susan Sontag's description of photography as a way of certifying experience, I wanted to reflect on my novel and often difficult experience of being without work, separated from my partner, and alone in my flat. I began to wonder what a visual rendering of mental health struggles might look like. My last motivation was reactionary. I wanted to offer a counterpoint to the subgenre of lockdown photography which quickly emerged last year and which centred around a homogeneous, heteronormative and naive style of neo-realism. Several large-scale projects invited the public to submit photos as a way of documenting our national experience of the COVID crisis. You probably can't see, but I'm doing air quotes there. One of these was Hold Still. Comprising a selection of 100 photographs, each accompanied by a caption like Everyday Hero or PPE Volunteer, Hold Still is so aggressively mythologizing that it feels like it's been curated by an AI bot tasked with striking a tonal balance between propaganda and satire. As you can perhaps tell, the project and others like it pushed my buttons. The urgency of my need to provide an antidote was, in psychoanalytic terms, a strong defense mechanism. Hold Still is a collaboration between the National Portrait Gallery, Kate, Duchess of Cambridge, and the international law firm Taylor Wessing. How these various interests, art institutional, royal and corporate, how they align to create what they describe as a portrait of our nation in 2020 is a fascinatingly visible example of Foucault's regime of truth, in which the production and the distribution of truth are inextricably bound up in circular relations to systems of power. And central to this regime is the notion of realism. Allied to modes of naturalism, reportage, vernacular and documentary, realism can travel through the procedures of power-centred regulation with little scrutiny because it's more likely to be assumed to be true. I'd argue, however, that realism in photography is an artificial and historically contingent construction. It has an unstable or duplicitous relationship with the truth, and moreover, it's often a poor way to get at truths. 100 years ago, Bertolt Brecht pioneered epic theatre, using effects of artificiality and estrangement as a way of precipitating in his audience an intellectual clarity about the politics in play. At around the same time, he criticised photography's obsession with realism, arguing that a simple reproduction of reality is now less than ever able to say anything about reality. In Pandemaniac, I draw on Brechtian and formalist ideas of alienation and making strange. These ideas have much in common with themes explored in psychoanalytic thinking, including defense mechanisms and the components of dreams. I felt that if I were going to be making work which related to depression, anxiety, disordered eating, I needed to allow the viewer to look at the images without feeling that she was required to empathise emotionally. You know, work made by an artist about their own suffering is frequently received by the viewer as coercive and gauche, and it can have a repellent effect. The distancing mask, or the half mask, as I've come to think of it, employed in my series, is both literal and figurative. Sometimes it's a physical mask, visor, headdress, scarf, wig, heavy makeup. At other times, the effect is achieved formally through blurring, reflection, obscuring, cropping off the face, and so on. So the half mask operates on multiple levels. It grants me as the maker a second, thicker skin behind which I can more safely act out trauma. It can directly relate to COVID. It can be used expressionistically to say something about the internal or the external world. And it enables the viewer to engage with the images and the ideas therein without feeling compelled to sympathise with an individual's specific, excessively personal narrative. I'm aware that these intentions are not always successful. In particular, there can be a suspicion that the images are not authentic in their representation of my mental health struggles. And just to, explain a bit about this, one curator recently at a leading gallery who I showed the work to, she said she liked the photos of the makeup smeared on a visor, which we've just seen, and the one that we're looking at now of dough shaped into a baby. Because firstly, she felt these were the sorts of things that an unhinged person might realistically do in lockdown. And secondly, because I'd portrayed them simply. But she told me that most of the other images in the series were too contrived and constructed, too artistic to be credible. This points to an interesting expectation about what mental disorder looks like, or how it should be performed for the camera. And it returns us to the fallacious relationship between neorealism and truth. This fallacy has its roots in 19th century writings on photography as an unmediated agent of nature, and it persists to this day. It informs the binaries which we often accept uncritically, especially that of documentary photography versus art photography. Alan Sekula further expands these binaries thus: photographer as seer versus photographer as witness, photography as expression versus photography as reportage, and theories of imagination or inner truth versus theories of empirical truth. In Pandemaniac, I aim to queer or trouble these category binaries. I've already touched on how I use alienation and the mask towards this end, and I'd now like to consider some of the other strategies I explore and where they can be seen. I must point out that I've had various degrees of cognizance about the things I'm discussing. So some were explicit intentions from the outset, others developed through the process of making the work, and a few are things I'm noticing noticing consciously only now. Unlike neorealism, which privileges the natural and strives to make the agency of photographer and photograph as illegible as possible, fashion and luxury goods advertising is explicitly fake. Its language is one of excess, polish, hyperbeauty, and artifice. Pandemaniac draws on this language, but always falls short of its standards of perfection. We see a person trying to conjure up in the confines of their flat a glamorous world, but always sliding instead towards the tawdry, comical, pathetic. The promises of fashion and luxury goods advertising, paragons of commodity fetishism under late-stage capitalism, are rendered absurd in the face of the pandemic. The desires which drive them, the need for affiliation, status, completeness, are impotent under social isolation. Desire leaves us only with its corollary, anxiety. For example, this image draws on the visual rhetoric of makeup advertising. But here the lipstick's smudged, the nails chipped, the skin is sweaty and blemished. The payoff inherent in the product genre, sexual desirability, cannot be fulfilled. Instead, the figure of the lover is replaced by the laser thermometer, which is literally kissing the protagonist's lips. The pattern created by the laser is reminiscent of a viral form, a kiss of death, potentially. The allusions to mortality which pervade the series, while at times touching on COVID, extend beyond it to a broader consideration of the death drive. In some places, the allusions are explicit: a shroud, a dissected mouse, a skull, dead hornets, ash, rotting fruit. In one image, the protagonist reaches to touch hands with a figure through a plastic sheet, like in many news photos we've seen this last year. Here, however, the figure isn't someone's grandma, but a macabre puppet suggestive of the allegorical death of medieval art come beckoning. Elsewhere in the series, the allusions to mortality come via the unreproductive body. In this image, the red ball, again, it signifies a viral particle of COVID, but in form and placements, it's also perhaps suggestive of a human egg. Elsewhere in the series, Crochet and Tomatoes echo menses. A baby is fashioned out of bread dough. Sanitizer looks like sexual fluids on a fetishized shoe. But in all this, the context and the body are clearly queer and childless. This speaks to a radical politics opposed to what Lee Edelman terms reproductive futurism, where the child becomes the site of psychic and material hope and redemption. The queer is positioned directly against this, embodying, as she does, a relentlessly narcissistic, antisocial, and future-negating drive. I've touched on how in the series I appropriate and reconfigure common tropes of the pandemic, such as stockpiling face masks, visors, temperature taking, vinyl gloves, self-isolating loo roll, having a lockdown birthday, so on and so forth. Queering these tropes functions as a playful defense mechanism, helping to denature them and disinvest them of their triggering threat. At the same time, the queering draws attention to the semantic properties of the tropes and motifs, inviting us to expand their possibilities of meaning within both a non-normative, individualistic frame of reference, and then through and beyond that to the abstract. There's thus a triangular relationship between the situational, so COVID and lockdown, the personal, in particular mental health, and the universal, so the broader themes, mortality, desire, and so on. Here in this picture, for example, we see a coat stand with 2 PPE masks hanging on it. The situational link with the pandemic, obvious. Regarding the personal narrative, we note that these masks have been hand embroidered with beads, suggesting that the protagonist has an affinity with kitsch or glamour and that they've spent considerable time embellishing disposable things. This investment of labour to apparently petty ends is a theme seen elsewhere in the series, and speaks to a Protestant work ethic which, denied its locus of capitalist productivity, must needs be redirected. One of the masks says, "Mask the fuck up," indicating a performative, anxious public aggression. Also hanging is the dog lead and collar, and in the mirror's reflection, we see a ceramic German shepherd. Read intertextually across the series, where we see other iterations of the same leitmotif, we infer that the protagonist no longer has their real-life dog. Universally, therefore, we're led to consider absence, loneliness, grief. The protagonist is here weakly reflected in the mirror, as if their life force isn't strong enough to fully inhabit the scene. They're incapable of returning their own gaze, let alone that of the viewing subject. The composition of the picture is suggestive of a Rorschach ink block test, both implying that the scene and or the person are under psychological scrutiny and denying the viewer access to an instantaneous comprehensive read. Looking at a standard photograph, we see space rendered into 2 dimensions according to the laws of vanishing point perspective, bound by a frame and caught in time. The viewer occupies the point of view of the camera. The signifying system of photography thus simultaneously involves scene depicted and the gaze of the spectator. It contains the object text and the viewing subject. In a well-made neorealist photo, the subject is under the illusion that she is witnessing the world from a unique point of view, which she shares with the photographer. In Pandemoniac, I'm always part of the photograph, that is, the text object. The conventional dynamic whereby the viewer occupies the space vacated by the photographer is disrupted, and there's a double displacement. The viewer substitutes the photographer, and the photographer substitutes or colonizes the object. Additionally, almost always as this object, I'm cropped, blurred, masked, or reflected, denying the viewer full and coherent access. In one of the final images in the series, the visual ambiguity between foreground, protagonist, and reflected camera and shoe threatens to destabilize our sense of perspective to such a degree that the visual logic of what we're looking at and from where risks breaking down. For me, these various strategies act as metaphors for mental health crises, when I've experienced a profound sense of disassociation and dislocation from my physical body. Now, I'll have to stop soon because I'm running out of time, yet I feel a creeping anxiety that I've talked about the wrong things and missed the right things out. So by way of a kind of final outpouring, I'd like to share some lines which I've just lifted directly from my notebook, and I'm just going to read them out to you. Reflections, mirrors, denying, averting the direct gaze. Shininess, as it relates to ideas of hygiene, glamour, wealth, cheapness, kitsch, camp. Crafting, making, baking as gendered acts, as acts of a capitalist subject. Magic, spellcasting as queer acts, shamanism and links to third genders. Motifs of red fingernails, red chilies, cornetto rosso, phallicism and good luck charms. Mouldy food, sploshing, disordered eating, chain smoking, dropped ash, drinking from round glasses, oral drives, both mammary and phallic. Temporal sequencing, a movement from figurative to abstract, from playful to sombre, from solid to liquid, slow shutter speeds and marking time. Fetishism, cliches of femininity, Joan Riviere and her idea of womanliness as masquerade. Absence, the partial absence of the protagonist, the absent dog, the absence of titles or captions in the series, and the difficulties that this creates for the viewer. Voyeurism and exhibitionism, narcissism, the narcissistic investment in surface, akin to the art photographic surface, active and passive viewing positions coded as masculine and feminine. In their phrasal nature, these notes are like dreams, which Freud described as brief, meagre, and laconic in comparison with the range and wealth of the dream thoughts. The acts of condensation, displacement, and symbolism at work in dreams need to be unravelled, expanded, and cross-referenced to get at their meaning. I feel that so too must these fragments of ideas about what my series is about and what it's made of. And like the dream work, the images in the series must be read as a whole, intertextually, because individually they cannot make full sense. And this, by the way, creates problems with how the work can be successfully circulated within the image economy, when curators and publishers often want what they term a tight edit, you know, and digital network culture expects a single, quickly legible money shot. I'd like to end by saying that what I've outlined in this paper is by no means a definitive analysis or reading of the series. In my work, I aim to create a charged space without unary meaning, to which the viewer must bring her own questions and interpretations, which will never be the same as mine. And nor did I go into the series having consciously articulated all of the theoretical interests that I've discussed. To return to the analogy with which I started, Making a series feels like walking through a strange house. In some places, there's a well-lit, straight corridor. In others, you're stumbling around in the dark, unsure of the way. It's only when you're out of the house that you can look back and try to piece together the journey that you took from room to room. I say try because I'm very aware of my failures. I'm reminded of a quote by Walter Benjamin with which I'd like to leave you. The illiterate of the future, it has been said, will not be the man who cannot read the alphabet, but the one who cannot take a photograph. But must we not also count as illiterate the photographer who cannot read his own pictures? Thank you very much.
That was terrific. That was really good. Superbly presented, and you've raised some really interesting issues with that body of work. I really enjoyed that, but it's so good to get the inside line on that work. I think you've really enriched my understanding, and I'm sure the audience's understanding of your practice. And we must keep an eye on what you're doing in the future, Moreno. You must keep in contact with us. So congratulations, that was really good.
Thank you. And can I just say thank you to Tom with the slides, who was just amazing. Thanks, Tom.
That was amazing. How good was the timing?
I could have done it, wasn't it? It was awesome. Thank you.
You wouldn't have noticed. That was really well done. So thanks to you both. Okay, right, guys. We now have our next presentation. So let me just get my document up and running. We have a joint presentation here. So between Brigitte Lardenois, Dr. Annabella Pauline, and Oisin Davies, and let me just introduce them properly to you. Brigitte Lardenois is Director of the Photography and the Archive Research Centre, PARC, at University of the Arts in London. From 1985 until 1995, she worked as an exhibition organiser and curator at the Barbican Art Gallery, where she specialised in the organisation and curation of photography exhibitions. In 1995, she joined the staff of Magnum Photos to set up their culture department in London. She was involved in many Magnum group exhibitions, notably Magnum Island, as well as solo shows, working with Henri Cartier-Bresson, Martin Parr, Joseph Kudelka, Eve Arnold, Elliot Erwitt, and many other members of the agency. In 2006, she moved to the London College of Communication at the University of the Arts London to take up post as a senior research fellow. Books include, and get this, Magnum Magnum, the 60th anniversary book of the agency, which was published by Thames and Hudson in 8 languages and is currently in its 4th edition. For Thames and Hudson, she also edited Eve Arnold's People and an updated version of Magnum Island, co-edited with Val Williams, and that was published in spring 2020. Photography and curation are her specialist areas. Since 2014, her personal focus of research is the investigation of the Edward Reeves archives in Lewes. And some of you might remember her presentation at Quad, I think, for one of the editions of Format some time ago, which is fascinating. This was established in 1858, and it is believed to be the oldest surviving photography studio in the world. A book about this project is currently in preparation, and if you look at the bio in your delegate pack, you can actually chase up the website as well. Well worth having a look at. Dr. Annabella Pauline is Reader in History of Art and Design and Director of the Centre for Design History at University of Brighton. She has a particular research interest in histories of popular photography. Her publications include Mass Photography, Mass Photography, Collective Histories of Everyday Life, 2015, and Photography Reframed, New Visions on Contemporary Photographic Culture, 2018, co-edited with Ben Burbridge. Finally, we have Oisin Davies. Oisin is Research Centre Administrator at the Photography and the Archive Research Centre at the University of Arts in London, as well as an independent curator and arts programmer. He has also created one of the Format 21 shows with Paul Lowe and Brigitte Lardenois. Now, just in case you might not understand what PARC is, the Photography and the Archive Research Centre known under the anagram as PARC, was founded in 2003 by Professor Val Williams and Julian Rodriguez. It's based at London College of Communication, and its aim is to give insight into the development of photography as a medium while helping to preserve its heritage. So, without further ado, I am delighted for this presentation to proceed. So, Annabella, Brigitte, and Oisin, please take it away. Okay, Brigitte, have you got your? Okay, if you can hear me, guys, you need to unmute your microphones, because I think your microphones are all muted at the moment. So if you can go to the top right of Teams, you can then click the mics on. There you go. Brilliant. All yours.
I can come in here because I believe Brigitte has got a problem with her headphones and she can't hear us at all.
Okay.
We'll move the arrangement round. So basically we're having 3 presentations.
Okay.
And we'll just move the order of them round.
Yeah,
so
I
will get on with sharing my screen. I was speaking last, but I'll speak first. It'll all make sense in the end. Can you see my slides? Can you hear me okay?
Yes, I can hear you. Thank you.
Shall I begin? So I'm part of the photography and the archive research team, and together with Brigitte Lardenois and Oisin Davies and Paul Lowe, we're working on research and investigations into some COVID photography projects of recent times, including mass isolation format, and for historic England, we're looking at picturing lockdown. So in my part of the presentation, I'm going to explain my role in the project team. So I was invited by Brigitte and Paul to join this COVID photography team because of my previous work analysing mass participation photography events. So for example, my PhD, which I later turned into this 2015 book at the Centre, Mass Photography, in those projects, I examined the history of large-scale photographic events based on public contributions, such as, for example, on the left-hand side of the screen, the cancer fundraising One Day for Life project, which took place on one day in Britain in 1987 and generated 55,000 photographic submissions. And as another example, one of many, on the right-hand side, the 2012 project, A Day in the World, which in fact Brigitte was closely involved in as a selector and an editor. And this was another, but this time digital mass participation photography project. And this generated 100,000 photographs from across the globe. Now, the historical material that I've been researching, this is an example of a box of analogue prints from the 55,000 submitted to that One Day for Life project in 1987. Of course, the material is quite different in form as analogue prints and also in purpose from COVID photography projects. And the mass photographic projects that I've given you a couple of examples of are sometimes designed to raise money for charity. They're sometimes designed to raise awareness of particular causes. But there are, in fact, many similarities between these historic projects and contemporary crowdsourced COVID photography projects. So some of the framing of recent COVID photography projects has been to situate them as unique responses to unprecedented times. But in fact, there are remarkable continuities, for example, in the way that the projects are described. So all of these projects are seen as opportunities for building communities, often for capturing everyday life experiences, ordinary people's everyday life experiences. And they also are often constructed around the promise of creating a visual time capsule for historians of the future to look back on. And so I would argue that looking back at some of these historic projects, claims and promises also provides some insight into how COVID projects delivered in 2020 might be used and understood in 30, 40 years' time and beyond. Now, the specific COVID project that I'm going to talk to you about in my section of this panel is Picturing Lockdown. So Picturing Lockdown was organised by Historic England as a week-long mass participation event in April-May 2020. Historic England, as you may know, is a public body tasked with looking after the national historic environment. And as a means to engage the public and to collect material for their archive, the team devised a call for photographs during the first lockdown, quite early in the first lockdown, in fact, and they placed that call alongside a parallel series of photographic commissions by photographic artists covering the 10 regions of England as they divided it up. Nearly 3,000 photographs were submitted by the public to that project in that week, and 100 of them were selected by Historic England to enter their permanent collection. And I'm showing you a selection here of just 4 of those images, and they include depictions that are now part of the recognisable visual culture of COVID, for example, home baking, home haircuts, to empty streets and isolated bodies with masks and personal protective equipment. Particular themes and patterns emerge in that collection, showing how members of the public experience lockdown, but also, and this is subtly different, I think, how the public thought that lockdown was best communicated symbolically for a collecting project that was also, to some extent, a photographic competition. So dominant themes include, for example, rainbows in windows of houses, rainbows more broadly as a collectively recognised symbol of hope, and one of the sort of icons, I suppose we could call it, of the first lockdown. So Historic England commissioned Park Photography in the Archive Research Centre at London College of Communication to analyse the collection, and as part of it, all 3,000 of the photographs are being tagged and quantified by subject and by theme. Now I want to move to a more analytical part of my talk, which is to provide a few kind of qualitative analytical questions, and to suggest that while mapping shared symbols and patterns is interesting, shared patterns show what matters to people, mapping patterns alone can be quite limited for understanding Picturing Lockdown. And this is in part because what a photograph is of, so its subject content, is of course only part of its meaning. And all of us here, as a very photographically engaged group, would likely agree that one of the most interesting things about photographs is that their meaning is complex, slippery, mobile, and so on. So statistics about how many people photographed sourdough or how many people photographed hand washing is interesting, but it will only get you so far. As other scholars before me have argued, and I've put some examples on this slide, what a photo might be of, this idea of a photo being of something, what a photo is of is potentially endless. So instead, what we might think about is what a photograph is about. And what a photograph is about is arguably not only much more interesting, but also much harder to capture. Researchers of picture libraries, for example, have long observed that indexing systems struggle to capture the symbolic and the affective qualities of photographs. And this is often precisely what a photograph is about. So what I'm calling photographs aboutness, I would argue, often lies outside of their image content. It's outside the frame, it's extra pictorial. Some photographs submitted to Picturing Lockdown spell out their affective emotional content and purpose in the space of the image, such as these 2 examples. But for others, their emotional message is communicated through the accompanying free text description. So each submission had the option for the submitter to include a title and a 50-word narrative. And a quick survey of picturing lockdown photograph titles and narratives demonstrates not only what the photographs were about, but also, I think, why the public engaged in the project, that is, what the photographs were for. And you can see from this list of words that I've summarised as typical terms that appear in those free texts and in those titles, that what the photographs were for was for communicating emotion, for creating a collective experience under conditions of isolation through a public platform, and also for gaining recognition, because the project was about connection and engagement, but it also had that competitive element. Now, that competitive element is an interesting but also a difficult part of this project, because Historic England only chose 100 photographs for the final selection, and those that didn't obviously show masks or clapping or NHS graffiti or social distancing demarcations, they were very unlikely to win. But a significant proportion of the photographs are in fact of scenes and subjects, from sunsets to landscapes, that might not seem immediately connected to COVID, and perhaps more like submissions to a conventional photography competition. By their submission to Picturing Lockdown, as emphasised in the textual narrative, however, they are all always about COVID, and their significance variously representing solace, fortitude and escapism lies outside of the frame. So I'm still analysing Picturing Lockdown at present, but my initial conclusions based on image and text, and in comparison with similar projects before it, suggests that Picturing Lockdown could be retitled Feeling Lockdown. What lockdown looked like seems less important than what lockdown felt like. And what the project was about and what the project was for was primarily emotional. And additionally, I would argue that the free text is essential to understanding photographs' extra pictorial aboutness, as I'm calling it. This provides the individual experience behind those collective shared symbols and the common communicative devices that people use. By only publishing and cherishing 100 from the 3,000 submitted, by only selecting 100 to depict lockdown experience, I would also say that 95% of the value of this project has been sidelined. The vast majority have now become unpublished rejects, but every one of those photographs feels lockdown, even if it doesn't picture it, meaning that the richest story lies in the totality and not the privileged selected few. Thank you.
Hello, can you hear me now? Well, that was every presenter's nightmare. I've done all the rehearsals, I've done everything correct, and I haven't heard a thing what anyone said except the second half of Annabella's. So, Phil, I apologize, I didn't hear your introduction. I am, however, delighted that it's being recorded so that I'll be able to catch up. My name is Brigitte Lardinois, and I am the director of PARC, the Photography and the Archive Research Centre at LCC UAL. And in case Phil hasn't mentioned it, we were going to be presenting together with Paul Lowe, who is part of our team, but he was called away for family reasons. And Oshin very kindly stepped into the breach and will be doing the part that Paul was going to present. I have no slides to show, which is very good given my technical problems, but I have a reason that I have no slides to show, which is that I'm really talking about an archive that doesn't exist yet. In the middle of the night, it struck me as quite funny because the last time I presented at Format, I spoke about my big research project into the Reeves archive in Lewes, which is as old, if not older, as the De Winter collection in Derby. So really for the last 7 years, I've been working mainly with glass plates. Glass plates, of course, are fantastically stable. And what we are trying to do at Park with the help of Historic England and Format, which is why we are looking at the two bodies of work that they have created during lockdown. What we want to do is make an online archive that is held at the university, which will be a portal for a great number of bodies of work that have been developed during lockdown. Because obviously this is a totally unique time in the medium. Everyone is photographing, and they're photographing the same experience all over, or a similar experience all over the world. And the photographers, even professional photographers, are turning the camera on their own experiences. So we feel very strongly that it's important before all this, well, when the pandemic ends and when all this work gets dispersed, it'll be hard in years and decades to come to really look back on all these digitally born images and analyze them. So our plan is to collect this incredible range of responses, and our method for that is going to be, that's what we're developing on the basis of work that we did with an NGO called Climate Visuals. We had a knowledge exchange project with them where what we developed is a portal where different collections are shown in low res, very low res, and we link automatically into those collections. So if a photographer wants to have his or her work represented on our site, we don't have the copyright, we don't have the rights, we represent them and automatically link back to their source if anyone wants to use the images for other than research. We are, Annabella may have said that, we are working on a new keyword system. Hamish Crooks, who is the ex-digital manager of Magnum and later of Reuters, is our consultant on this project. And not only will we be able to offer Historic England, for instance, the use of our keywords, because it's all well and good to have thousands and thousands of images if you can't keyword, if they're not keyworded, so you can't search them. So that's our aim, to have a searchable online archive with the UAL servers regularly updating the links to the various contributors, obviously, and also making sure that the digital files keep updated. And we have a good start with the connections that we made with Historic England and Format, and also our own university, who are collecting images of students and staff during the pandemic. And I hope very much that we will be able to welcome some of your own work. It was great to hear, Phil, you talking about how it felt the beginning of the pandemic, and obviously Joy referred to work and Marino did. It's clear that we have a function to fulfill, and I hope that we will be successful in our next funding bid, and that sometime in the future I'll be able to report back that we're doing it and that it's all set up. I think that's all I wanted to say. Thank you. Oisin.
Hi there. Thank you very much, Brigitte. We find ourselves in a moment that is not only unique in history, but unique in the history of photography as well. The pandemic, a simultaneous global event, has been captured by photographers and artists, both professional and amateur, to make people see and understand the conditions and consequences of life and death at this crucial, surreal, traumatic moment. Private citizens, for want of a better word, people who would not claim to be a photographer, but who, due to the proliferation of camera technology, possess the easy means of photography, also join this circle. Photography has provided a means of expression, of experimentation, and documentation to so many. The vast outpouring of expression captured by mass isolation, along with other projects similar in kind, we believe proved key to understanding people's experiences of the pandemic. Paul, Brigitte, and myself were part of the team going through the collection of over 40,000 images with the format team. We saw here a huge array of experiences, stories, and styles. In waves of exposure, we have curated a room that gives a small sample of that overall collection, but we have attempted to describe certain tendencies, certain themes that seem to coalesce. So too is this a unique moment in the presentation of artworks. The demands of successive lockdowns and social distancing have, for much of the world, closed or restricted galleries and art institutions. Public outdoor art has been one answer to this. The huge photo mosaic of the mass isolation project that wraps the Derby Quad is one example of that. Another is digital exhibition, like the ingenious and innovative New Art City portal that Format have used to such a brilliant effect. Here, in this image that you're seeing now, I've been trying to capture an aerial view of our room for this presentation, showing both the wall layout, what we've called an art slalom, and the title of the exhibition with one perfectly timed jump and screenshot. I had company, however. This green lozenge seen here in front of Tristan Pose's self-portrait wearing 64 masks was a volunteer, I think, and they remained completely still in front of this photograph the whole time I was trying to take this screenshot. I realized that this lozenge, this person, didn't actually ruin the shoot, but in fact made it. I realized that rather than a frustration, it was a joy to be looking at art in a space and to be in company. Despite the isolation and disorientation many people suffered through the pandemic, expressed by this haunting, statuesque self-portrait, this feeling of company that I felt in that moment seemed to typify mass isolation. Sometimes, like the work of Neil Kramer, his physical company become players in a theatrical performance. A series of humorous and poignant mise-en-scène unfold involving his ex-wife and elderly mother in his apartment in Queens, New York. The diarist and the performative come together to form a kind of soap opera of the pandemic. Confined largely to their homes, photographers used what they had to hand. Furniture, architecture, everyday items, and their own bodies could serve as primary subject matter. These familiar spaces had become strange. Photographers such as Claire Ellen Shanahan and Zula Rabikowska reflect this strangeness, bodies literally compartmentalized in these domestic interiors. Whilst we had, so did photography become a way of maintaining a relationship with outdoor space and with local community. It became a reason and outcome of daily allocated exercise time for many. Lizzie Combs' socially distanced doorstep photography, seen here, produces a network of local residents in Leeds. Smiling, relaxed neighbours, friends and family appear to sit for both the photograph and the chat. Whilst we had in general sought to show individual artists on each wall, platforming their often expansive series of works in grids, mimicking the grids of Instagram. We had come across single images and small series that had rhymed so perfectly that we'd also curated a handful of walls as diptychs and triptychs. Here, a family meet in a park in Holland, hugging their relatives through a plastic sheet. This is sandwiched between two other plastic-covered portraits, portraying our newly intensified anxieties over droplets and particles. Mass isolation provided a focus of artistic experimentation and self-reflection, an opportunity to share trauma and memory with others. Maria Teresa Mohammed reflects on the loss of her father by working on found photographs, obscuring and defacing them. At the opposite end of the scale, US-based collective Rolls and Tubes experiment using photography and that most essential of items, toilet paper, to pastiche the great works of photographic art. Found objects and detritus provided a rich source of material. Here, Kimberly Witham creates still lives worthy of the Dutch Golden Age, and John Darwell documents his daily compost in no less sumptuous manner. So too did we see professional photographers turn their cameras on themselves and those closest to them, as we see here with Eitan Abramovich, a photographer and photo editor with AFP and his intimate family snapshots. Professional photographers also took to the streets to document life under lockdowns. Kishore Krishnamurthy, a professional photographer in Hyderabad, India, produced a number of fantastic documentary projects. We feature 3 of these. Here we see a series of quarantine blockades in his city. The eerie quiet of lockdown pervades many of these images. Urban centres seemingly unpopulated and ghostly encounters in the outside world produce a profound sense of dreamlike alienation. Like the plastic sheeting seen earlier, windows come to act like membranes between the self and the outside world. Bernie van Leenen's portraits, tinted by the bluish light of evening, possess the pathos and surreality of this separation. Masks, of course, repeat throughout this material. As one of the clearest symbols of the pandemic, so too do they act as membranes, but also here in Aaron Yeendel's masks, both talismanic and a reminder of the very real conditions that many healthcare professionals like Brian Lee here faced during the pandemic. The Mass Isolation collection, of course, provides the material and grounds for crucial research into the pandemic from a social sciences perspective. But it provides something else, something that's hard to communicate, possibly hard to communicate within the remits of funding bids. Is a sense that it conveys a sense of participation in the social act of taking, presenting and looking at photographs. This virtual platform may not have brought us together physically, but the launch last night being proof was able to bring us together in a very moving way to commune in front of images, even if only as groups of green pixels. The platform provided an opportunity to engage with artists in a way we'd not been able to previously. It enabled us to link directly from the walls of our space to the Instagram pages of our selected artists, allowing, using a unique hashtag, for them to curate a second exhibition space. At a time when touch becomes so fraught, photography in its production, circulation and reception becomes a fundamental form of communication. Like waving hands, it affirms our own presence and that of others. I would like to say a huge thank you to all of the fantastic artists and photographers we have featured, all of the artists and photographers who contribute to Mass Isolation, who we weren't able to feature, all of the team at Format and New Art City, and to Brigitte Lardinois, Paul Lowe and Annabella Pollen. It's been wonderful to work with you all. Thank you.
Excellent. Thanks, Oisin. That was a terrific presentation. It really was. And I think you really represented the diversity of the exhibition very well and spoke about the way and the methodology of the representation of the work. And I just think that also the presentation by you all really clearly represented the importance of Parkes' role in photographic research. It's essential that these interpretations of life during COVID are captured and brought together. So many thanks for your work, and I'm so glad to have you present all this to the Format conference today. And please send our best wishes to Paul. Shame he couldn't be here. Okay, but terrific. Thank you very much indeed. Okay, and finally, now this is a bit of a treat. I am really pleased to introduce to you our special guest, American artist James Stanford, who transforms original photographs of Las Vegas mid-century architecture and neon signs into highly intricate designs. James was an early adopter of the digital art form and creates kaleidoscopic photo montages that capture Las Vegas's iconic aesthetic and legendary neon signs. The works display his compelling mix of traditional photography with experimental digital art. The artist engages with his native Las Vegas while reflecting his own Buddhist practice in his work. His art reflects an interest in transforming views of reality into imagined realms. Drawing on his own belief in Buddhism, he conceives of his digital montages as modern mandalas, offering them up as maps towards inner Zen. James is releasing a new ebook of Shimmering Zen, a fresh take on his seminal body of work. The ebook will be released in the spring of 2021. So this is the final presentation of the conference, and this is going to be a superb visual treat. So James, thank you very much.
Thank you. Greetings, everyone. Is this?
Your go.
I'll go. Okay. Okay. Greetings, everyone. Yes. It's my honor to present my work and ideas here at Format 21, and I'd like to thank the organizers and participants for creating such a rich and vibrant platform with which to engage. Here I am halfway around the world in fabulous Las Vegas. Now I would like to talk about my life as an artist, my influences, my motivations, and show you some of my work in my best known series, Shimmering Zen. The title of my presentation is Shimmering Zen, Where Mutual Causality Meets the Neon Lights of Las Vegas. Yes, I'm an artist who was born and raised in Las Vegas, the 20th century city. I would like to share some of my practice with you. I've decided to load up and show you a whole lot of images of my hometown that shaped me and introduce you to a lot of images that I call modern mandalas. Some people have to leave their hometowns and go to larger cities just to make something of themselves. One day I woke up and realized that I didn't need to go anywhere else. I just needed to pay attention to what was right in front of me. It was all right here. Of course, all of life's lessons are found wherever you are. I became interested in Zen Buddhism after being awakened by LSD. I had an opening. What opened up for me was an understanding of the interrelatedness of all phenomena. I saw firsthand that everything is a part of everything else. Thus, in my work, Las Vegas collides with mutual causality. My practice is the merging of meditation and art. Not surprisingly, Las Vegas and its Mojave Desert environs are my matrix. Well, let's get started. I'm anxious to show you what I mean. My work is derived from photography. I use photographic elements to digitally manipulate those images and create modern mandalas. The Shimmering Zen series came about during the era in which the hotels of my youth were being torn down to make way for mega resorts. At this time, I realized that no one was really addressing the loss of local history. I started taking more and more photographs of Las Vegas signage, motels, hotels, and mostly I concentrated on taking pictures at the Neon Museum's Boneyard, where most of the old neon signs of my youth were to be preserved. In the early 90s, I had switched from painting and studio art to Mac computer and Photoshop. I began manipulating the images of my past and playing around with the images that I had documented. I realized that I could create modern mandalas built around Las Vegas signage, and I could memorialize the city where I grew up that was very quickly disappearing. At the same time, creating these modern mandalas fit into my meditative practice. Creating art and practicing Zen Buddhism morphed together, and it continues to carry me to this day. I'm a native son of Las Vegas. One of my first recollections of becoming conscious of my surroundings when I was growing up happened one day while playing during recess at my grammar school, John S. Park Elementary. I looked up to the west on a very clear winter's day, and for the very first time, I noticed the rugged red rocks, and I thought to myself, wow, I'm living in a Western movie. Suddenly, I realized that I was living in the wild, wild West. Many people think that all deserts are alike. Not so. There was a lot of varied terrain and a whole lot of character to Las Vegas. All through the valley, you could see clumps of salt cedar and cottonwood trees or mesquite bosques, which meant that there were springs popping out of the ground everywhere. There was a beautiful spring close to my house in the Huntridge area, one of the more established downtown neighborhoods built during World War II, full of acres of bamboo, small creeks, and sand. We called it the Bamboo Jungle. This was my playground. When I was born, there were only 4 hotel casinos on the Strip. There was the El Rancho Vegas, which was one of the most established, if not the first. There was the Club Bingo, which was the other casino directly across the Strip and later became the Sahara Hotel. Next to that was the first airport. Down the street, built just before I was born, was Bugsy Siegel's Flamingo Hotel. I remember watching the Riviera go up, and I saw the Sahara and Riviera were the first 2 high-rises. My favorite place on the Strip, though, was the Last Frontier Village. It was beautifully ornate, and you could get the feel of the true Old West there with fake gunfights every hour on the hour. It was also a favorite of Elvis Presley's. Downtown Las Vegas, which is currently undergoing rapid gentrification, was a thriving neighborhood with department stores, coffee shops, and a gamut of retail stores. The Golden Nugget and motorcar motels such as the Blue Angel were thriving on Fremont Street. This was the Atomic City. As a child, there were 2 or 3 occasions in which the above-ground atomic bombs were so big and powerful that they cracked the windows of our house. I couldn't actually see the mushroom clouds, but I saw the flash, and I heard the distant rumble growing closer. We didn't even consider all of the hidden dangers, gifts of the atomic genie yet to come. In the 50s and 60s, Las Vegas was the zeitgeist of pop culture. You had the best entertainment, scientists, and the largest Air Force base in the world, with the fabulous Thunderbirds flying in formation overhead. Las Vegas was an early adapter of public relations and marketing. This was a city that marketed itself, from floating crap games in a swimming pool to showgirls, to quickie marriages and divorces, to anything that one could imagine or reimagine. It was here, and this was my hometown. Having Count Basie's big band and Frank Sinatra sing Happy Birthday to me at age 16 in the Copa room of the Sands Hotel was the norm. As a teenager cruising down Fremont Street in a Corvette convertible listening to the Rolling Stones, surrounded by flickering lights of neon signs all around me, as well as the soothing hum of neon bulbs singing to me. I couldn't imagine growing up anywhere else. As the city's visual aesthetics attracted people from around the world, it also inspired my own artistic style, as well as my attraction to Buddhist philosophy. There is nothing more Zen-like than the Mojave Desert. One has to keep in mind that we are surrounded by a vast desert, a lot of emptiness. Las Vegas is like an island of light in the middle of a vast, dark desert. It is a very unique place, different from all other places in the United States. The draw of the desert informed my understanding of human consciousness and human perception. The desert is a mystical place. Jesus was tempted by the devil there. St. Anthony was too. I knew that there was something more going on than meets the eye. As I experimented with things during the 60s, took a little LSD in 1966, and expanded my consciousness and became an artist, a lot of interesting things opened up. One of which was discovering Zen. I realized that Zen was asking the same questions that I was asking. It all boiled down to don't know mind. It is this part of this vast space I speak of, just to allow yourself to not know. This don't know mind allows you to open up to wonderment. To me, in Las Vegas, all of these things were clear and apparent. Seeing these extremes of the desert, the beautiful red rocks, places where you could re-energize, to become really quiet and really contemplate the nature of the universe, juxtaposed against these jingle-jangle of slot machines and the buzzing of neon lights. All of these things work together to create an environment that was like nowhere else on Earth. I first became acquainted with Zen Buddhism in the mid-60s. As I got involved more deeply in the practice, I realized that its concept of mutual causality or dependent co-origination resonated deeply with me. If you look at the neon signs and architecture of Las Vegas, it is created to propagate capitalism. True enough. The almighty dollar is certainly the point of the game. One would think that this is contrary to Buddhism, but it's not. This is where we learn about the true nature of opposites. I call this understanding of opposites unity of polarity. It is something that shows you that good and bad, right and wrong, all of these supposed opposites exist together on a single pole, almost like a coin with two sides, heads and tails. It's one coin, but you see good on one side and bad on the other. And there's no way of knowing good without knowing bad, and vice versa. Certainly, if monetary idolatry exists in Las Vegas, the opposite also exists. Unity of polarity shows us how powerful the play of opposites can be in a work of art. It gives you that contrast to be able to see and understand the nature of all that is context bound. In Buddhism, there is the story of Indra's jeweled net. It is a description of the nature of the universe. The net itself is created by the great god Indra, who is a creator-destroyer god. Indra strings the net throughout the entire universe, and at the vertex of each joining of each thread of the net exists a large multifaceted jewel, so that every single jewel reflects every other jewel in the entire universe. It is a shimmering interpretation of the nature of our holographic universe. This metaphor is the inspiration for this body of work. I created this Shimmering Zen series and later a book by the same title because I wanted to share my modern mandalas and how mutual causality had deeply affected me. I wanted to let the two collide because to me, they work together to create the body of work. I wanted to expose artists to a new way of creating a way that doesn't depend so much on the flesh-bound ego, that really uses all of the elements of art, including you as co-conspirators, to create something special and something unique unto yourself. Because of this understanding, I thought I could not only show people a new side to Las Vegas, but I could show them perhaps a new approach to creating art. In my 40s, I became acquainted with the book Mutual Causality in Buddhism and General Systems Theory by Joanna Macy. I had no idea what effect this would have on my life. What is mutual causality? It is a new way of looking at causality. It is the nature of our relationship with the universe. Everything influences everything. Everything is part of everything. There is a great interpenetration and dependent origination that all phenomena arise in dependence upon other phenomena. If this exists, that exists. If this ceases to exist, that also ceases to exist. To that end, my art is a result of mutual causality. I can see the cause and effect from a point of view in which a certain gestalt stimulates the creative environment that allows for the creation of a unique way of coaxing an image out of that vast creative reservoir, the mind. After all, mind makes everything. We as artists co-create this universe. The universe creates us in order to know itself. I do not look at the creative act as though I'm the primary mover who is doing something to a work of art. Instead, I see my role as co-conspirator who is cooperating with all the other elements needed for the creation of a work of art. For example, we have to learn to recognize the role of the feedback loop, which truly guides us in the right direction. I would look at the process I would use to chop down a tree. First, I would walk up to the tree to decide what direction I want it to fall. Well, I don't want it to hit the house. This would require me to make my cuts in the direction that I want it to fall. All of my subsequent cuts would then determine the next cut. Cutting down the tree is a methodical process which fosters a feedback loop. The tree informs me about my next cut. When I take a photograph, I see an element in whatever it is that I'm capturing that inspires me to transform it into something else. The element has to be pregnant with some sort of energy to compel me to play with it. There are certain things I've learned over the years about what will create a beautiful symmetrical or asymmetrical object. Asymmetry, of course, always creates the best symmetry. I'm always looking at the negative space. It informs me of how that negative space will conjoin with other patterns of the same element. Once I start creating a pattern, a simple pattern, then I can also start twisting it, turning it, doing all kinds of things to it. I'm not limited to any particular outcome. My work is wide open for experimentation, and it is limitless in this way. Photoshop is a tool that provides the opportunity to explore. I may play with different color combinations, throw in a solarization or invert it. There are all kinds of things I can do. I can use all kinds of filters to render magic. Like mutual causality, we discover that color is not isolable. Color is always seen in relationship to other colors. The background always affects the foreground by creating some form of contrast. The background affects the foreground to the same extent that the foreground affects the background. I'm not afraid to make a mistake, because that is how I learn and evolve as an artist. There are not really any mistakes. There are certain things that work better than other things. If something does not work, I just try something else. There is no homunculus sitting in a control panel and the control center of human consciousness. Where is the seat of human consciousness? Is it seated in the brain, the heart, the gut? So who is in charge? Where is this self we speak of? We do have certain controls that we can use for ourselves. We can control the amount of time we spend making a work of art. We can literally control our approach to art. We can't necessarily control the result of what we're doing, but we can certainly sit ourselves down and just do it. Ultimately, it is the truth within ourselves that comes through to create a work of art. It is the numinous quality of truth and the aesthetic that you see. Whatever it is that is affecting you is not an ultimate truth, but it is a truth. And so with that knowledge in hand, you can manipulate the image and you can discover further things about the truth that make it even more truthful. I'm a great believer in the historic tradition of diligent artistic craft, mastering techniques, new technologies, materials, and foundational skills remain at the core of my practice. So it comes as no surprise that I have a deep connection to modernist approaches, particularly the Bauhaus interest in utilizing technology in design and fine art. I'm constantly experimenting with cutting-edge technologies, and I have a particular interest in the work of key Bauhaus figures such as the sculptor, artist, graphic designer Herbert Bayer, as well as the painter and photographer Laszlo Moholy-Nagy. In fact, I share Moholy-Nagy's commitment to an interrelatedness of art, life, and technology. The use of new technologies allows me not only to transform space, but to also engage the viewer, to keep pace with the ever-changing swirl of popular culture. So thank you very much for the honor and privilege of allowing me to present my images and thoughts about my hometown, and thanks for listening to my thoughts on Zen Buddhist philosophy. I believe that the world needs to understand the true nature of the self. Buddha never said that there is no self. He said that no self can be found anywhere that is separate from all other selves. There simply is no isolable self. So with that thought in mind, go forth and discover who you really are. A mind that is open to wonderment creates a fertile ground for creativity and an open predisposition for self-discovery. And to close out, I would like to give a nod to two great American photographers, Minor White and Walter Chappell. Thank you very much.
Thank you, James. That was stunning. And although I've looked at your work on your website, I think that discussion on your work really enriches how we understand it, where you're coming from, and what informs it. That was terrific.
Thank you.
Yeah, I was one of the things I was thinking of. How on earth is James actually combining aspects of the Mojave Desert that of the desert that are so quiet and so organic and so natural against this environment called Las Vegas, that's known to be very brash, very noisy, whatever. But the way you've articulated this is as a sense of opposites, I think is very interesting. It really is. And what I really find interesting is the way that, although these images are a combination of lots and lots of different other images, it's the way in which there's this geometric presence in the work. And I can't help wondering what Mondrian would have done if he'd gone from New York to Las Vegas after painting Victory Bugurigi and Broadway Bugurigi, and someone had given a computer in Photoshop. I wonder actually whether he'd actually.
That'd be great. I'd love to see.
Yeah, because also he was really into his jazz when he went to New York. He was enthralled by it, and there was a complete about change in terms of the work that he made. But yeah, and then sadly there are only two works that we know of, and sadly they're incomplete. But maybe their incompleteness is a really interesting quality of the work.
Yes.
I've got a whole list of questions here, but then in the next paragraph, you've answered them.
Uh-oh.
You know, but there's a couple of things. You talk about foundational skills, and I think by that you mean design, awareness of design. Are there any other aspects of foundational skills that you think are really intrinsic to the work you make?
Well, I found that my work really took off once I started teaching color composition. And I had been a painter when I first started off. I had my Bachelor of Fine Arts degree from the University of Nevada, Las Vegas in painting. And then I went on to get my Master of Fine Arts in painting from the University of Washington. So I'm approaching photography from the point of view of a painter. I'm a painter with a camera. Of course, I studied photography, and but I was really interested in painting. But it took so long to do a painting that my graduate thesis board told me that I better figure out a way to produce more art.
Yeah.
So
interesting.
I started looking around for ways of doing that, and I taught for a number of years at UNLV in the College of Southern Nevada, and I think that teaching year after year of color comp was really what did it for me.
Okay. Yeah, I can see what. But what was it about color composition that actually did it for you? What did it seem to seal in terms of your kind of creative awareness?
Well, it just got me more interested in the formal elements of design.
Okay.
And I began to be able to see how I could play with these things, play with objects, play with photography, and really. And of course, I had been also a graphic designer.
Right. Yeah.
So I spent some time with the graphic design, and I became much more aware of just the raw bone design of how to create something interesting, no matter what you use. And then when I decided that Las Vegas images were where I wanted to go, and I came up with the idea of Indra's Jeweled Net and the idea of Shimmering Zen, then I was really able to combine these images and really have a lot of fun and play around with them. Yeah,
the work is entirely, I think almost entirely, based around the Las Vegas area and also the surrounding desert. One of the themes I mentioned earlier by a historian, Glacken, was that one of the enduring questions that people have always asked is, to what extent does environment actually change human beings? I'm just wondering how you think Las Vegas has changed you.
Well, it's interesting because when I got out of graduate school, I had to pay for my education. And so I had to go to work in the factories of Las Vegas, which are the casinos. And I became a blackjack dealer for 7 years. While teaching.
Yeah. Blimey.
And I was teaching at UNLV during the day. And then at night, I put on my green apron and became a blackjack dealer. I consider that my PhD in life.
Yeah. Okay.
The many masks of Mammon appeared before me and challenged me.
Yeah. That's interesting. That's fascinating.
I had come from Ivory Tower, the University of Washington.
Yeah.
To the nitty gritty of the casino, with all the cigarette smoke and the jingle jangle change machines and the pressure of people winning and losing and all of that. But it was such a great anthropological study.
Yeah.
And it really brought me down to earth. And I began to understand what it was I needed to do.
Yeah, brilliant. We have Gemma's just joined us. I just want to turn to a couple of questions that are come up. We're getting some good questions now. We've got a question from Angela Bartram, who is our head of research for School of Art. And she says, James, you mentioned Bauhaus just as was thinking about your Patternesque imagery. It reminds me of a less geoform Annie Albers, others to Moholy-Nagy. Does his textile work offer insight?
Yes, yes, very much. That idea of the usefulness of art. I remember when I was 16 years old, I was in a library, Las Vegas High School library, and I found Laszlo Moholy-Nagy's Vision in Motion.
Right, sure.
And I was blown away because I didn't really realize that artists really can make anything. That they can do industrial design, they do chairs, they can design stages, and I thought, wow, that's great. I have an opportunity to really use this skill later on in life. And so, yes, I was influenced by that. And of course, as you saw in my presentation, I've done a lot of fabric.
Yes.
These images. So yes, it's been very instrumental.
Yeah, that makes sense. And one more from Robbie, who's one of our students. Would you say that a big theme in your work is balance?
Balance? Yes. Well, you know, I discovered as I was teaching color composition that there was kind of a pall put over symmetrical work. That symmetrical work was portrayed as being done, finished, almost godlike, in that it was perfection. Whereas asymmetry was always infinitely more interesting, according to the books.
Okay.
And in order to kind of get around that, to fudge that a little bit, approximate symmetry was introduced. So I thought, that's a crock. That is a complete crock. Symmetry is as interesting to me as asymmetry or approximate symmetry. I feel its appropriateness, and that's wherever it leads you, that if it's a balanced composition or if it's an unbalanced composition, it's just the whimsy or the mood of the artist that creates that, and none of them are any superior to the other.
Sure. Right. Okay. That's great. Bobby, I really appreciate that response. Gemma, you're with us now. Did you want to ask a question? Are you there, Gemma?
Hello. Yes, I'm here. I just wanted to say, James, thank you for such a wonderful, presentation. So yes, I hope you don't mind me muscling in to ask something. But my thought was this: I'm very much aware in Las Vegas, and you know how much I love Las Vegas, and indeed we have met through our connections in Las Vegas.
Yes.
I'm really fascinated by the emerging sense of preservation of Las Vegas history. Now, of course, Las Vegas is not particularly well known for having a history because it's such a young place, but there is, of course, this preservation that has been occurring and an interest in preservation. Yet City Hall seemed to be, going against that grain and still removing incredible pieces of Nevadan history. And so this fight, this kind of grassroots fight for the protection of those histories is obviously important to very many people and growing people in Las Vegas. So I wanted to ask, do you feel as though that your images, by encapsulating Las Vegas in the way that you do, provides a form of heritage and legacy to some of those lost monuments within Las Vegas?
Well, I believe it does. And I think it comes from my love of growing up here and really understanding the nature of the town that I grew up in. And of course I want to share that with people. And I want people also to understand that Las Vegas isn't just a one-dimensional place, and that all sorts of things happen here that are interesting and that are stimulating, and that also foster a spiritual aspect. So that's pretty much what my goal is, and it's just kind of a natural goal. It just suddenly appeared. I've been doing this now for 15 to 20 years on this particular body of work. There's literally thousands of these pieces. And of course, I have many other bodies of work, but right now this is the one that seems to be capturing the imagination of people. I've got quite a bit of other stuff, though, that I'm anxious to bring forth in future books and anxious to share with the world.
Yeah, we'd like to see that as well. So please feel free to share. That'd be great. I think at this moment, James, that was we could bring this to a gentle close. But I have to say that was a really lovely, calming, meditative end to our presentations today. And the work is absolutely sumptuous, really is. I really look forward to seeing the Shimmering Zen book, actually. I really, really do. So yeah, thank you so much for your time, dedication. And it's brilliant to hear your life story and for you to talk about your work. So well, thank you so much today. Thank you so much.
It's been wonderful sharing it with you.
We shall see you soon, I hope.
All righty.
Yeah, absolutely. All the best. See you soon.
Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So guys, at this moment, I am delighted to introduce to you our very own Vice Principal, Vice Chancellor, Professor Catherine Mitchell DL, who joined the University of Derby as Vice Chancellor and Chief Executive in September 2015. At the University of Sites in Derby, Buxton, Chesterfield, and was awarded gold in the university's Teaching Excellence and Student Outcomes Framework. In addition, Catherine is the chair of the Derby Opportunity Area Board and has been appointed a Deputy Lieutenant in Derbyshire. Prior to joining Derby, Catherine was Deputy Vice-Chancellor at the University of West London and has spent much of her career in the Higher Education Centre as a Wellcome Fellow at the Institute of Psychiatry, London, and has worked at the University of Chicago, the Rockefeller Institute, New York, and the Friedrich Nietzsche Institute, Basel. And I have to say that one of the reasons why we are here presenting what is going to be a really important research outcome is because our VC is really interested and very supportive of research. So, Kath, over to you. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Phil. I feel incredibly privileged to be sitting here this evening at the end of what has been a truly inspirational event. And what I do want to just say is a few personal words before I really go into what you've all experienced today. Many of you who have contributed, clearly truly international and truly diverse, and we've seen contributions from Russia, Nigeria, Turkey and America. But from a very personal note, I think many of you do not know the impact that you have on people like myself, who do not have the talent in any artistic fashion. And actually, the impact you play on people like me is that you transform us into worlds that we wouldn't be able to experience on our own, that you enable us to see true beauty and actually a legacy of art forms that actually, if you have no talent in that area, you really do not know the impact that you can have on people's lives. And format for me, it truly exemplifies that approach through creative responses from all of you around the world, and actually that it can actually form part of a true research body that is truly international and can truly impact on not just people in Derby, but across the world. I probably have also been amazed that we're having this fabulous conference and how you've been able to engage. And format for me is one of those events that I felt I always wanted to be part of, in the sense that it's in the city, that we see lots and lots of different and diverse people in our city. But I do know that we've had some amazing, technological developments in terms of the creation of the new art city through this approach, and that actually it has still allowed for Derby to be part of an international environment, and I think that's been truly fabulous. Format for Derby is a huge part of the city's culture and the university's culture, and we would never ever want to lose that. So the ability that we've been able to have 21 after the 19, I think, is truly remarkable. And I just need to say that without Phil Harris and Gemma Marmalade, that would not have happened. They are driven, they are ambitious for the true display of getting everybody together and getting the artistic, I suppose, delivery both to ourselves and our communities, that I think that we do need to almost give them a virtual round of applause at this point to say it's fantastic that it's taken place. So really thank you from me. Format, though, has a value not just to you as contributors, but to our students. And actually, to enable our students who come from very diverse backgrounds to be part of an international community is something that I would like for every one of my students in the university. And through this team, the students in photography and also across the whole of the arts do get that experience. And so we are totally indebted to everybody that's contributed today to allow that our students have been part of that community. I need to also clearly thank the strong relationship between Format and that relationship with Quad 2, in that tripartite relationship has meant that we are at Format 21 and we're not at Format 1 or 2, that this has been a long heritage and people have maintained that momentum. And again, I'm truly grateful for all of that that's happened. This plays, as Phil said, a significant part in who we want to be as the University of Derby. We love the contributions, we love the partnerships, but it is a fundamental part of creating. And, you know, for me, the whole point of being a university is creating new knowledge, new ways of working, new forms of art. And that is fundamental, I think, to the success of any university. So 2019 formed a huge body of work for Phil and Gemma that has contributed to the submissions to what is the Research Excellence Framework in the UK. And I know that 21, and I think if you think about how we've done it digitally, will probably form an even greater impact and build on the work that you've already done for the future of research for the University of Derby, but to everyone contributing today. So I don't want to go on and on and on, but what I do want to say is this is a fundamental piece of the heritage of Derby, but the future of Derby. And we need more and more people to be engaging with us. But actually, I just want to thank every contributor today, because you might not know who you've touched, but for me, thank you for allowing our students to participate and to be part of this big and really exciting community. I have got some thanks. Louise Clements, who's the Director of Format. Clearly, Louise, as ever, we're delighted to be in that partnership and we want that to grow and to develop even further. Supporting of the team of curators and all of the organisers through Format, hugely valuable in how we've been able to make this event happen and you know, to undertake the conference today. Clearly to again Phil and Gemma, but also to the senior management and all of the staff in the College of Arts, Humanities and Education that have been fundamental to making this happen. But I do want to thank also the team events at Derby run by Angela Drinkwater, Nick Edmonds, who's constantly telling me what I should be doing in whatever event I'm in, but thank you for helping me today too as well, Louise Brown, Michael Manning, who I know have been incredible support to the team. But most of the work today has been delivered by a group of students who are the interns, and so that again has allowed students to be part of not just a local regional event, not even just a national event, but a truly international partnership. And those, I'm going to name them because students often don't get names. So Charlie Herbert, Andrew Marriott, Beth Barlow, Alex Totterdale and Ellen Carter, who both have been totally professional but have made this event happen. But I wish that I could see you all, and I can't, because I'd love to see probably the diversity sitting in that room, because that for me makes how I would like to be very much in that room with you all. But a huge thank you. We will continue to push. Phil and Gemma were very polite about me, but also I drive them and I drive the institution. So sometimes they'd all like to turn me off now. So that for me would be just, if you ever want to demonstrate how we could work with you, and always contact us, because we want to be working totally internationally and in true partnership. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Kath. That is marvellous.
Thanks,
and
Kath.
you can be an engine behind us any day. We love it. We don't we, Phil? We really get off on this stuff.
Oh yeah, we're
let's
also
go for it.
complete and utter gluttons for punishment, and we talk ourselves into so many things and think we've got all this work, but this is good work. This is when you've got this outward-facing stuff. These are the opportunities and the experiences that make all the difference.
Yeah.
Especially when you've got 200 people plus listening.
Yeah, 100%. It's a joy, and if this is what work is, then I'm up for it. You know.
And also, sorry,
no, go ahead.
Without doing this, we wouldn't be meeting people like James, Azu, Skinder, Moreno, Semra, Joy. Although we had met Joy about a year ago, but yeah, it's a really good way of actually getting to meet people, learning new stuff.
Yeah. Why wouldn't you want to do it? That's the question.
Yes, that's a very good point. Yeah.
But thank you so much, Kath. And of course, as always, imbuing all of the values that we all share across the university, and that kind of branch of friendship. I think just by you saying, Kath, like anyone, get in touch. Let's talk. Let's make a plan. And in fact, that really reflects many of the conversations we've had today. One of the panels we're talking about, let's take the moment, seize the day. Don't double think it, just go for it. And that's how things happen. That's how Format happened. That's how so many brilliant organizations have happened, because someone at some point, on a kitchen table, in a pub, wherever, went, shall we do that? And you just go, you know what? Why not? Why not? So I think maybe that sense of just going for it is what we really want to do. So thank you so much, Kath, for just summing that up beautifully for us. And for creating a research culture at Derby. That is so important. Absolutely. Thank you. Thank you. Over to you, Gemma. Right, so Phil, I think you're next to thank all of our speakers. Oh, okay. Yes, I am, aren't I? It's been a really, really good day. It's not as if me and Gemma have just been kind of passively just hearing stuff in the background. We've learned so much today from you all. So let me just get my changed documents ever so slightly. Hang on a minute, do apologise. So in order of delivery, I think I'll do it like that. No, actually, I'll try and do it in a slightly different way. Yes. Thank you to Semra Yessel, Robert Good, Joy Gregory, Skinder, Melanie King, Brigitte Lardenois, Paul. We will do this again, Paul. Okay. Keith McClay for your superb address at the beginning. Mitchell Moreno, that was a superb presentation, Mitchell. Azu Magbogo, Sergei Nogkov, Annabella Pollen, Max Schur, James Stanford, and of course our morning keynote, Claire Strand. This has been such a diverse, interesting, engaging day, and thank you for your dedication to doing really top flight presentations. Really appreciate it. This is going to make a really good publication, by the way. Yeah, no, absolutely. And thank you also to all of our virtual delegates. So all of you out there, and obviously we can't see you, but you're out there somewhere, out in the universe. Many of you being friends, acquaintances, partner organisations, affiliations, and of course the general public and the community of photography and arts practice. We see all of you as Phil rightly said, not as passive passengers, but of taking part and commenting. Yeah. And this is hugely valuable to us all. All of you have been on social media using the hashtag Format21 Conference. You are all creating a step and a building block towards this event, in support of this event and all of the speakers. So if you haven't had the chance already because you've just been glued to your screens, please do take the opportunity this evening to share your appreciation and use it as an opportunity to reach out, just like we were saying, make those connections. So everyone who has been in attendance today, no matter their role, is making a hugely valuable contribution to the research in photography. I wanted to just touch on as well about New Art City, which of course is this fantastic platform that Format have offered, a virtual platform. And many of our speakers today are present. And I'd just like to very quickly just run down the rooms within New Art City where you can find our speakers today. So Azu is featured within room 2, Brigitte Lardinois, Oisin Davies and Paul Lowe, who sadly couldn't make the event today, are featuring within room 6. Sema Yessel is in room 18. Claire Strand, who was our morning keynote, is in room 7 and room 12. Small plug for me, I'm in room 19. Max Scher is in room 9. Melanie King is also in room 9. Moreno is in room 20. Phil is in, of course you're in 2 rooms, Phil, 17 and 19. And Sergey Novikov is in room 9. Please do take the opportunity to go and check out New Art City if you can.
Okay, for those of you who have never experienced a conference before, and we are aware that we've got some really good attendance from students today, we hope this has been a really enjoyable event and an eye-opener for what a conference can be: accessible, entertaining, challenging, and informative. And if this is your first conference, make sure you put this down on your CV. Okay, it's really important that you actually acknowledge your attendance at something like this, because these are the kind of events that change the way you think and understand your medium.
Absolutely.
Thanks also to all the Format team for their support: Louise Feladov-Clements, Niamh Treacy, Peter Bonnell, Laura O'Leary, Adam Buss, and all the supporting team. It's always a delight to get involved with what you're doing, and Format is something we really look forward to.
We want to give thanks to all of our colleagues at the University of Derby and the support from our managers and senior executives for supporting our engagement with Format and the facilitation of this conference. Of course, Kath Mitchell, our Vice-Chancellor, for cultivating a significant and ever-growing research culture at the University of Derby. Keith McClay, Provost Vice-Chancellor and Dean of our college. David McGravy, Head of School of Arts. Chaz Andrews-Roberts, Head of Media. Ange Bartram, Head of Research in the School of Arts. And also to Kelly Tyler in Corporate Communications, who has been brilliant in terms of helping us with marketing.
Yeah. And also thanks to the events team. Now, these are the people behind the scenes that you haven't seen. These guys have been absolutely brilliant. They really, really have. So professional, so absolutely delightful to work with, brilliant communications, and so good at their job. So thank you to Nick Edmonds, Angela Drinkwater, Louise Brown, and Michael Manning for logistic organisation of the shop. Michael, that was really, really handy. So thank you so much for that.
And again, to reflect Kath's comments, having students as part of the machine that has driven this event today has been an incredible opportunity for them and a pleasure for us to work with them, and to see them in a professional context, you know, at work is marvellous. Our tech team, frankly, wizards. Andrew Marriott, Charlie Herbert, and also a little character who's been floating around in the background, Thomas Robinson. Now, Thomas is, we didn't know who Thomas was for some time because we just heard his voice. So we called him God. So we never saw him, we just heard his voice, but absolutely brilliant. Thank you, Andrew, Charlie, Thomas, and our logistical intern team. Very proud of our students from our second year and third year on BA Honours Photography at Derby, Beth Barlow, Alex Totterdell and Ellen Carter. You probably don't know how valuable you've been to this event. You really have. And thanks also to all of our students from BA Honours Photography. That's not just current students, but alumni who have been sharing, who have been retweeting, all of this. Our sense of community within our photography department is huge. And so having support from alumni who are coming back, sharing, attending is just marvelous. We are a family in that sense. We look after each other, we support each other. So thank you so much to all of our program, past and present, for supporting this event.
Yeah. Now, I think New Art City is astonishing. I really, really do. And it just shows how Format have been hugely ambitious and are really a standout in the arts sector. They haven't let the limitations of COVID stop them from doing something really remarkable. We hope you've enjoyed the conference, but also that you engage with all of the festival activities. So really check out, there's all sorts of artist talks, there's all sorts of extra stuff that Format have actually put on. All that's going to be online, as you know, but they've got a brilliant platform to do this. So visit the website for more information. Information is up there on the platform, the exhibition platform as well. And also watch out for further events. We hope you come back for future conference events.
Absolutely. If you can spread the word about Format, share your experiences on social media and in your own networks, and also do keep an eye out for updates for the upcoming publication that will be a manifestation of this brilliant conference. So on that note, Phil and I wish to say goodbye and wish you well. We hope you have a pleasant evening if you're on GMT time, or whatever time of the day it is, wherever you're beaming in from us. And we wish you our thanks, your safety, and of course your good health.
Bye, guys. Thank you so much.
Bye.
Let's see you again. Let's do this again sometime.
Yeah, be back soon.